Welcome, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks,
now,
man.
the point here of Unmasked is to figure out what the comic is behind what the act is on stage. And I cannot imagine that there is a single secret that you have left at this point, because it's your act, it's in the book. Other than the fact that maybe you're with PETA, I would have no idea how you could shock the audience tonight.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably not much that they don't know already, just from listening to the show and from watching the act. I mean, it's pretty much mostly true. The stuff that people don't know is the boring stuff. Just like what a fucking emotional boob I am.
Right.
Me and my girlfriend were watching on Golden Pond, and I'm just weeping like a washwoman. Like that. It's like that type of stuff that people are like, ugh, we didn't want to know that. It's douche chill.
Why the complete honesty? When did that start, from the beginning of the stand-up career? Is it something that you got used to talking about?
I've always kind of, the guys I like the most were the honest comedians. I mean, you know, my favorite is Pryor, he's my idol, and he was honest. He talked about his mother being a prostitute, you know, and his father being abusive, and it's like the guys I've always loved did that. And I kind of always feel like there's so many hacks and so many like guys that are just doing the same shit. All I own is myself and my views on stuff. So if I'm not talking about myself, what the fuck am I doing up there? It's like I kind of like that anything I do is mine to talk about.
Right.
And I'm very lazy, and I really don't feel like, you know, doing observational political shit because it bores me. You know, it's fun for a week, and then it becomes old.
So everything, basically, that your main interest is you.
Well, yeah, let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
You know, Ron, when you have this to work with. No, I just feel like I'm always aware of what it is I'm doing, you know, and I just feel like it's fun to tell people, because I always feel good when I relate to somebody. Like when somebody says something that I do, I'm like, fuck, I do that. It makes me feel better. So when I confess things that I confess on stage, whether it's sexual in nature or desires to blow my brains out or whatever it is that everybody has from time to time, I kind of feel like there's something close about that with the audience, because I like hearing that from people.
And is that what they come and say to you later? Like, I don't tell people, but I know exactly how you feel.
Yeah, I've gotten emails about that, and people do say that. And the sexual stuff, the most, because that's like the most taboo. You know, and a lot of people can't talk about it, or they don't want to talk about it because they're married or whatever. But I think a lot of times they like hearing the honesty of that.
Well, that's kind of interesting, too, because when you go I know this for a fact. I meet people who listen to XM all the time. And I will meet women and I'll go, they're going to ask me about Jimmy. Women will say, tell me about Jimmy Norton. Is it real? Is this an act? It seems to almost attract women to you.
Well, it weeds out all non-hackers who do not pack the gear to serve in our beloved corps. You know, it's
now, you'll come off stage and you'll meet a lot of those girls who want to, like, take the Jimmy Norton experience.
Well, the majority of women aren't attracted to what I do. It's just the ones that are know what they're in for. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like if there's 50 women, maybe 3 will like me, but all 3 of those have a full bladder.
Right. They're all gamers.
Yeah. They're what we call good eggs.
And going into this from your book, the sexual addiction stuff, very, very early. Very, very young.
2nd grade, I can remember. This is true, man. I didn't have intercourse till I was 18. The first time I fucked a girl, I was half drunk. I was one of those white black kids before it was fashionable, and I had like on a furry Bell Burgundy Kango. I mean, just an asshole. Really was awful. And I had sex with this girl, Michelle, I was dating. But my sexual behavior started with, like, you know, and I've talked so many times about Monster Rain, but me and my little buddies blowing each other under a porch in Edison, New Jersey. And I counted 10 sexual partners before I moved to North Brunswick. And I moved to North Brunswick Halloween of 4th grade. So anything that happened in Edison happened before Halloween of 4th grade. I had a brother and sister, 2 friends of mine. One was a year older than the other. And I used to like the smell of piss. And both of them would piss their pants all the time. I don't know what was happening in that household, but neither one of them was properly trained to use a toilet. So I would lay behind the bushes, and I would get either him or his sister to sit on my face so I could smell the piss through their clothing. You know, healthy. But true.
And, yeah. You know, I mean, I understand being a little kid playing doctor, but you know.
Oh, yeah, no, it was
urologist, I guess, for you. I mean, it went in a whole other. I mean, have you ever once thought, I need to talk to somebody about this, or are you worried it'll fuck up the act?
Oh, no, I'm in therapy now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't. The only thing that I'm afraid of is, and I won't do, is medication. That scares me because I'm afraid of fucking with my mind at all like that, just because, but the sexual addiction, Colin Quinn said something to Nick DiPaolo one time, because to me they're both absolutely brilliant comedians. But he said, Nick, you're so angry, sometimes that blocks your creativity. And, and Colin, like, saying that made me think, like, my sexual stuff will block my creativity because it's an escape. You know what I mean? It's like anything else you do. It's like smoking dope or fucking drinking. I mean, it's just a way to like zone out and completely like just be devoid of any real emotion or feelings. And I think if I put any effort into writing like I did into sexual addiction, I'd be a lot more productive and a lot more in touch with what's going on. So it hurts more than it helps, I think. Because
it makes you lean back on top of those sexual addictions, like still like your curiosity is there too. I mean, that also has a lot to do with your writing, since it's in your mind so much?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, when so many hours a day are spent focusing for real, not just, I jerked off today, but I mean literally when you're fucking, when you go through 3 prostitutes in a night sometimes because you just need that perfect high to come, it's like doing drugs again, man. I've been sober a long time, but that's what it's like.
And maybe if you ever conquer that, you will work outside yourself. You will go, hey, CNN had something interesting on.
Yeah, not to become a self-important douche. You ever notice?
All right, let's go that way because you do seem like a guy who will say not everybody is a comedian. Some of the comedians go in here and said it doesn't matter what type of comedy it is. But for you, there are hacks.
Yeah.
And there are people that you don't think I'm in the same business as them.
Yeah, I mean, well, hacks are funny. I mean, a hack joke is like McDonald's. Those are funny jokes, so hacks always do well on stage. You know what I mean? Hacks are not that easy to spot, and that's why comedians hate them because you watch a guy. It's almost like it's like somebody saying, "Wow, that was a wonderful painting," but it's fucking painting by numbers because you saw him backstage and you saw like the one and the red and
right.
That's why it annoys comics. It's not a jealousy thing. It's like it's just irritating because you kind of know how they came to that stuff. But yeah, there's plenty of hacks. I mean, guys, I love Patrice. I love guys that talk about themselves and their own lives.
All right, for you, you're saying, all right, you don't paint by numbers. You're what, throwing paint up there, and you have to be in that moment.
No, I'm not. I don't mean it like I'm a renegade either. Like, I mean, I do want the picture to look nicely, but I mean, I fuck up a lot. You know, I mean, and it's like I don't want to paint by numbers. And again, I don't think I'm up there doing Andy Kaufman either. But you try to strive for some kind of originality, otherwise you're shit.
When did you find that this is the character? I mean, was that early on? Is this kind of the same Jimmy Norton we would have seen 6 months into his career, or what?
No, I was an embarrassment. I watched tapes of myself from the old days, and I can't, like, when I first came on, I literally cannot watch it. I'd rather watch myself blowing somebody on film.
And those are available.
Oh, they certainly are.
Yeah. So, at what point did it kick in for you that you said, I'm not on the right track?
I don't know, man. It's just from being on stage every night.
Yeah.
It just kind of happens. There was no moment or no light. It just kind of happens from performing night after night after night. And when I'm at the Comedy Store every night and you're working with guys like Colin and Nick and Geraldo and really fucking funny guys, it's like if you suck and you're a hack and you're up there, they're going to call you out on it and you're going to get teased relentlessly. You're kind of, by osmosis, forced to do your own thing, or you're going to get called out on it.
I watch you do at least 6 or 7 different types of comedy all the time, you know?
Well, it's like a guy, like when you do like Leno or something like that, like the way it works for the Tonight Show is they know what you're going to, they say, just tell us, give us 3 panel minutes, tell us pretty much what you're going to do, so they have to put it through their censors, and give us the out cue, the out word, and then Jay will ask the next question. So you kind of have an idea of where it's going to go. Leno's pretty much, boom, boom, boom. But I like doing the show. I prefer that because he doesn't step on you. I love doing Leno, man. I love that show.
Well, it's kind of interesting to me that you talk about the sexual addiction and you know that that's somewhat screwed up for you. But at the same time, it doesn't seem unlike the same thing that you have with comedy where I want something that I almost can't get to, you know. It seems like you're still grinding it back in a different direction.
Yeah, the unattainable. It's almost like when you do coke, you know. It's like a lot of times you spend 20 years looking for that first or second high, and with comedy, it just keeps refueling itself. I mean, because I killed last night, so I want it again, or I bombed last night, so I have to kill. You know what I mean? There's always something to push you forward. The sexual addiction, though, it's got to fucking stop. Because even when it's not acting out, I got a girlfriend now, and I'm good. But it's still mental, and it's still a mental obsession. It's fucking awful.
Has she read the book, your girlfriend?
Yeah, we went to San Francisco recently, and her grandmother was fucking her grandmother's 85, and she's perusing it. And I'm like, why did we fucking bring this to your family's house, you dope? And she said her grandmother read it in one night, which kind of creeped me out. She liked it, and my girlfriend is reading it now, but she's very slowly reading it. It's hard to read that shit about your boyfriend, that he's picked up all these prostitutes, because my girlfriend's smart, man. She's not a dummy. She knows. Like, a lot of it is the truth. All of it,
Well, I guess it's the same for your family, too. I mean, you're right in there. You believe, a great family, normal middle-class kid. They did everything right. But they sit back and read this book and go, geez, we thought he was out, at a seesaw. And he's getting the neighborhood kids to blow him.
And he reciprocated. So at least he's not selfish.
I mean, at one point, have they ever said to you, why didn't you come to me?
No, because, well, I tell you why, because I think that the fact that I had such problems young with drinking and drugs, and the fucking suicide attempts and all that nonsense, however disingenuous some of them were, a lot of times it was about attention. But I think after that, and then I got sober when I was 18, so it's like, it's all gravy. Like, your parents are just happy to see you not doing that. So they've always been very loving. I'm very lucky, man. I have a great family. My mother, my father, my sister. They've always been extremely supportive. But I made them wait 7 years before they came to see me live. You know what I mean? I didn't want family there. I didn't want an unnatural reaction from an audience. I didn't want love from people who already loved me. That was cheating, But my family's been fucking great. But they saw the worst, So it's like, this is all like, so what, you got horse? Well, you're not cutting your veins anymore, so.
Right.
It's nice.
And I guess it was a real rough time there in the teenage years before you did this stuff. I mean,
I don't know what it is though. It's like it's self-induced. To my knowledge, something happened. I don't really know what it is. I find myself riding back to my old neighborhood, and there's something awful there. I just don't know what. But it was nobody else was doing. I don't think. You know what I mean? I don't have this traumatic experience that I can remember. I've always had this fucking awful self-worth. And to me, that's always been like, well, at least that's there. Like, even from a young age, like, you can go through the process of trying to fix this, but you can always blow your brains out. Like, that's always the option. It was almost comforting to know that it was there. I always wanted to do comedy since I was like 12, but I kind of believed it was a dream that would never happen. But when I started, I left myself no safety net. I kind of made a decision that this was it. I was going to do comedy. And, I see a lot of guys that are like, yeah, I'm doing comedy and I'm going back to school. I'm like, well, good luck. Good luck, man. You got a safety net. You're not going to become obsessed. To me, to be really a great comic, you have to somehow be obsessed with it because what else is going to motivate you? It's like, fuck your social life. I can't tell you how many relationships I've blown because New Year's Eve I work, birthdays I work, anniversaries I work. To me, that's more important. And women understandably don't want that. They want a guy that spends time with them. But again, you can't tell a girlfriend, but I love you, but you don't compare to this. You never will. Nothing you do for me will ever be that fucking high. You can't compete with that.
Everything is going to be secondary to what happens on that stage, and it's just night by night.
Yeah, man. It really is. I mean, in the overall picture, I mean, there's things that I'll prioritize, like in a moment or in a night, of course. But overall, I've always seen myself, like the only quality I've ever really seen myself having is being funny. And to me, it's the only quality of myself that I really care about either way. I think I'm a nice guy off stage. I'm a caring person, whatever. But I mean, the thing I associate myself with is that. So that's all I'm really focused on is
you are
gigs.
A comic. I mean, it's not something you do. It's something you are.
I mean, what else am I going to do? I mean, it's like I've always loved doing it. I've always loved making people laugh. So it's kind of like the natural thing. A lot of guys are writers, and sometimes they write brilliant material, but off stage they're just they're pieces of wood. There's nothing worse than an unfunny comic. Nothing. Like at a table with a bunch of comics and we're smashing each other, and the one guy that can't take it, and he makes some snarky cunt remark. Oh, fuck yourself. Fucking submit jokes to Conan, douchebag. Right. Fucking sit here and hang out and try to be funny. It's the fucking worst. And I love seeing those guys come and be uncomfortable.
And when you're sitting there with your buddies after the show and you're talking about your show, that's just as important as being on stage. You're also performing there. You're competing there.
Yeah, but you're being natural there. Like you're competing in a way, but you're also loving them beating you. I can't tell you the beatings I've taken, and I mean from Patrice and Colin and Keith Robinson, when you have those guys destroying you. All you can do, and Voss, who is, miraculously as dumb as he is he can be so quick and so funny. And when those guys are pounding you, Bobby Kelly's a great one too at fucking crucifixions. All you can do is just cover up and take the savaging. And I love it. I'm like, I'm being beaten by some of the funniest people in the country. These guys are great. It's like you're relishing in how funny other people are. So that to me is something I love very much. I love getting my teeth kicked in by people who I admire too.
And it seems to be very tribal, the way you talk about it. I mean, these are the in people. It's almost like nobody could understand a test pilot but other test pilots. I mean, these are the people that you understand most in the world and the people that understand you most, right?
Yeah, comedians. I have a real soft spot for comedians.
The interesting thing, too, is that when I go back over the book, something about your work I've always thought of as fearless. And yet I read that you were pretty fearful early on, that you were saying, we're talking about something that you love, but you were hoping that gigs would be canceled because you were afraid to be on stage.
I remember when I was working with Vinnie Brand, who now owns a Stress Factory in New Jersey, and Voss. And I loved gigs getting canceled because I was scared of bombing. But the fear is not bombing. The fear is that there's going to come a day where it's exposed that I'm not funny, that the gift is not there. Like that's like not I'm going to bomb or certain people hate my guts. That's irrelevant. It's all of a sudden I'm going to realize you're not funny. This whole thing has been a mistake. Like you're not in that group. That's the fear. And it's always been the fear. So rather than risk that on a nightly basis, I wanted gigs to get canceled. And I remember when he got canceled, I was working with Voss and Vinny, and we all got our $50. And Voss was one of the first times I ever met him, and he had his ponytail and his shitty teeth. He's like, "You're lucky we're giving you any money, pal." It's just such a Voss is an abrasive prick of a person, but behind your back, he's a nice guy. Voss is weird. He's really sweet behind your back, but to you, he's awful. He's just the opposite of the way most people are.
So for you, you're saying it's a gift, and it could disappear. There's some part of you, even now, that you're like, what if this thing is gone? Right?
I think so. I mean, I've always looked at being funny as that. I mean, maybe it's an ability or maybe it's a defense. I mean, I don't know what it is. I mean, I've noticed that most comics I know, there's something gravely wrong with them.
Right.
There really is. Because I think in a way being funny is an overcompensation. It's a defense way. It's a way not to get beat up. It's a way to get girls. It's a way to do something, to achieve something. So every comic I know is addicted to drugs, to sex, to get to something. I mean, Seinfeld, I don't know well. I know him very casually. I don't see any real flaws with him. So there's something there. I don't know what it is, but there's got to be something that motivated him to be funny.
It could be his wife, but that's just me. I don't know. It might be mean to say. Tell me what the gift is, though. You said this gift.
The way I look at it is to be able to make other people laugh.
Right.
Because it's like even people who I don't think are funny, like I think that guy sucks. I still know when somebody's funny. Even if he doesn't make me laugh at all, I still understand that he's a funny guy. Or that was fucking funny. And to me, the high of making people laugh, I love doing it, and I feel gifted to be able to do it. Not like gifted like I have something over people, but to be able to fucking do that. It feels amazing. And I watch people who want that so badly and don't have it. And that makes me sad. Like, my friend tried stand-up, and no matter what he did, he couldn't be very funny. He could say the word, but it just wasn't in him to be that guy. And I would always hurt for him when I saw him. Like, God, that must fucking be painful. I know comics that have committed suicide, and all of them have been bad. I mean, Richard Jennings is a really weird anomaly because he was a brilliant comic. He was a great writer and a prolific comedian. But the other guys I know that, and one woman who I know who hung herself, I think three of them that I knew, and none of them were very good on stage. And it's like they weren't getting the relief they needed from comedy. They weren't getting that.
All right, we're here with Jimmy Norton from the O&A show. Also, of course, the New York Times bestseller book, Happy Endings. Now, how much stuff have you had on TV? The book, you're doing 5 hours a day on the radio with O&A. This is just a ridiculous amount of writing that's going on over, let's say, the past 5 years.
Yeah.
Are you able to keep up this pace? Do Does it seem insane to you, the schedule that you're keeping?
Yeah, it's weird to get up at. I get up at 5:15. I'm in studio by 10:06 because again, I don't have the pressure that those guys do, man. My job is different than their job. So it's a little less pressure, a lot less pressure actually. And then I'll go home, try to nap, and then I'll go on stage that night. I go on every night. So it is a lot, but I'm on stage a lot. So now it's like the hour I did for HBO. I'm trying really hard not to do any of that material anymore. So now I'm on stage, eating my balls a lot because I'm trying new stuff. And, it's fun, though. I don't know how guys do the same shit for 10 years. It's like, how the fuck do you say that again? You know what I mean? Believe me, as a performer, there's certain things I've fucking harped on that, believe me, I'm sick of when they come out of my mouth. I don't know how you do an entire hour for 10 years. You should just blow your brains out.
Well, looking at stand-up as an art form, if, let's say, you were a songwriter, you would almost be forced to do the early stuff. Where when people come out to see you, even your biggest fans do not want to hear the stuff that they heard last time they saw you.
I think his jokes are contingent upon kind of catching you off guard. Mm-hmm. Like a joke's a weird thing. And I think that's funny about musicians. Like, you lucky motherfuckers. Axl could come back now if he got over his stupid fear of performing whatever it is and just do Welcome to the Jungle and people would go nuts. And it's like, you fucking lucky bastard, man. I have to have new shit.
He's got that for the rest of his life.
Yes, he does.
And and even if you don't make some kind of leap, now they're he's doing that Norton thing. I mean, that happened with Kinnison, where he would write new material, but they went, it somewhat reminds me of.
Yeah.
I mean, really, really, I think the audiences are tougher on a comic than any other art form that there is out there.
There's something very personal about it. And it makes me love the audience and it makes me hate them because, again, they groan and they judge it. It's like, you fucking cocksucker, you love Scarface, you love violence, and then you're mad you're going to sit there and try to impress your fucking date by groaning at me. You know what I mean? That's what they're doing. They're performing too. Fuck, I know what the fuck they're doing. It's
not
phony.
Crazy about those folks.
I hate them. They're like special interest groups in front of you. They're just it's fraudulent outrage.
At any point, you ever say to yourself too, I wonder why there's not more critical acceptance for this kind of work where, no one's going to be really writing up, Bob Kelly's new act in Rolling Stone and, I caught him here. It's still as big as comedy, gets from time to time and settles back down. It never is up there with the other art forms.
Well, yeah, and I tell you, Keith Robinson who had a great way of phrasing it, because a lot of the guys that run comedy and are critics, none of them are funny, or most of them are not funny. Mm-hmm. He put it beautifully. He said they're front of the bus guys. Not in a tough guy way, but most comics are the fucking clowns that sat in the back of the bus and teased each other and acted like assholes. The guys that run the business or the critics are guys that hated that deep down, but they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it, so they resented it, but they have to be a part of it somehow. A lot of them are people that wanted to perform. Most critics somehow wanted to be involved, but they didn't have what it took. They're fucking wannabes. And so most critics, we all want critical acceptance. I'd be a liar if I said I didn't because it helps you sell more tickets. But most critics, when you strip them of everything, are fucking wannabes. And they're resentful. And they will say things are great because it seems brilliant to say certain things are great. And I'm sure sometimes they genuinely love things, but they will trash other things that they think the masses like because for some reason they're brilliant and the masses are stupid. So most critics, I detest.
Do you read everything that's written about you? Are you able to do that, even the message board stuff?
Most stuff I read is negative.
It is kind of funny that you say that because through the book you rip on yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, you're really, really tough on yourself physically. And I remember, thinking, does this guy know that he's had the HBO specials, best-selling book, he's on the biggest morning show in the country right now. He's done Kimmel, Letterman, Leno. I can't think of another comic who's done stand-up on all three of those shows. I don't think anybody is touching the output of work that you're doing right now, and it doesn't seem to mean shit to you at all.
No, no.
It's odd.
I mean, I'm happy about it.
Yeah.
I acknowledge, understand it. It's good. But the old expression, wherever I went, there I was. That stuff is not going to make me feel great about myself because, that stuff is just, it's outside shit. It's like my problem with me or my dislike of me has always been there. And it probably always will be. I mean, I'm almost afraid to lose it.
Because that would mean what?
I don't know what I would have to say anymore because I've been thinking that way for so long. The thinking is real. It's not a little hat I put on when I go to a club. I mean, it's just the way I think. And a lot of people think that way, which is why some people hate me because they might not or they get sick of it. But people who really relate to it, I think, like it.
But at any point do you answer yourself and say, who else, working today has done this stuff? I mean, if you're not going to feel good about this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I feel good for moments. I'm almost too scared of feeling too good and becoming complacent. Because what drives me is like feeling awful. So I'm kind of afraid of being too comfortable or too happy, because those guys, then their lives come and their second special sucks dick because they were too happy going to the Hamptons or going to L.A. I'm almost afraid to enjoy it too much.
Yeah, I don't think you got to worry about that. I think you are so far away from enjoying it even a little bit.
Yeah,
maybe just a little. Maybe just to look back and say, Jesus Christ.
Well, I hate looking at myself, man. Like, I was watching the special. I had to edit the HBO special, and I'm watching it. I'm like, you muggy, ugly motherfucker. It's all I'm thinking watching. Like, because I laughed at one thing. I'm like, and I'm like, yeah, you fucking asshole. And I'm just alone. I mean, I'm not. If you see the special when I come out, I really should have a fucking frying pan buried in my head. I walk out and I go, thank you. Thank you. And I will never watch that special and not fucking cringe when I see that opening thank you.
That thank you ruined everything for you.
But I think it's every performer I think has that, as we focus on the negative, or at least the comedians do. I don't know what goes into making. I kind of resent actors in a sense. Because I think that they resent me. A lot of sketch artists and sketch comics don't look at stand-up like it's this. And it's like, fuck you, man. You stand there and fucking tolerate that shit. You're running around 5 other guys on stage. Freeze! Fuck yourself. And I don't resent them for doing that, but I resent them for this weird look I have. Because it really is a weird vibe people have about comedy. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? You're right, it's not put as highly, I guess, because the critics don't look at it the same way until they have to. Like, Sam's a guy they never would have fucking liked. You know what I mean? Because they're the guy he hated. He was obnoxious and vicious and loud. But once so many people accepted him, they kind of had to go, all right,
Right.
It went beyond just the dumb masses. He got tremendous. It was like you'd be a dummy to deny that he was great. And that's when a lot of times critics would go, all right, he's great. Because their backs were against the wall.
But then also they turned on him quick enough, too. I mean, towards the end of his life, it wasn't that easy on him.
Yeah, I mean, I've only met him once. I met Kinison one time. I got him to sign a napkin. I'm very grateful I did that because I still have it. He autographed the napkin for me. We talked for a couple of minutes. And I think what happens to a lot of guys is they change to a certain degree because they get caught up with drugs, or they get their lives change and their act somehow changes. Because then Kinison all of a sudden was a rock star, man. He wasn't just a comedian anymore. He was a rock star, and there was a different vibe to him, I think. And still was very funny. But I think people a lot of times don't want to see you doing that well because they can no longer feel like they relate to you.
All right, we're going to also take some questions from the audience. You can always walk up to this mic, and we'll call on you from time to time. Earl will be over there. We are talking with Jimmy Norton, who's got an HBO special. Also, the book, Happy Endings, is still in the stores, still in the charts. And every morning you can hear him on the O&A show.
Yes.
For you, the book, totally different from the act. It doesn't. It seems to have almost a different pacing than your act.
Yeah, that's why it was weird doing the book on tape. I'd actually like to redo that because I'm not happy. I allowed somebody to dictate to me how to say it because I'd never done it, but I'll never do that again. But the cadence, some of that stuff's in the act, but majority of it is not. When comedians just put their act on paper, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? It's cheating, man. It's like you're just fucking whoring the same shit they paid to hear, and now you want them to pay to fucking read it on the plane, you dickhead. There's something really dishonest about that. So the cadence is different of writing for me. I love to write. But it's hard to write now that I'm back on the radio because I'm creatively satisfied. Most of that was written when we were off the air, and I was manically depressed, and I had no outlet. So I would just come home after fucking literally spending the entire night looking for whores and just depressed and wanting to leap out a window and just write. I had to do something. So that's why that book was even written.
All right, so you're still doing stand-up.
Yeah.
You're also doing the Comedy Central show. But not having the morning show, not having the radio show, that's still got to your head. Like, there's still some need to get out there.
I hated God. I hated him. Again, it's not like, your radio show got canceled, but I'm like, I finally found something where I'm succeeding and I love it, and you take it away, man. It's gone. It was like, because I never thought I was going to go anywhere in comedy. And I finally have something, because O&A was so fucking good to me, and I'm like, selling tickets in certain places, and now it's gone. Oh yeah, that's right, you're Jimmy Norton. Like that's how it felt like. It was that exposure. Like, see, it was a fucking illusion, stupid. So Colin, who I love, Colin Quinn. I mean, and when people don't like Colin Quinn, you're a dummy if you don't understand how funny he is. Even if he doesn't make you laugh, if you don't understand how funny he is and understand how brilliant he is, you're an idiot. Because comedians all adore him because we understand how there's nobody better. Tough Crowd was not about the issues ever. It was about our awful relationships with each other. And that was Colin's genius, is dissecting relationships. Nobody can pick apart true personal interactions better than him and accurately. And that's what it was about, just a bunch of idiots who were trying to speak about the issues and then just degenerating into shut your mouth, stupid, because that's who we are. And that's why I kind of hated Comedy Central for canceling that show and putting on Graham Norton. That was funny.
So it was Colin's piece to kind of bring you guys in and turn you all on each other like a bad uncle?
Yeah,
but have you fighting in the basement?
And he would take his beatings too, though.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? He was a self-important ass at times, and he knows it. And that was all the Comedy Cellar. That's what we do there. We just shit on each other. We talk about the issues, and we always just degenerate into teasing each other. And that was what the show was. So yeah, I love Colin because that gig was very, very important to me.
That ran for about a year.
Two seasons.
2 seasons.
Yeah.
2 seasons, and then that was pulled back from you. Then you went to HBO.
Well, I went right back to O&A, and then 2004, a few months later, 6 months later, I landed a half-hour special, which I did not like. I was fucking fat, and my neck, I watch it. I hate that special. And I wound up doing that, and then doing Lucky Louie, which the critics hated. I didn't mind the critics not thinking it was funny. I accept that. What I didn't like is when they criticized things like language, or there were certain things that I knew that they didn't want to like it because they thought it was too basic, or the language wasn't snarky enough for them, or sophisticated enough for them. Yet Deadwood, every other word was fuck or cunt. It's accepted in every other art form where they would criticize Louis and his wife having sex. They're a married couple fucking horribly like married people do. And people had a problem with that. I guess everyone wants to watch overly dressed sets. You know what I mean? Like, you watch who the fuck lives in an arena-sized bedroom with little glasses and colorful things? And nobody lives like that. It's just a bunch of fucking homos who just have to justify their own position on the set, so they overdo it, and they put the paintings, they all go, oh my God, that's lovely. And they fucking film it. It's awful. But again, if people didn't think Lucky Louie was funny, if it didn't make you laugh, if you hated the acting, I'll never argue with that. I'll never argue with that because that to me is a very justifiable criticism.
And they will they'll say that's an easy laugh if you tend to work blue.
Yes, just like, but it's funny. Why don't they turn on fucking Cosby and say that a kid doing a cute? Why am I yelling at you?
No, I have it right. I'm just glad you're not yelling at you for a minute. I'm really satisfied with that.
But no, but it's amazing. An easy laugh is like. Is to me is something that's hacky, and people having real interactions is not an easy laugh. We didn't use canned laughter. Easy laughs are fucking everyone in Hollywood using those laugh machines, and they all use it. Louis would not allow one joke to be sweetened. If a joke bombed and the final thing, but he liked it, it stayed in. And some critics complain that the laughs were too loud, that they're obnoxious, because they're not used to hearing a live audience without that sitcom barrier. They put a plexiglass barrier in a lot of sitcoms. Louis did not do that. When Rick Shapiro walked out naked in that episode, I watched it. It's the biggest laugh I've ever seen anything get in a live situation. Ever. And they were not, most of those people, they'd bust them in. They were like a lot of rehab people. Mm-hmm. They weren't fans of ours. They never heard of our dumb show because we didn't have the advantage of airing every week. We aired in a hunk. So we did 13 episodes where nobody knew who the fuck we were. So there was no build-up of characters like, oh, it's Kramer again, or it's this guy, or, whatever. So, I hate easy laughs, to me a lot of times what they do in sitcoms are easy laughs because they're going to fucking sweeten it regardless of whether the audience liked it or not.
The other thing for you, too, is that you get these things that you love, then you have them taken away from you from time to time, and the work that you do, it could all crumble down on you because of what we've seen happen with Imus.
Yes.
On and on and on. At any given moment, you could say something that could set everybody off.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not it's because people's outrage is fraudulent and dishonest. The Asian groups, to me, they're frauds, and just like the black groups are, and just like the women's groups and the men. I mean, what happens is special interest groups, they had a really good purpose and a very honest purpose, which is defending people who were being shit on and fighting for people who were vilified for no reason. But then once a lot of that's accomplished, well, if there's nothing to argue about or to bitch about, we cease to exist. And that's what keeps them going. So they're going to find something. So to me, you can't obsess about it. You can't obsess about, am I going to say the wrong thing? You know, if you go on the Tonight Show and you drop the N-bomb, you're a dumb motherfucker. But you were a dumb motherfucker 10 years ago to do that. You know what I mean? If you say something that you know, but the fact that Imus got dumped for that, it makes, first of all, no one safe, because he billed a lot for CBS. He billed a lot more than we'll ever bill because of the fucking sponsors he had. If he can get fired, any of us can go. And the outrage over that was completely fraudulent. I didn't buy it. I didn't buy it from black people. I didn't buy it from fucking anybody at CBS. I didn't buy it from any of them. It was just a chance because white people are terrified to be accused of being racist. So whenever another white person is called racist, they will usually co-sign for it. Because, oh, yeah, that's very terrible that he does that. Because they have a superiority complex. Boring.
Everybody's scattered from Imus, pretty much except for you guys.
Well, I mean, there was, comedians a lot of times defended him. But Whoopi Goldberg, to me, was a sin. You speak for, I love the fact that fucking rappers now are getting a dick stuck in them. Good. Because you motherfucker, of all people, rappers have gotten killed on content. Nobody has had their shit restricted or looked at harder than rappers. And they came out against them. They came out against a guy who was being fired for something he said. It was repulsive. D.L. Hughley was great. He said something. I'm going to steal his quote. I think he said free speech is a zero-sum game. He was just basically saying that there should be no limits on it other than what time, place, and matter in the Constitution. So the fact that and it is a fucking constitutional issue. Well, they're a company. They have the right to fire you. But you know what? It's like if you're coming after a guy and you're making him lose his livelihood because he said something that bothered you, then to me it is something constitutional about that. Because you can always find a reason to fucking justify booting somebody. The liberals say it's hate speech. The fucking conservatives say it's family values. They're all phonies.
Yeah, and then there you are right in between them. You don't have one group that's going to swing in.
No, that's why, by the way, when O&A got in trouble, the fact is we had people pushing back, which was very fortunate for us. Of course, Debbie and the fucking People Against Censorship, right? Did I get it right? That helped because now the news had somebody else to talk to.
Right.
They had somebody else to talk to. They had a bright woman to talk to, and they had other people out there reacting. They had something to focus on. It's amazing how guys like Sharpton and guys like Jesse Jackson, we all know that they're fucking cocksuckers, and yet they have influence. He said Hymietown. He said and he was a presidential candidate. It's amazing how anybody listens to him. He said he didn't like Jews. When you call New York Hymietown, you're saying, I don't like Jews. He's gone to, I think, to meet with Muammar Gaddafi. This is a guy who really has influence. But Imus says something, and he's fucking booted off the air because everybody's afraid of being, we're not racist, Jess,
So for you now, you've got to keep an eye on this, even when it's not you or anybody you know, and you'll be on the defense of this now. I mean, because if it happens anywhere, it's kind of happening to you.
Yeah, in a way it is, yes. Yeah. But we should all be disgusted by it. It's like I would never want anybody to not be able to say what they want, ever. I mean, I know I have a reputation for shitting on liberals, but my problem with liberals is not the political beliefs. It's not. I don't agree with a lot of them, but there's a lot of what they do that I love. My problem with them is they have become the conservatives. Like I perform in colleges, and they were places that want you to sign something saying you will not make racial jokes, you will not make gay jokes, and they hide behind, well, this has to be a safe haven. But they are supposed to be this oasis of free speech and free thought, and they've become as fucking repressive as anybody else.
Anything out of bounds for you? Anything at all where you go, geez, I'm not comfortable
with
that?
Yes, things that I think will hurt somebody in the moment. There's a difference to me between a subject like wheelchairs or burn victims. I know what my motives are at all times, but for a burn victim to be here, I don't mean you don't do racial jokes if there's a black guy or woman jokes if there's women. I'm saying if you're going out of your way to be vicious to somebody, to hurt somebody, and your excuse is I'm trying to be funny, you're being phony. To me, that's off limits. I really try, as vicious as I can be, to never truly try to hurt somebody because I really want people to laugh, man.
Right.
And, you don't want somebody to be hurt by what you're doing.
So for your thing is you would want the people, let's say if you were doing an Italian joke, you'd want the Italians to laugh at it.
Absolutely.
You don't want the Italians to be the only people in the room not laughing.
Not at all, because there's nothing you could talk about that will make me want to walk out. I'm one of these ignorant people. I hold everyone else to the same standards I hold myself to. You know what I mean? I don't care how radical you are on stage. I may find it repulsive, but I would never go, or, hey, Bob, ever. I loved Farrakhan. I really do. I loved Khalid Muhammad because these guys just enraged people. I didn't like what they said. I thought a lot of it was just shit. But I like the fact that, to me, they're great Americans because what they're doing is saying things that make people want to put bullets in them, and they're free to say it. That, to me, honestly, it's like... It's funny. It's like one of the sig pics on .net, message board that hates my guts, has a great fucking thing. It's free speech is not defending popular speech because by definition popular speech doesn't need to be defended. I don't know whose original quote that is, but it's brilliant, and we've lost that. And it really is frightening that people are now, they want this word banned. And it's like, what are you fucking doing, man? We're phony. We go around the world trying to impose our will on everybody else and talk about democracy, and we're simply just trying to pick apart what you can say and what you can't say and what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, just because somebody might be offended. Not because they're going to be hurt like fire in a movie theater, but they might be offended.
You know, I had never really thought about that till you brought it up, but if you look at Malcolm X and then even on the other side and go to like George Wallace, we don't have anybody who's that good on stage from a political point of view. There used to be great speakers. John F. Kennedy was a great speaker. Bobby Kennedy was a great speaker. But nobody would say George Bush or Gore or any of those guys really grab a room. It's almost a lost art form.
Well, Reagan, I think they called him the great communicator because he had an ability. I believe he had a Democratic Congress or Senate or whatever it was, and he had an ability to get shit through because he was such a wonderful speaker. Clinton was good, too. Clinton's a charismatic guy, man. You can't not love Clinton.
Maybe that, but you never remember their speeches. Those speeches are rarely quoted as much as some of the other people from the 60s.
I don't know. Part of that's probably because we're not putting out good people. Part of it's also because with the Internet and with 50 channels and with cable, there's so many more outlets. It's almost like when you said something in 1960, there were 3 stations and the radio station broke into it.
Right.
There wasn't all distractions of scandal. You imagine fucking Marilyn Monroe, the 2 brothers, how fast that would have made the papers today? But back then, they laid off. They didn't photograph FDR in a wheelchair. It's like everything you said, everybody watched.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then media didn't attack you a certain way. So I just think it was a different way of communicating back then as well.
It's also interesting to me that you're a guy who says, I don't speak much outside myself, and I see you doing that quite a bit when you want to. You know, It goes apart from some of the things that you say about yourself.
Well, like when I say I don't always obsessively talk about my own life, but if I talk about politics or whatever, I just try to skewer it honestly. I guess maybe what my own honest feelings about things are I'm not always right. I know that. I'm an ass sometimes. I'm a self-important idiot. I fucking trash things on the radio, and I'm wrong. And my opinion is wrong. But it's honest. You know what I mean? Who the fuck said you always have to be right? As long as you're telling the truth as you see it. You know, I mean, that's all I have, I should say.
All right, let's some folks going over here, and we'll take some questions for Jimmy and get this thing going. Just walk on over here to the microphone. Now you've been listening. Everyone's a little fucking nervous now, aren't you? These are all the people in the dark making those moaning noises.
I've just put them to sleep. And they're all like, all right, look, melatonin.
It always takes one. Here you go. What's your name, man?
Hey, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Hey, Jimmy, one of your first big breaks was with Dice.
Yes.
And I noticed listening to the show and a lot of the replays, especially when the guys would tear into him a little bit after the meltdown he had. You're always very quiet about that. Is there any animosity with the way things shook down, knowing he gave you such a big stage to work with, yet he went shitty on you?
Well, what happened with Dice was Andrew. I had a weird thing with him. My loyalty is with Opie and Anthony because I've been with them for so long, and what they've done for me is, I never fail to recognize what the guys have done, and it's not out of politeness; it's for real. I mean, they come to my book signings. They don't make money from that. They get nothing from that other than supporting me, and they like to meet the fan. You know what I mean? So my loyalty's with those guys. Andrew never bashed me personally. I know what he was doing with the radio show is just trying to make himself, I think, just trying to get something started to go on Stern. it makes me sad more than angry what happened because I loved him. I mean, he changed my life. It would be hard for me to bash Dice if he attacked me, I would attack him back.
Have you talked to him since that happened?
Yes, I've seen him once. Yeah. I saw him in L.A. What made me angry about Andrew though was I was touring with him and Jim Florentine, and then he stopped calling me back. We were supposed to do a date in Seattle. I just never heard from him again, and I didn't know why. So that kind of pissed me off. And then 2 years later, I saw him in Los Angeles, and we said hello. We hugged, and I'm like, what happened? He's like, I was going through my divorce. I was not good at talking, and it was over a joke. He thought I took a Christopher Reeve joke from him. And I'm like, man, I'm a comic. All I have is my integrity. What was the joke? And he goes, it's not a long time ago. Maybe I'm wrong, man. I apologize. It was, I was, in a weird place. I'm like, tell me the joke. And I forget what the joke was, but our jokes on Christopher Reeve were completely different. So it was like, maybe it was something else. You know what I mean? But I didn't steal a joke. But I have a really weird feelings about Dice. It makes me sad that it happened like that. Do you
think some comics always need that feud, though, to drag them? I remember Dice used to fight with Kinnison, and they both fought with different people. And it just seems like sometimes comics need that almost like rappers. They got to have somebody to be pissed at.
Yeah, I just think that he didn't need it with Opie and Anthony because those guys really loved him. I mean, they really did. Opie would hang out at his house. I mean, they were friends, off-the-air friends.
It just came from left field. There's no reason that
completely shocked. I mean, and this is stuff you'll hear on the air, but it's something I remember happening in person. And what the fuck is he doing? Why? It was confusion more than anything. And he said he was angry because Opie never called him back. When he called, Dice said, I want to talk to Opie before I go on the show because Opie's dad had been killed. And he said, I can't just go on and do the radio. But Opie wasn't calling anybody back then. He wasn't thinking of being courteous and calling a guy back. He was just trying to get through every day. So, that to me, it's made me sad that Dice took that route.
And it seems like friendships are really almost everything to you. It seems like some of your comic friends are the longest relationships of your life.
Yeah, I mean, well, again, I'm doing comedy 18 years now, almost. So it's like those are the guys I've been seeing for years. Mm-hmm. But there's that weird bond, man. You just my friends, I don't see each other often. It's funny, I'll be in the cellar one night. The next night, I'm in Dallas. He's in Los Angeles. He's in fucking Florida.
Right.
And I don't see them for a month. I'm like, oh, yeah, you moved to L.A. Fuck, I forgot. But, yeah, they're my longest relationships. I mean, and I'll always probably know Dice, unless something ugly happens. But I don't see it as happening. To me, I'm hoping everybody makes up someday. I'm like a little codependent whore.
Beyond your comedy friends, do you ever talk to people that you grew up with and have them go, Jesus, I hadn't seen you for years, and they're on HBO tonight? Is that the kid? He and I used to blow each other underneath the porch. That's got to be weird. Because I have the feeling you don't look all that different from when you're like 6 or 7.
Probably not. Nor do I behave that differently. Give me those ribs. Fucking, that was a sitcom little comeback. Fucking head should pop out of a laughing box sometimes when I talk. Yeah, man, there's certain people I got sober with that I still see and still talk to. But again, comedy's become so all-encompassing for me that I've lost touch with most people because 7 nights a week I'm doing that. Mm-hmm. And my whole life is that. And I don't mean that to be, pseudo deep, it's my life, but it really is. I'm obsessed, and I have been since I started. And it didn't wane. It got more and more and more. So the relationships that I've maintained are comedian relationships, even from way back when. Bobby Levy, one of my closest friends, Florentine. Florentine got me my first paid gig in comedy when he was jamming Jim, and he had long blonde hair, and I'm like, who is this horse's ass? He was just like a dumb Dee Snider looking guy, and he got me my first paid gig in 1990, and he's been one of my closest friends. So those are relationships I've kept.
You got sober so early, and now you say you struggle with the sexual addictions. Any of the other addictions ever come back to haunt you? Ever, still pressed about alcohol and drugs, or? Well,
the stuff with alcohol and drugs is more. Those are just symptoms of what the real problem is. It doesn't scare me the most, though. Sexual addiction is destructive, but alcohol for me, there's a risk of blackout and killing people or suicide. Like those are the ones that are terrifying to me. I mean, the idea of doing that is that's what I'm most afraid of, is I'm going to pick up again.
Do you have to work that all the time, or you feel like it's in the background a little bit?
I should. Yeah. I should be much more vigilant, because I think above all I'd be happier if I was paying more attention to the spiritual side of my life. Because, spirituality is just about giving to other people and caring for other people, and I've neglected a lot of that through this obsession through work, which really is a self-obsession.
And yet, it seems like, and I know it seems weird, but you brought up the term spiritual. A lot of your stuff, that's your sacred place. You on stage, you in front of a mic.
In my life, I should be more. I should be more. I mean, I pray every night. I should pray in the morning. And again, whatever religion you are, whatever, man. But I just got to say thanks at the end of the night for fucking being sober.
Right.
You know, I mean, I'm very lucky. I mean, I got sober when I was 18. I'm very fucking lucky.
And is that also, when you're saying this gift that you got to be funny, do you also equate that when you're writing? Do you feel like that's almost a spiritual thing? Or
no, it's funny. I don't think of it like that. I guess I should, but to me, it's been, I think, more of a reactionary survival thing. Like, not in a melodramatic
Primal
way, yeah, but it's been more of a reactive thing. Even though I know it's a gift. Always been, she doesn't like me, you know. But nobody fucks the comic, man. I mean, after a certain point, they start to. But at times, you really do just feel like the big-nosed clowns. They can go home and fuck their boyfriend. It really is irritating.
Hey, my name's Phil.
Hi, Phil.
Jim, you're brilliant, and Ron, no one gives a better interview.
I was thinking the same exact thing. I was thinking this was really going great.
There really is. We are in awe of fucking Ron and the interviewing skills, man. It really is a major. It's something to watch you just be able to fucking pull things out of people. Until you interviewed kids, I would have nothing to say to them. I really wouldn't. You know what I mean? Yeah. AIDS, AIDS. You know, and you fucking are so good at that, man. Yeah, I feel the same way about him.
I was wondering what art you like doing better, coming up with 5 hours of new material every morning on the radio, playing off, impromptu with a handful of guys, or going on stage night after night doing similar material in front of different audiences, trying to make them laugh.
It's the same. What they are, they're just different. I caught myself. I almost said different branches of the same tree. But I realized the only way to redeem myself would be to cut my throat. But it's the same thing. It's just about being funny. It's like when I'm in the room, maybe it's wrong to do it, but I'm playing to Opie and Anthony. I can't think of what people are thinking outside, which maybe probably makes me not as good of a radio guy as I should be. Mm-hmm. But I'm playing to my buddies. I'm talking to my buddies. That's what I'm thinking of, is what they are thinking.
And that's because you have Opie to be the broadcaster, to be able to think other people are paying attention to this, because you don't put yourself outside that.
No, I mean, and he's fucking great at that, because without that, I get off track so many times, and he's like, well, we got to get back to it. And I know that I would wind up not realizing how uninteresting something is, but he is a lot of times thinking about, all right, what are they thinking out there? What's going through their heads out there, and how do I make this a listenable fucking experience?
My name's Bobo, and I was wondering, can you cite like a single moment where you were inspired to become a comedian?
Yeah, watching Richard Pryor in 1979, 1980 on my TV with my parents, watching live in concert. It's the best stand-up ever done, Richard Pryor live in concert. I always was funny, I always made people laugh. But I didn't know what to do with that. I would write stories when I was a little kid and love when they would be read and people would be laughing. But I didn't understand what comedy was. And I watched him, and it was like, that's what you do with it. So yeah, that for me was the moment.
What was it? Because he was making you laugh, or you saw other people in your life laugh?
Both. My parents were laughing. I was laughing, and he was making people. That was done in Long Beach, California. Pryor made pimps laugh.
Yeah.
And fucking Huey P. Newton. He fucking he introduced Huey Newton. You know how radical you have to be? I introduced Opie and Anthony, and that shouldn't be done. He fucking introduced Huey P. Newton, the fucking leader of the Black Panthers, man. Those are the guys he made laugh. I mean, he fucking had. And
at the same time, he had your parents. You know, I mean, that's really, really strange. And it's a powerful thing, I think, when you're a little kid and you see your parents laughing at something, even if you don't get it. You're like, here's these people who I see being straight or are serious a lot, and they're losing it. And that's a powerful thing for a kid to see.
Well, he was so beautiful because he was doing really necessary and poignant racial stuff, and it was needed and it was genuine. But he never tried to make you feel guilty. I love that about him. He never tried to make you feel guilty about being a white guy, so you didn't have that out. You had to acknowledge it because he was just accurately portraying things. I mean, he was beautiful, man. He really was.
My name's Blake.
Hi.
And I had a question. You were talking about how you put it a post-timeless world now with all these special interest groups and all that, how they, find reasons to pick apart, like one little thing you say. I was wondering, how do you think that's affecting comedians and all that coming up? Like say, You get the average guy who's like trying to stand up now. Do you think it's harder for him to like try to break out? Say, for example, if you get Richard Pryor or Sam Kinison trying to debut in this post-Timeless world, it would be almost impossible for them to kind of make it because you got all these special interest groups, and at the same time you have the same things where it's affecting like even like comedy movies, like say a movie like Blazing Saddles or Zorro the Gay Blade. There's no way that would ever be allowed in this. And how do you think that affects like comedians trying to up-and-coming comedians?
Could Pryor break out the same way that you saw him in '79? Would that still happen?
Well, the necessity of what Pryor did is different now because times are different now. But the genius of him would be the same. He's Richard. Kinison was Kinison. Even though they didn't have as much political correctness, people stood outside with fucking signs and women's groups. They were attacked, man. Pryor, they were going to arrest him on stage one time. For Lenny Bruce thing, but he had 12,000 people in the audience, and they thought better of it because a fucking riot would have broke out. I mean, these are guys. Look at Lenny. Lenny didn't have political correctness, but Lenny shone. I mean, and he was never as funny as Pryor. But even Richard would acknowledge that Lenny kicked open the door for him to be able to do what he did. So yes, Pryor would succeed today. Truly funny people, I think, will not rise above it and change, but find a way to fucking take whatever it is at the time that's so repressive and you kick it in the balls. You can't co-sign it. You can't co-sign it because that's what, to me, what comedians do. It's our job in a way is to take what's awful and what people hate and make it funny. To me, that's I guess what I love about comedy is like I don't want to hear about fucking holding my girlfriend's purse in the mall. Gives a shit. It's like you know, like people who after 9/11. I remember, you couldn't go on stage and talk about 9/11, but at the Comedy Cellar, me, Patrice, Keith Robinson, and somebody else were talking about the fantasies we had after 9/11. We all had fantasies about how we would have behaved on the planes. It was a natural human reaction, and we started laughing at what idiots we were. And that's what we went on stage the week of and started talking about. Again, you have to be careful where you put the joke, but to me, that was to allow people to laugh at that. Because Keith Robinson, he's a dumb motherfucker. His fantasy was that he would have recognized they were terrorists and that he would have grabbed the stewardess and hit her before the plane took off. And when the cops came, he would have said, "Those guys are terrorists." That was a fantasy a grown man had about stopping 9/11. So Keith told me that, and I couldn't wait to go on stage and go, "Your host tonight, this is what a fucking dummy he is." And Patrice did it, and so yeah, man. I guess I don't know where I'm going with that, but there is a way to get through all of that stuff. You just can't you can't co-sign it.
I think that the best will always find a way to break through, no matter what's happened in the society. And occasionally, some people go, even though these things are suppressing us and we're being held back, a guy will rise up and get himself a couple of specials on HBO, be on the biggest morning show in the country, and even write a best-selling book. Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Norton, let him hear it.
Thank you.
What's up, Bill Burr in studio with us today. And this is, I don't think we've ever had this come up before, but Bill's going to be headlining Carnegie Hall, which is unfucking-believable.
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
It's the kind of gig that if you blow it, follows you the rest of your life.
Yeah, no, it's over. It's over. You just go right back to, I don't know, Side Splitters down in Tampa.
But is that even something that you were aiming towards in your career, or?
Well, I remember a couple years ago we started talking about trying to do a theater in New York, and we did the New York Comedy Festival a couple years ago. After I had Why Do I Do This came out, we did Town Hall. Mm-hmm. And, when you first start doing theaters, you're freaking out because you just think only 40 people are going to show up. But, Caroline's promoted the hell out of it. So we sold that one out. And Berkowitz, my guy who books me, was saying, "Dude, you put out another special. I'm telling you, we can get you, we'll get you Carnegie Hall or something like that." And I just, it's just something you can't, as an entertainer, not walk by that building wondering if you're ever going to get to do it and how awesome that would be. And I remember seeing guys like Louis Black and, Louis Black, who when I first came to New York, I remember watching him coming down to the cellar
And they were, you know, in the summers when there was like nobody around, there would only be like 30 people in the crowd. I remember the first time I saw him, he floored me. How funny he was. I just moved down to New York. I never seen him. You know, it was the first time I saw him doing that thing with the finger. And it was ungodly hot. And he just was talking about the misery because he had taken the subway down. And I don't know what it was. Maybe because I'm an angry Boston guy. His anger floored me. So when I saw, you know, that he was playing there, it was, you know, it's an inspirational thing when you actually see, even though he was way beyond me, to see somebody. Like, I saw that guy in front of 30 people, and now he's there.
Right.
Makes it seem way more tangible, but it always seems 5 years away, though.
But that is, so in the back of your mind, you would look at people that were there before you or doing well or having the kind of career. I mean, you always kept an eye on the other guys without...
A way to keep positive was I would always, you know, when I would start to get into a funk, I would just look at somebody else in this business who was in the same situation or worse and made it. And that's the guy you focus on, because if you go the other way, like, you know, you start thinking, oh God, that kid's 10 years younger than me, and he's doing I Love the 80s on VH1. You start doing that, you're gonna hate yourself.
And there's always that guy. There's always somebody who everybody else feels like didn't pay whatever due that they're supposed to do, even though, of course, there is no opening.
It's complete. Yeah, it's complete bullshit, because there's so much luck that is involved, and a lot of times when you get it really quick, it's a if it goes away real quick, you free fall all the way back down to where you were at, and then people have this, and then everybody's judging you, like, see, I knew he didn't deserve that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So.
And I've talked to a couple of those guys who hit it really early, and they weren't even sure what it was about them that worked. You know, I'll use Pauly Shore as an example. There was just something about Pauly and whatever was sweet about him, and then that time, and boom, everybody showed up before he even had an act. And then as soon as he was like, okay, I'm taking this serious, whatever that magic was kind of left him for a while.
Yeah, well, I remember I was right in his wheelhouse. Like, I hadn't started comedy yet when he hit on MTV, and I loved him. I thought, this is back when MTV, if you believe it or not, was actually awesome. And they played like music, and they had like all these crazy characters, like Randy of the Redwoods. Remember him?
Yeah.
It was hilarious. They had all this weird stuff on there, and he fit right in, you know, with that I'm the Weasel and all that. Everybody makes fun of that now, but it was hilarious to me, and he was really funny and really likable. And I don't know. That stuff is that's always in the back of my head, so I never think, you know, it's not like I'm doing this gig coming up, I can't even say it, but doing this gig.
A certain hall.
Yeah, certain venue. Doing it. Yeah, it's overwhelming, and there's no way to say it without sounding arrogant, you know? So, you just always, in the back of your head, it's just like, you know, I could go back to just regular shit.
But in the same time, that's been a long run to get there. I mean, you've been doing this, how long?
Going to be 20 years next March.
Right. So if somebody,
Jesus.
I know, it's
brutal.
Yeah, I mean, it is a commitment, because your life, if you're going to get the level that you're at right now, unless there's some kind of a mad break where a sitcom falls into your lap, but to really be into that thing and be able to pull it off, it's more than any young person should want to pay with their life. You know what I mean? To be like 20, 22 years old and hear, hey, in 20 years, all the things that you dreamed about today will start to come true. Who would fucking pay that?
Yeah, if you told me it was going to take 20 years, I didn't think that. When I got in this business, I was like 23. And I was like, by the time I'm 30, I'll be famous. I'll have all this. And, you know, the hell was that when I was 30? I think I just moved back to New York, and I was splitting a walk-through bedroom with Robert Kelly. There was three of us in this railroad apartment, and the guy who owned it, like, or was renting it, he had the main bedroom, and then there was a walk-through bedroom, and then there was this living room area with the pull-out couch, and, you know, we lived like that for like the next year. How we didn't kill each other. We came close a couple of times, but, you know, it was the 90s. You could go rollerblading and stuff. It was nice.
But at the same time as that's happening, guys that you went to school with that picked a civilian life, they're making better money than you, they're married, they're having kids. So at that point...
I never thought about that.
No.
I never thought about what kids I went to school with or were doing. I was just more. I don't know. I was always just focused on being. I thought being a stand-up comedian was the coolest thing ever, and I thought being a stand-up comedian in New York City was the coolest thing you could possibly be. And I never thought like, oh God, he's in banking. Why didn't I do that? It just seemed like I wanted to have fun, and this seemed like a fun job. And to this day, like I was just meeting with some people about possibly blogging for their website, and they were just like going, well, what do you think? Maybe once, twice a week? And immediately I said, that's like a job. I don't want to do that. Can I just, can I just wing one? Can you videotape it? Hey, go fuck yourself, right? And then, put that up once a month. I have no... Yeah,
I'm sure you're going to flesh it out more than, hey, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I always have a general direction that I'm going to go in before I do something. But, like, I had no... Yeah, I hated homework. I hated studying. I hated to have to do stuff because other people told me how to, you need 2 years of a language. You got to do all that fear that they put on you in high school. Like, I thought I was going to be homeless by the time I was 19 because I was failing miserably in high school, and all I wanted to do was, make people laugh and drink Budweisers.
Well, you showed them you weren't homeless. You were splitting a room with Robert Kelly. Now who's the loser?
You know what's funny about that? That never entered my mind is how old I was when I did that. I mean, that is like pathetic. I should have been on my 4th divorce to be living like that at that age, and it never dawned on me. And, it's that Peter Pan lifestyle, just ridiculously. I've lived a ridiculously immature life, and it's getting sad at this point. I think I need to get married and have kids at some point because, I don't know.
But is that a catch-up move that you want to make? Is that something that you care about, or?
It's something for the first time in my life I'm finally feeling like I can address it. I used to blame it on the career and be like, well, I don't want to get married and have a kid because I got to do the road and I'm not going to see the kid and blah, 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 blah. But it was really, a zillion other reasons, which were probably the reasons why I ended up becoming a comedian and have the need to sit in a room as you guys stare at me,
Instead of having children and loved ones around you?
Yeah. No, that's just the way it works. You guys, you're great. I go, go fuck yourselves. And I take, and I'm out. So, yeah, now it seems, but I'm a psycho. And I was really, a lot of people look at me like I'm angry, like I'm nowhere near the level of anger I used to have. And I would have been a shitty father. I really would have, because I would have repeated some of the things that, weren't necessarily good things. That I learned when I was a kid.
So the anger literally always has been there. You were like an angry kid, or?
No, I don't. I've actually thought about that. I wasn't. I'm this way because this isn't who I am. This is who I kind of became, and it was just because of I think the family dynamic and just where I grew up, Boston.
Right.
It's just everybody fucks with everybody, and there's a misery. I can't understand it. I was watching, what's that where they go out and they try and catch crab? The Deadliest Catch?
Oh, yeah, Deadliest Catch.
So now, of course, because that's a success, they got to whore out that franchise. So now they're showing like 4 Boston guys on a lobster boat. I don't know what it's called, but they are the most negative people. The guy's sitting there listening to the weather report going like, yeah, where the fuck was that yesterday, you fucking cocksucker? Just like this guy's supposed to... and then, and they're like morons, and the amount of times the stupid traps have gone over, and they go, that could have dragged somebody, and their whole reaction to it, dude, that fucking sucked. Like, that's the level of examining that they're doing. I'm just like, how am I part of that gene pool? I really am that dumb.
Well, the people in Boston, is like the furthest east that you could be, and they got off the boat and never explored the country whatsoever. They just, when they got off the boat, they just stayed there. And they've been pissed ever since.
I think, but there's a truth to that everywhere. Like, people who live in New York City, they just, because, Jay-Z tells them it's awesome. They don't think they ever have to leave. And New Yorkers are hilarious. Everywhere they go, they think sucks. They'll be like, it's like 4 a.m. Like, you can't get a fucking slice. This place fucking sucks. And it's like, you're trying to do New York shit. Like, that's what people tell me. I live in L.A. now, and they're just like, how you like L.A.? And I'm like, I love it. You hate New York? No, I love New York. It's just when I'm in L.A., I do L.A. shit. You know what I mean? I'll get a burrito. I don't bitch about the pizza. I get it. They don't know how to make it, you know? Burritos here suck. They're horrible. So you just, when in Rome. It's very simple.
So for you think that this, although I'll say this, I think you have had more change than a lot of comics. Like, I'm going to say even growth in yourself.
Oh,
and I think that that's part of opening up to get you away from certain comedy cliches, certain stereotypes. And I always feel like when I see your stuff, you'll go with that. You still go with the anger thing, but you're opening up to maybe places that the audience hasn't gone before. And bring it up for just not jumping into the cliche about you've got to pick New York or L.A. Right. I mean, it's never fucking been done. Really, people don't. They just go, all right, which one am I?
Right.
But you go out of your way to get the audience to think in a way that they hadn't thought before. Is that something that started happening over the years, or again, did you come in with it?
How did that come about? I think some of that came about. I just think from doing hell rooms and trying to get people to pay attention. I would start, rather than having just necessarily a setup, I would more make like a statement that would make people go, what the fuck did he just say? And you sort of lead them like you're gonna take. It's kind of like when I did the rescue dog bit. I start off making fun of how guilty that commercial makes you feel, and I'm making fun of the one-eyed pug and all the chewed-up dogs on that thing. So see the face you just made, exactly. And people just they pull back, and then I'm leading you to the fact that I rescued a pit bull, and now I'm head over heels in love with it. So if I just come in all daffodils and just going, you people should rescue animals, it just comes right. It comes. So you got to make it funny. But there's another thing. Like, I enjoy annoying people. I don't know why. Not like the whole crowd, obviously, because then I'd be bombing. But there's a segment, like, that's when I'm having the most fun, when like 80% of the crowd is loving it, and then there's that 20% just going like just looking around, like, how are you laughing at this? And people don't notice. Sometimes I can see them, and if I can figure out what they're reacting to, it becomes like a game to see, like, if I can get them to yell at me or get up and start to leave. I mean, other than that, because there's a danger once you put together an hour that works, is you can just stop working, and then and you're just, oh, it's a joke. I'll just show up. can drink all fucking night. I'll walk my way through the radio, and I'll just keep doing this hour that I have memorized, and I'll be thinking about doing my taxes as I'm doing my jokes. But then what happens is everybody else catches up with you, and the next thing you know, you're that guy on stage going, what's up with the Carter administration? Is this crazy? And you become that guy, which is then it's over.
Yeah. Also, I think something leaves them subconsciously, even if it's the same material done the same way. The lack of freshness, new people will pick up on. Totally. But when you go back to hell gigs, I think the easiest thing in the world is then to kind of lower your material to just winning over that room that night. And I think a lot of people do that. Where you'll go, I'm going to do whatever joke I have to do in this room. Instead of, I think that your thing was always to go in and change the way people think. I think it was
more anger. I would get mad that I chose this job, that there wasn't security, and I would go up there and I wished I could have been that. Like, look at this guy. This guy's crazy. How many? I try to do that. I just don't have that cruise ship welcome aboard vibe at all. And when I try and do it, it comes off horrifically phony. And I don't know. I think a lot of the reasons why I was able to get away with being angry on stage is just looking like Ron Howard. Like, no one necessarily really took me seriously. Like, I think if I actually looked like a hardcore dude, that I don't think that would work for me. But I think, just having the Opie look, I think, helps. I would think.
That's the first time that's ever been said in history. Even Ron Howard doesn't feel good about that.
Well, that's the great thing about comedies. Whatever's wrong with you becomes your go-to. Is my head big or what? Then you cry backstage. I knew they always thought that.
But with so many comics, you're like, boy, if it really bothers them that much, he should make the change. Whatever it is. Right. If you're so worried about being bald, buy a hat, whatever. Why you spend an hour talking about your scalp?
Well, I think, yeah, you obsess about it.
Yeah, obsess about it.
Yeah, it's such a slow, painful process.
For you, though, you do some material, I guess, that would be considered somewhat edgy. You'll talk about race in ways I don't think anybody else is doing it, quite frankly. And again, it's that thing of people come in with one perception, they're going to laugh, and it's going to kind of force them to maybe look at everything that they held on before that. But do you ever worry that sometimes the audience could leave with the wrong idea?
No, I got over that a long time ago.
Yeah.
Because I would be saying things, not necessarily jokes about race, just anything. And it was, people would come up to me and just, you know, if they had a problem with it. I just figured out probably like 7-8 years ago, it was just like, I have no control over how people in the crowd process what I say. Mm-hmm. And it's not my fault if they process it in a fucked up way. Because I know what I mean. I don't say anything from a malicious point of view. And like that, that's one of the problems I have when I see comics getting attacked to what they say, is that the person in the crowd, you know, just comes right out of the gate saying what they meant. It's like, you're not in their head. You don't know what they meant, you know? Mm-hmm. And like, and the amount of, you know, the selfish audience member that I call him is the person who will sit there for 40 minutes. Everything's funny. Oh, knocking this out of the way. Mm-hmm. Everything's funny. You know, obese people, poor, anything you're making fun of, it's all funny. And then it comes around to the subject that pertains to their life. And then all of a sudden, it starts becoming the statements you made. I love that word. Statements? When did I go from telling jokes to being up here making statements? And I got a lot of that with the stay-at-home mom bit. I got a lot of that with the rescue dogs. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, I was making statements. And it's like, I'm not making statements. I'm joking. And this is the subject that I'm joking about. So when I used to do the bit about going up to Harlem, right. You know, the white guy going up to Harlem to go date a black girl. And I remember being in Tampa. And somebody came out to me and was like, I like this guy. He's not afraid of black pussy. That's what he said. And I just remembered looking at the guy like, that's what you got out of that bit? That was like the total fish out of water, like the comedy classic. Yeah. Like that, the premise of that bit is nothing original. It's just like, I feel out of place, which is how so many comedies are. That's what it was. And like I didn't know what to do, and I kind of had like this level of guilt, and then I was just like, I can't help it that he's a fucking moron, and because he's a moron, I shouldn't tell that joke that 80% of people are gonna get, you know. So I don't know. So I don't worry that it's that it gets taken in that's you just end up compromising your act. And then you have this great story about going up to Harlem, but now I can't do it because this idiot who already thinks the dumb shit he thinks. Right. You know, it's like, it's not if I don't do the bit, he's not a moron anymore. He's just going to focus on something else and just say, whatever the hell he's going to say. Green shirt, what, you fuck lizards? You know, he's going to say something like that, right? He's still going to think that stuff. So why shouldn't I do the joke that reasonable people are going to understand?
And it's happened to everyone. I've heard people repeat like a Chris Rock bit, you know, in completely the wrong fashion, and and I'll see some bit, and I'll like, well, that's fucking perfect, and then I'll have somebody repeat it to me, and I'm like, what the hell? That's what
what you do to it? Yeah. It's like, comedy karaoke. Yeah. They're doing an out-of-tune version of what they heard.
They'll use it like, even Chris Rock knows. Shut up. You got that fucking...
Oh, yeah. That bit gave a lot of white people. See, he says it about him, too. Yeah, right. That's what he's saying. And it's just like the whole thing... Now, what if he didn't do that bit? That's one of the, I mean, that is like probably the best bit of the 90s. Like a whole decade, that was like the best special. And, I mean, I still don't know if anybody's come with a special that hit like that since then. And what if he didn't do that bit? How much less would that bring it down? Because to me, that was the high water moment of that special. But, you know.
And again, there's that great piece of... Boy, you think about life in one way, and here it is, turned for you. Here it is switched. Where a lot of times if I'm watching, like, I don't know, like late night TV now, and I'm watching the different hosts. It's almost like they're confirming whatever the audience thinks, whether they're at home. Here's the news of the day. Here's your Kim Kardashian joke. Right. Here's the Viagra joke. Whatever it has to be, because there's a certain safety that you need to be welcome into the home every single night. But the real brilliant stuff is where you don't necessarily agree with the comedian and maybe still be laughing along with it, that to me is always the great stuff.
Yeah, Chris Rock has actually, as an audience member, made me mad like 2 or 3 times when I'm watching, but I love him.
Yeah.
But that's because he has such a strong point of view, and he'll say something, and occasionally if he's talking about white guys, he'll say something that I don't agree with, and it's like something that'll piss me off for maybe 5-10 minutes, but then it comes back around again. Like, that's why I love this guy's work.
Yeah. And I see you in that direction. I mean, I see your material being done that way, and I see you thinking about stuff, I think, more than a lot of your contemporaries.
Well, I don't know about that.
No, I know it to be fucking true.
Okay. And you know what's funny? By the time somebody here processes it, you know what Bill Burr said about himself? Wait a minute, I didn't say that shit.
This guy, first of all, he's bragging about Carnegie Hall.
No wonder his goddamn head's so big. It's filled with that giant fucking ego.
And he's comparing himself with Chris Rock for 40 minutes. But you are now, like when you first started doing stand-up, you're being compared to the other open mic guys. Hey, that third guy was the funniest. But at the point that you are now, when you're playing Carnegie Hall, when you're doing HBO specials, you're being compared, whether you like it or not, to the best people who've ever walked out and done this.
Basically, you haven't looked at my website, because right after that, I think I'm at the Funny Bone in Columbus.
But nobody
So I feel like I won a contest.
Right.
For one night and one night only. See what it's like, and then right back to your life.
I don't know. You're doing a lot of TV and movie stuff now. It feels like there's a wave that you're riding.
Yeah, it's kind of I've gotten a couple of things in the last few years. I basically did one movie like 2.5 years ago, and then I did a couple episodes of Breaking Bad. Other than that, the IMDb page is pretty barren. It's a quick read.
But those are cool things to be involved in, right?
I have really lucked out in that the few things that I've done. I was thinking about that the other day. Like Breaking Bad was just a show. I don't know why. I always watch sports, and I have other hobbies that I don't necessarily follow TV shows that much. And there was something about the billboard. I don't know. Breaking Bad, I never heard that expression. They were sitting there in those toxic waste suits, and I was like, I'm going to watch that. I'm going to see what that's about. And I was hooked from the first episode, and all of a sudden I got to do that. By the 4th season, when everyone was watching it, saying it's the best show on TV, I lucked out with that, and then I lucked out getting to do a couple sketches on Chappelle's show, which goes on to becoming like I'm like Forrest Gump, standing next to all this awesome stuff, going, paging Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman, you have a phone call at the front desk. It's kind of like what I feel like. So I don't have a lot of credits, but I've delivered 3 lines on some of the best shit in the last 10 years. But it looks great on the resume.
Yeah,
I was on that. I don't remember him. There's a reason for that.
But there's nothing about stand-up that prepares you for that other stuff, right? I mean, it's a totally different game.
The only thing that prepares you, I guess, I would say, would be the pressure, learning how to freak out and not to have anybody notice. You know what I mean? But I would say, acting is so much different than stand-up. Is like I stand and I look at you guys and I address you guys and I react to you guys, and if I feel an energy, I don't stop the script in my head. I'm like, Jesus Christ, what just happened in here, or something like that. But when acting, all of a sudden, especially like if you're doing like a sitcom taping or any sort of theater, which I haven't done. I've done acting classes, which is my theater, and it's the exact opposite. Now I have to block that out that I'm so used to looking at, and I have to interact with you and somebody else, and then it becomes really different, especially if we were to do a comedy where I don't think about timing, like set up punch, because it's just I'm talking, and I have my own whatever. You just have your own thing of doing it. But all of a sudden I'm with you, and it's like, oh, I gotta figure out how you work as we're rehearsing, and I gotta figure out how to float that over to you so you can smash it out of the park. Or if you're throwing at me, I gotta make sure I don't miss it. And it's something that it definitely takes a minute. And if I could have gone back, I probably still wouldn't have done it differently. But I maybe would have taken some more improv classes. I think I would have taken, which is, you know, every comedian on the planet makes fun of. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, those improv shows are brutal.
Right.
And they're not necessarily improv. If you watch a troupe a couple of times, it's like, oh, you go with, you know, you got your little bits in there, you know. But just as far as, like, if you're in a scene and you want to start improving, I just wish I did more of that, because a comedian's gut is to be, like, not to help. It's to insult.
It's the
and
tank.
that really, if you do that with an actor, they're like, this guy's, what a horrible person, you know? It's like, I think two comedians can improv with each other, and it just quickly degenerates to us making fun of our obvious physical flaws. I think it would always end up with that, where, like, they're able to be like, you know, I was on a boat. Oh, I'm on the boat with you. And they just start, like, they just totally go with you. So...
Yeah, there is with comedians will want to pull the rug out from underneath each other. You know,
we enjoy watching each other bomb. It's fun. Like, there's nothing I like better than watching my friends. Like, obviously, if it was a big gig, if they were on TV, like Letterman or something, I wouldn't enjoy it. I would have to look away. But, like, you know, anytime, you know, to this day, you know, I watch somebody down the cellar or something, a friend of mine, and they'll fucking ta-da, end the joke, and it's got nothing, but they're so seasoned at this point, just watching them try to play it off, like going like, yeah, you know, so, you know, the stuff in the news, and they try to, like, and then what happens is, whenever that happens to me, then I always hear my friend laughing in the back, and then the crowd already knew it bombed, but them laughing makes them laugh, and now the whole crowd's laughing at you bombing. You're like, fuck you guys, whatever you guys.
Well, you brought up a thing that not a lot of comics talk about, is feeling the pressure without people knowing. So, you know, most people think to themselves, I can never walk up on stage in front of a lot of people, I'm too scared. But a comic will still feel that same fear as a civilian and still walk out in it anyway. Did you ever, in the early days, did you show fear on stage, or?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
The first 8 years of my career, the amount of movement that I did on stage that had nothing to do with what I was talking about, and it was all nervous energy. I would show, if it wasn't so dangerous to show video nowadays, because the entire world will see it because everyone uploads it now. I have video of me, I think it was at the Comedy Connection in Boston, or maybe the Grill 93 in Andover, Massachusetts. I am standing on stage doing 7 minutes of comedy. I never stop moving. I'm just going back and forth, and I'm pouring sweat, like I'm playing basketball, and I'm just going, you know, just walking back and forth. Hey, you see, what's up with crisscross? I mean, this is crazy. And the fact that I'm actually getting laughs is beyond me, because the movement I'm doing on stage is so disconnected. I can't believe that anybody's just like, what the fuck? Somebody got a gun in, like pointing at this guy? No, it took me. I used to get so nervous when I would go to New York. Was a huge leap for me, because, you know, I grew up, you know, all white suburbs. Boston is really, like, segregated, and so I used to, my first 3.5 years was me performing in front of angry white guys in Boston, which I'm an angry white guy, so it was sort of my own little blue-collar tour, where, you know, it's rednecks performing for rednecks, and it's just like everything I say, we hear you, brother, you know? So they totally understood. So there was this whole other element that I didn't learn how to do, which was like, okay, now you're in front of a group of people that aren't like you. Can you bring them into your world? And when I went down to New York, all of a sudden it was black, white, Puerto Rican, Jewish, Asian, everything. And I remember getting, I would get really frustrated, because I would go, I know individually I can make everybody here laugh, but I'm getting up there, you know, a couple of do-rags in the crowd, that was it. I was on my heels at the back of the stage, like, wow, this is the real deal. Like, that guy, I think that guy is from Brooklyn, you know? You know, from all these places that you actually heard that got shout-outs on rap albums, so they had an unbelievable level of credibility. And this was right before Giuliani, like, you know, scrubbed down the city and pushed everybody. I don't know where the hell he put him. But like people were selling drugs right down there, Washington Square Park, and all that. It was definitely. And I was the typical wide-eyed white boy, like looking at people for that half a second too long. You know, I didn't know how to glance at the crazy guy or the guy selling drugs, so I got a lot of, the fuck you looking at? Sorry, it's just fascinating.
But it's crazy to wrestle the fear for that long. 8 years, and you're still feeling...
Still, yeah, on big shows, and there was a lot of, just ton of frustration, and just wanted to, like, not literally kill yourself, but just having that feeling, like, just, I remember, like, just some sets were so bad, and you were so embarrassed, like, the next morning I'm waking up and I would be in the shower, and the second I thought about the most humiliating moment, I would just instinctively just would be like washing my hand, just go, I would just like, I would just try to almost like yell the thought out of my head. It was just fucking. Oh, and the college gigs. I swear to God, every other college gig I did during that time, like they would never have you in any sort of functioning room to do comedy. There's always something else going on, completely distracting. They'd stick you in cafeterias while people are eating lunch. I'm not even joking. Then they'd be like, yeah, we don't have a microphone. Is that going to be... I mean, we have one, but there was always a guy. The guy who has the keys to the closet to get all the comedian stuff, he's not here. And then they would give you the worst intro ever. Like, whenever you give an intro that you want to say, he's this guy, he's been on this, and this, and now please welcome, you say the name last. And they would always say your name first. Your comedian Bill Burr, he's been on Comedy Central, and Conan O'Brien, and here he is. It was just, and you just walk up there, you didn't have a prayer. You didn't have a fucking prayer, and I just remember driving away from so many community colleges, screaming at the windshield that, you know, I'm never fucking doing a noon. They were called Nooners. You would do comedy at 12 noon. One in the afternoon. They were ridiculous, but I needed the money, so every time you couldn't resist it, because you do one at 1 and then drive all the way to fucking Arapahoe Community College and then do another one at 7 or 8. But
they've been going on forever, and you think, like, if a nooner ever worked Caroline's, would have thought, hey, here's a great market.
Yes.
You know, there's an afternoon comedy market we never knew about.
Yeah.
But they're fucking bright enough to know that you can bring Bill Cosby in at noon, and it's not going to work.
For the life of me, I don't know why they thought it would be a good... My favorite nooner I ever did, I always ended up being in Colorado. I was somewhere in Colorado, and I went up, and there was no stage. I did have a microphone, and nobody knew that there was going to be a show. And I went up there, and I got to do an hour. And it's just, it was, and I used to always just think, okay, what time is it? 1 o'clock, okay. At 2:05, I'm going to be in my Dodge Neon, just driving away from this place. It'll be like it never happened. And I went up there, and I don't know, I went into this zone, and I didn't give a shit. And I just started shitting on everybody in there. And I can't remember what I was talking about, but I totally believed whatever I was saying. I just felt like I had, like, razors flying out of my mouth. People just looking up from grilled cheese sandwiches. And I don't remember what the last thing I said. Something about this guy walked by. He had, like, on a 3-piece suit, cowboy hat, and boots. I'm like, look at this fucking guy. Looks like he's trying to get a loan for a horse, right? And, which, to this day, it bugs me that didn't get a laugh. And I was just shitting on everybody. I was shitting on the school, and I was saying how, you know, it's a fucking ripoff, and that, you know, I don't know what I said. And then, like, I was like 20 minutes into my set, and the girl who booked it, like, sort of walks up to me, which is hilarious because there's no stage, and she just sort of walks up to me and hands me this note. And as I'm doing my, you know, whatever the hell I'm talking about, it says, "Can you wrap it up in 5?" And I was like, fuck, I'll wrap it up in 3, right? And then in the back of my head, I was like, oh, fuck, am I going to get paid? And I got off, and they gave the check, and they paid me, and they apologized, just saying, yeah, I think this was a bad idea. This just wasn't right. It's not you. And everything I ever wanted to hear, like, yeah, it isn't me. It isn't me. It's you guys. I came here to make people laugh, not to stand up here being humiliated for a fucking hour. Can you call all the other colleges and tell them what you learned? So that was my favorite one I ever did. And there was occasionally I would get...
That was your best set ever.
Occasionally I would get into zones, and I would absolutely destroy at 1 in the afternoon, but it happened probably about 8% of the times. Other than that, they'd be up and down or just complete bombing. I still remember one in Kansas, somewhere in Kansas, God knows where. I was standing up there, and it was like a half-empty cafeteria that was like the size of a stadium. And I was just, my bombing was just echoing off this acoustically perfect lunchroom. And I remember there was like, there's always like the table of like all the black kids sat together. Like college is so hilarious. Like everybody gets all mixed up. You just look at the cafeteria. It's like all groups are just with each other. And I remember just totally bombing, and they're just sitting there looking at me. And one of the dudes just walked by, and he walked like within 3 inches of my face as I'm just standing there, and I'm off. This is another thing too. I was off, so I had to stick with my act. I couldn't even improv, and I'm just running material, and he just walked like within an inch of my face and went, and continued walking, and I had nothing. And then they all just sat there laughing at me, and I looked down. I had like 40 minutes to go. And, it was fucking brutal. That was another one. Shower the next morning. Yeah. Jesus, I haven't thought of those in a while. I wonder why.
It's a tremendous amount of pain to build those calluses to get.
Well, you know what you do? All you do is whenever that happens, what the therapy is you immediately call one of your comedy friends and you start telling all the pain of the story, and they're just dying laughing. Then, of course, because they're a comedian, they then try and top your fucking story.
Right.
And then in the end, you just make fun of whatever you think the other person is wearing over the phone. And you get out. And that would basically be it. But I remember that doing way back when I was in Boston and driving back from some hell gig in Lee, Massachusetts, and oh, wait a minute, I couldn't call. I had to drive because it was before cell phones. When I got home, the first thing I did, I called Dane Cook, and I called him up and told him the story about somebody throwing a dinner roll at me. There was like a bachelor party in this function room that had nothing to do with the stand-up I was doing. I was standing there, and the owner was writing down all my jokes because he wanted to do stand-up. It was a nightmare. And I remember being on stage. I was livid, absolutely livid. And they threw that thing, and I looked over, and there was like 4 guys standing there just waiting for me to make some sort of aggressive move so they could white Rodney King me, right? And so I had to just swallow it, and I couldn't do anything. I'm driving away, screaming out the window at them, "Go fuck yourself!" So, and I think that was the first time I remember doing that. I called Dane, and he was laughing his ass off, just going, oh, every pain of each detail.
He was one of the guys that you started with, Dane?
I started with a ridiculous level of the class that came. It was Dane Cook, Patrice O'Neal, myself, Robert Kelly, Bob Marley. I know I'm going to forget somebody and they're going to get pissed I didn't bring them up, but that was like the core group. Those guys I saw every single night for like 3.5 years when I lived in Boston. Every single night. We did it every night. And that's back when Nick's Comedy Stop had a show Monday through Sunday. Monday was the open mic night. I remember just to get on a Tuesday was the biggest thing. There was this guy, Kevin Knox, greatest guy ever. And he was such a beast of a comic. He used to host the show, and we used to joke that saying, he didn't host the show. He took like breaks from killing. Like he would just fucking probably, and then he'd just be like, "All right, your next act," and you'd come up and just try to hang on, try to ride this wave to the beach. And I remember it was such a huge thing to go from a Monday to a Tuesday, that was considered a professional night. I remember having a panic attack. Will my jokes work on a Tuesday? I remember thinking that, like, for some reason, the people who went on Monday were more forgiving. So, those were the guys that I started out with.
That's a tremendous crew, but, a lot of people from Boston of different eras have the same kind of stories.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of different waves of great Boston comedians that probably put against any other city in terms of...
I was unbelievably lucky to have gotten to start there, and just because the guys who started set the bar so high. It was a combination of them setting the bar high, and then there was this ridiculous level of making sure people were original and you weren't stealing material. Like if you even remotely drifted into somebody's lane, it's not like he got beat down. That was the earlier days. Like we all had heard stories about this one guy who got his nose broken by I never named names, by this one particular comedian, and that's hung in everybody's head. Oh, you steal a joke, you get your nose broken. So, I think it was all of that, a combination of that, and then just the guys who came before us was so funny.
Did you feel good, though, like suddenly find yourself as part of that tradition? I mean, the fact that it was set up where we're not the kind of guys that will go for the easy laugh, that we are the kind of guys that'll try to be original?
It was something that I wasn't aware of until I moved. Because I just was like, this was what the scene was, and these are the rules, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I would go to other cities, you know, as I first started headlining, working like C rooms, and I would look at their comedy scene, and I was just like, wow, this scene is terrible, and these comics suck, and wow, Boston is amazing. Like, you know, and it was one of those things. Not like there was less talented people other places. They didn't have the comedy scene where you could have people to look up to, and you had all these rooms that you could do. You know?
Well, because if you don't have to please each other, if you don't go, we set the standards, the audience isn't necessarily going to set the standards. They just go out to laugh, so they don't give a shit what it is.
Right.
But it's up to those other guys to say, this is what it really is.
Right.
Or else it falls apart. So that is really strange that you think it even goes back 15, 20 years before you. This kind of tradition of the kind of what Boston comics should be.
Yeah, the Ding Ho, all those guys. You know, Steve Sweeney, Don Gavin, Lenny Clark, Kevin Knox, all of those guys. DJ Hazard, Kenny Rogerson, Jimmy Tingle. Those guys are like, you know, the Mount Rushmore of Boston comedy. Is like, it's like these 12 guys. Stephen Wright. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And then there was the waves after those guys and the waves after that. And I think we were probably, I don't know, depending on how you judge it, I guess those guys were late 70s when they started. I would think that we were probably like the fifth wave, if every 3 years or so, that came through. And, you know, those guys were still headlining.
And making good livings.
Tony V was the first guy who showed me that you didn't have to write out your act. He was a guy who told, you know, he hadn't written a joke down in 10 years. He just had it all in his head, and I was just like, well, what happens if you forget a bit? He goes, well, that means it's time to stop doing it. I remember, like, I just thought that was the craziest thing ever, and then it was just something that years later I was like, oh, I get it. I get how this works. So that's why he's so present on stage, and I look like I was reading like a teleprompter, you know?
And nothing that comes easy. I mean, that takes years to stop looking like you've memorized your act. I mean, it takes a long time to pull that off. I think it's so interesting, though, that you get into that scene that you love so much and you were proud of, but then you have to be pushed out into the rest of the country. I mean, at some point, like you say, some guys will stay because you can get over and make a good living at it, but you had this thing that you had to do the road, or you wanted to do the road?
Yeah, like I said, I wanted to go to New York. It's so hilarious now how I looked at things. Like, I remember when you know, a comic in Boston had like a road gig, and he was going to Cleveland, or he was going to Kansas City. That just sounded like the coolest thing ever to me for some reason. Like, yeah, I'm on the road. You know what I mean? I gotta go to Santa Fe. Like, for some reason, I thought that was going to be awesome, and it was initially. Initially, it was awesome. Like, just to go and see all this different kind of stuff. And then it became like, oh, Jesus Christ, there's a misery to this, and there's a loneliness to this. That's when I started going to, like, sporting events on the road and ballparks and all that type of stuff, and, like, having something good to do there, something to look forward, other than just sitting in the fucking comedy condo, which is the most disgusting thing ever.
Right.
Yeah. Because
literally, the road will kill people. It will kill people.
Oh, yeah. You can very easily become an alcoholic. I always said it was just regular people. You know, what would you do if after every job you had, every night, there was an open bar? And you could just go there and have 3 Heinekens and maybe a shot. And you're like, hey, all right. You could actually, back then, you could actually drink on stage. And it was just there. And I didn't become an alcoholic, but I definitely got the booze head after a while. You know, I just you know, every night having a couple, 2 or 3, and then you had the one where you went all out. Then I went on the road with that degenerate Joe DeRosa. I always give him shit.
Do you find the road any easier now, or is it still, the travel part is still tough?
No, it's way easier. It's way easier. Once you become... I'm actually probably not as strong a comic as I was a few years ago. It's just because once people come to see you, they're paying to see you, you come out on stage, you're like, hey, like you already, they're like yours to lose, as opposed to, like, you know, I got to get these guys. And I remember, excuse me, a couple of years ago, I was getting ready to do a Letterman, and I just needed change of scenery. And this guy had this hell room out in Glendale, California. I'm like, all right, I'll go do this thing. And he goes up, and it's like a sports bar, No one knows there's going to be a show. This is like rewinding my career like 7, 8 years back. He goes up, completely eats his balls, but he was a terrible comedian. So I was like, all right, whatever. Another person goes up, bombs. Girl comic goes up, she bombs. And in my head, I'm going, no. People, they'll hear my name. Someone's going to recognize me. I'm going to fire it. So they bring me up on stage. Hey, please welcome Bill Burr. Nothing. And I went up there and legitimately for 10 minutes ate my balls like I was like 2 years into the business. By the end of it, I was making fun of like the Lakers game that was on TV, all the shit that I had done back in the day. And that was sort of this eye-opener of like, wow, I'm really spoiled. I'm really spoiled because the old me like knew how to turn this around. I forgot how to turn this around. And I hope I never have to learn how to do that again. I hope those days are behind me.
At what point did you start to feel like, okay, I'm getting a following? Because it's not that easy to do because there's so many different shows and the internet. I remember when David Brenner did this show, he was saying after his first Tonight Show, he was a star. From that point on, the show, it went great.
Right.
He left there and, let's book you into gigs. And people would see one Tonight Show and then come out. Let's see that guy.
That seems impossible to me. I can't believe that, yeah.
It does, but there was only 3 networks.
Yeah, and Johnny
time.
would get like a 30 share.
Yeah,
it was like a third of the TVs on were watching that. So if you just even came out and like handed him a glass of water,
you're that guy.
Yeah, I think you could go do a tour. No, I think after my first half hour on HBO came out, it was like nowadays because there's so many channels and there's the internet and there's all that type of stuff. It has to be sort of a 1-2, if not 1-2-3 kind of punch. And it was I was doing. My special was coming out, and Jim Norton had just booked Lucky Louie, so they needed someone to sit in for him on Opie and Anthony, and I sat in, and so I had the combination of that huge radio show and then this half hour on HBO, and even then, that was right after that happened. I had the Northeast, but when I went down south and went to the Midwest or the West Coast, I was immediately zapped back into reality of how big this country is. So I would say that was probably 2005. So I started in 92, so it took me almost 14 years, 13 and a half. 14
years before anyone shows up just for you other than knows you. Before that, just we're going to see comedy.
Unless I was going to a city that I had been to, which is another thing that I fucked up in my career because I got so OCD about going to every ballpark out there that I wouldn't return to cities. I was like, well, I've already been to their stadium. Let me go somewhere else. So I really had a stupid way of doing it. But... and then of course seeing every ballpark became every football stadium, every hockey stadium, all of this type of shit, and I've been to like over 100 of them. I think probably 98 of them by myself, and there's a stranger holding a disposable camera because I'm in front of like the Kingdome or something.
But now you can show up, now you can call ahead, right? You can call and say, look, it's me, I'm from HBO, I'm coming in, I like to meet all the ball players.
No. I was really, my ego was actually going like, oh, I need to explain to him that despite how amazing I am. See, you always got to keep the ego in check. My ego's just... I had that the other day. Somebody goes, excuse me, and I thought immediately like, oh, you want an autograph? You're like, yeah, is this 56th Street this way or that way? I was like, oh, shit.
Well, let's go down to Carnegie Hall where I'm playing in a couple of weeks and make it right then. But, the other really tough thing about it is you put together that half-hour special, then your hour special, but all that stuff then has to be thrown out. I mean, it's the only art form where they don't want you to do your early stuff. Mick Jagger will complain that he can't do a show without doing Satisfaction, but you can't really go back and do any of the stuff they killed on TV.
Yeah, no, you can't. That's the kiss of death. If people see it on TV, then they come see you live. You've confirmed, this is what I do. You've seen it on TV, and now you've seen it live. You don't need to come and see me again, so you have to write a whole new hour. But I actually love it because I get... I get sick of doing jokes. I get sick of material. I get sick of hearing my voice. I get sick of all of that. And the fact that I get sick of it is in combination of that, and I'm a storyteller. So it's easy to come up with big chunks. So.
How long does any one bit stay with you?
That's a good question. I don't know. Like, yeah, the longest, like a year and a half, 2 years. Like, but even then, like, sometimes there's jokes like, okay, I'm going to put that on a special, but I need to take a break from that. And it's not even, like I said, it's not a conscious thing. It's that Tony V thing that I learned, where I haven't written any of my act I can't remember the last time I actually wrote down. Like, I'll see something, I'll just be, green shirt. I don't know why I keep coming back to that. I like this shirt.
Starting to bother me after a while. Jesus Christ, a green fucking shirt. Give it to us. The person.
No, it's my lack of improv class. So I got that one thing. That worked. Do it again. I'll just write down, subject, guy on train or something like that, and then I'll just look at it and be like, oh yeah, that happened. And then I go on stage and just sort of talk about it. But, I don't know. I'm such a long-winded jackass. I actually forgot your question.
So really, your writing though goes down to just still jotting stuff on napkins, just subject matters.
Yeah, like something happens, and I'll just think I'm talking about that tonight. I just come out talking about it, and it's amazing. If you do that, it frees you up for the rest of your act. Where then all of a sudden, your act isn't this solid thing. It's just sort of this. I can't explain it. You're just like. I don't know, like, it's a weird thing. Like, I don't feel like I'm doing an act on those nights. I just feel like I'm talking, I'm going off. I really feel like I'm standing there drinking with everybody. The way I used to when I would make people laugh in bars before, I did this shit. And but the nights when it's not going good or I'm sick of my act and I haven't written something new is just a mental, I don't know, the labor of it can really overwhelm you, and then that's when you start thinking shit like, oh my god, I'm in Nashville, I want to kill myself, if I have to do that fucking gold digging whore bit one more time, I'm going to kill myself.
So any new bit in makes everything fresh. The rest of the act feels fresh as long as you're bringing that newness.
For me, the level of excitement when I feel I have this new chunk, it'd be like the rest of the jokes are scared kids, like wondering how dad's going to come home, hoping he had a good day, And if I have a new bit, they're like, oh, we can all relax. And hey, how are you, son? Yeah, sure, I'll tell you that story again. But the other shit is just on those other nights, yeah.
Well, you went back to talking about being funny in bars. You were always the funny kid in your neighborhood, or did you grow up in a place where everybody's funny?
I was very shy funny.
Yeah.
I was very, like, if I felt comfortable with you and there was nobody, I was very aware of my status level in the pecking order. I wasn't a nerd, I wasn't the cool guy, so if there was a bunch of nerds around, I would go off, or people at my level, I would go off, but, like, if the big dogs came around, I just sort of cowered in the corner, but,
which, by the way, to me, is being street smart.
Right.
Like that whole thing of street smart, and you've got tremendous amount of that on stage, but not being that guy who was like, I'll fight anyone. They never develop a sense of humor.
Yeah.
That guy, because he's just, that's one way to solve a problem is just to fight whether you win or lose. But that street smart guy will have tons of options. Whether it's busting balls, he can be a bully, he can fucking hide, he'll jump a fence, whatever it fucking takes.
Yeah, the chameleon.
Yeah.
So there's certain people that I went to high school with that, like, oh yeah, I can see you became a comedian, but like a lot of them that I run into is just like, how did you, dude, you were just like, I barely noticed you. You were just, you were so forgettable.
Yeah. Well, then, we were talking too about that group that you came up with, and all are strong comedians. Everybody's doing good. But at one point, it must have been like you felt like you were sitting on the launch pad watching Dane Cook take off, because the way his
Dane Cook never got the credit.
Yeah,
never
but the
got
way
the credit. As far as what of a beast of a comic that guy was. That guy, 2 years into his career, when he was featuring at Dick Doherty's club, had 20-year vet headliners shaking in their boots, going, I shouldn't have to go on after that guy. Cut his fucking time. And they always said the same stuff, going like, he's not even telling jokes, and the crowd is just going crazy, and it's like he was so different. He basically created a different style of comedy, and I don't think he ever got the credit for it for whatever reason. I think I don't know what the reason was, but like Dane was a guy that I saw where it was no brainer. I saw him probably 6-8 months into his career, and I was like, that guy's going to be famous in, like, it was probably when I started in 92. I looked at him, I was like, that guy's going to be famous by 95, 96. Like, I was blown away that it took till, when did he hit, like, 01, 02, 03?
Yeah, about that before it became this massive thing, though.
Yeah, well, it became so big that the resentment comes.
Right.
And, but he was a guy that I saw, and it was just like, like, I mean, like I said, like 3 years in, he was killing. I don't know that you could kill harder. And if you went to college gigs with him, I mean, I remember opening for him at a college, and I did okay. And this is during my pacing, sweating years, right? So I did okay. And he went up, and I remember being in the green room, and it just sounded like someone had a jet on for an hour. That's how hard this guy was killing. And they used to throw him on at the end of the shows. That Boston Comedy Club that I told you when I first came down to New York, that was the most terrifying place to go to. Like, it was so funny the way that was the total alpha male comedy club, and they didn't like. Usually, if you're a new guy, they're like, okay, we'll put you in the new guy spot. They did the exact opposite. They put you on as far into the show as they could, and they tried to make it as difficult as possible. And I knew they were doing that, going like, why the fuck would they do this to me? And years later, I talked to one of the guys who booked the club, and they talked about Dane, and he goes, I couldn't bury him. Like, I tried, and like, I was like, I knew it. That's what you guys tried to do. They tried to humiliate you, and that's why the guys I thought who worked that club ended up being the strongest. The Red Johnny and the Round guy with this comedy team, and they fucking destroyed. And their closing bit was they used to do that song "It Takes Two." You know, it takes two to make a thing go right. And then we go, yeah, woo! And somebody would be fucking flicking the lights on and off, and they'd be doing all this shit. And dude, you just be sitting there feeling like you're this big, and you're brand new coming out of your parents' house, and they would put you on after that. And I'd be up there going, doing jokes about like the Red Sox or something, and just horrifically bombing. And he survived that. Like he went from Boston down to New York like he just went across the street and was. Yeah, so trying to keep up with guys like that. And then on the other side, I had Patrice, where Patrice was so, like, his stuff was so the opposite of Dane's, where Dane was all over the place, and Patrice was just standing there, and it was the subtlety of his face, or just maybe something he did with his hands, and I watched, he would kill as hard, not quite as hard. Dane was always Beatlemania, like, he would kill his. I mean, I learned a lot by watching those guys, which is saying something about them, considering they started the same time I did. I'm talking about them like they started 5-10 years in front of me, but that's how good those guys were. So I was really lucky.
Well, you were lucky, but at the same time, a lot of guys would have went, well, this is what it takes. You got to be Dane or Patrice. Why am I still here? You never had any of those feelings, though. You always said I'm stuck.
Oh no, definitely had those feelings. I definitely had those feelings where I would just be like, I suck. I should quit. I remember a couple times like going on road gigs, like just laying there in the hotel by yourself going, do I really want to do this? I had a couple of those moments, but for some stupid reason I kept coming back.
Well, again, I think a lot of it has to do with a lot of people have a lot of growth in the early days. But I think your growth has even come after you've been established, I think, in the last couple of years. And I'm wondering how much of that is like a personal growth thing, or is it stage?
It's both.
Yeah.
It's both, and then it's also just looking at other artists who you admire. Like, I don't want to be the guy who, the funniest he ever was this year, and then he had the plateau, and then it kind of went down. Like, I get a lot of inspiration from guys who aren't even comedians. Like Jack Lemmon, I thought he was at his best when he died. Like Glenn Ross. If you watch The Apartment, what he did in The Apartment in like 1961, and then you look at what he did Glenn Ross, which was early 90s, he is light years beyond. And I think he either got nominated or won an Oscar for that. I can't remember, or maybe the movie did, but that was considered phenomenal, and he blew away that performance. Or like, I don't know, Neil Young, just people who like. I try in my personal life to keep trying different things. So if I try different things, there'll be new experiences, and I will fail because I'm not used to doing them, or I'll feel stupid, and then hopefully the comedy will come. But I definitely look at my specials as I do them and go, am I going over the same sort of thing? And I got to make sure, is this going to be something different? Is it going to be something... Or is, more of the same, I think, is the worst critique you can ever get.
Well, the funny thing is, if you look at Neil Young, sometimes he would shed his skin and people would fucking yell, no, put your old skin back on.
And he didn't give a shit.
Yeah, he didn't give a shit. So at some point, it's got to be for just you. I think.
Yeah, I think if you keep growing and you keep talking about what you just don't ever want to be like when you go back and you go see a band that hasn't been together in 20 years and then they go out there and they just playing the material from 20 years ago. It's so fucking depressing. You're just like, oh my God, they're old, I'm old, we're all gonna die. These guys had hit albums 10 years younger than I am now. Oh my God, just somebody give me some drugs. I gotta get out of here. Like, you don't want to. George Carlin. George Carlin just kept going. And he went through a period where people were like, he's too angry and blah. I loved every period watching him. You know, you see like the Ed Sullivan clips where he's the hippy dippy guy trying to figure out. And then the 70s and then the 80s where I guess it was a period where he stopped writing. He always talked about. I never saw it, and then he just came shooting out of the gate again all through the 90s. Like when I first started, I remember people talking about. Did you see Carlin's special that bit he did on AIDS? And that thing he did where he had the earth just shaking it off, and he makes that haunting noise that you laugh and get the chills at the same time. And this guy, he was like 40 years into his career, and we were like 23 years old talking about him. I didn't realize how awesome that was. So if I guess that's if you're in your 60s and the kids just coming out are talking about you, that's probably the best I guess reinforcement that you could get. You know?
All right, then we'll check back with you in another 20 years. Let's see if you still do it. Bill Burr, everybody. Let's see what
All right, thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, Patrice O'Neal sitting in with us tonight.
Is this like the actor's studio for
It
comedy?
is. Here's what it is. It's
some horse shit. Like,
yeah.
this is... And they got you, dude, and I'm gonna tell you something really quick.
Yeah.
I like you a lot. Me and Ron we barely speak. Like, when we see each other, he'll come in after I'll do an O&A or whatever or something, and he will, hey. And I like guys like that. You understand? Like, I always want to say, I never got a chance to say, I respect you. I think you're a funny dude, one of the best on the radio, and you're an alpha male. I always respect alpha males. A lot of motherfuckers, they think like women sometimes, where if you don't like me, that means I don't like you, but that's not the case. You understand? Like, I don't know how you feel about me, but I like you a lot. I respect you. I think you're one of the smartest dudes I ever heard in my life. And I'm just saying this because I know we have a weird, even backstage, just kind of, that's our relationship.
Right. Well, I like to be paid to make chit chat. I don't see any. It's what I do for a living. So I see no reason.
That's how I feel about it, dude.
Yeah, but I feel the same way as you. I mean, you're a hardworking guy. You're always funny. I see you doing a million different things. Do you ever turn anything down because you'll go into, some firestorm areas? They'll call you out on Fox TV. And
yeah, anything that. I mean, I turn a lot of shit down.
Yeah.
But anything that I can sell myself in terms of selling my opinion, because that's the only thing I really got to sell. Because this business is. It's a little white man business, a little Jew guy's business, a gay guy's business, and a woman's business, and they all run. It's almost like when you come up and there's the motherfuckers going to school. If you rode a bus to school, it's the front of the bus and it's the back of the bus. And motherfuckers in the back of the bus torture the people in the front of the bus. You understand?
Sure.
So right now, the front of the bus people run the business, and I'm a back of the bus dude, meaning I fuck with everybody, and the people who were at the front of the bus, and I got to go in and go, hey, look, I got these ideas. And they go, yeah, I remember when you smacked me in the back of the head. Remember when you was talking about my mother. And it was all in due fun, like, because I attack myself. I just like to laugh, right? So right now, in this game, I'm trying to find people in the middle of the bus that didn't want to quite commit to being a fucked up person and didn't want to commit to being a cornball, kind of bring us together. That's the business, you know?
Yeah.
And essentially, when you say, do I turn shit down? I turn a lot of things down. I turn down that stupid Celebrity Fit Club, where I'm going, like, to be honest, my career is more important than my health to me. So they're saying you gotta be not only you have to be a fat has-been. And I never even was yet. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like noted. I mean, that was an unexpected question instead of saying no. what I say yes to is things like Fox, because it's just, first of all, I think black people, we need some kind of agenda beyond just being angry every time a white guy says some shit that's supposed to hurt our feelings. I think we came further than that. So it's a chance. It's a chance for me to do that Fox thing. That Fox thing fucks me up because I got a lot of you a sellout emails. Oh, really? You fucking sellout motherfucker. You saying shit, white guys and shit. Because it looked like I was just defending middle-aged white men every week for saying shit. Right. But the reason I was on there defending speech is because, for real, black people own speech right now. We own it. That's our reparation. It's an unwritten thing that we can say what the fuck we want, and white guys can't say what the fuck they want. And our biggest ally in terms of black folks moving ahead is that white guilt. White guilt is a big-time ally. White people going, I feel so bad for slavery, even though you're originally from Poland or something, you had nothing to do with slavery, but you feel that white guilt that comes along with it? Good. So I can say what the fuck I feel like saying, and you stuck. And I just want to say to black folks, shut the fuck up till we get our shit together. Because we got too many hypocrites that on our end. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want somebody to throw something. If I say you a piece of shit, and then somebody says to me, well, what about when you go to Brazil and fuck hookers sometime? I'm going to go, well, that's not, I don't want to go, well, that's a different piece of shit.
This is nothing like Actor Studio. I can't see this ever getting on TV of any kind. I was sitting here listening. I can't even think that porno channels would want to play this at all.
Yeah. But that's why it's like somebody asked me in the back, you're not on O&A as much anymore. I'm not done yet in terms of being offensive, I think. Mm-hmm. And I think O&A, and I'm not saying they're done in terms of being offensive, but they're tired of fighting. You know what I mean? They're becoming generals, and soldiers fight. And I think they went through the soldier phase, and now they're generals, man, and they don't feel like boxing the powers that be right now. And I think that I don't want to go in there and do a goofy thing and go in there and be how I am, which is completely unedited racist, unedited sexist, unedited piece of garbage, man, till I'm done. And I'm not done yet. So, if I'm not on there because of that, I understand. I wouldn't have me on there. Like, they pulled off the Black Phillip thing I do on XM where my whole show is just talking about women and how women, we don't like them, and I don't like them. They had to yank me off. I'm not upset about that, but I'm not finished yet, offending people,
Why is that, Patrice? What is it that you're trying to do here?
That's a good question.
Yeah. What are you trying to do with this?
It ain't make money, because I'm stuck. One thing I learned about this game early is it's a lonely game. It's a lonely journey. It's really hard. Like my mother didn't support me. She supports me now, but it's one of them things. It's like, this shit is a dream, and you ever try to. Dreams are something you do by yourself. You ever have a dream and then try to tell somebody the dream you had? You wake up and be like, hey, here's what I was dreaming. And they be like, really? Really? So, unicorns, and then what happened? That's the same thing as saying, I want to do something besides be what's already planned out. Plumber, doctor, lawyer, dentist. There's a plan. This thing here is like a leap of faith, and you just keep falling. Now, to answer your question, what I'm trying to do is be righteous. And when I say righteous, I don't mean God, God righteous. I mean, just when I wake up, I know I was honest to myself. You know what I mean? And I did the whole tap dance, dude. People be like, why do you play ball? I did it. I tap danced like you wouldn't believe. Aspen 1998. I mean, fucking like hot shoes trying to get something. What does it means to an end? Yeah. I was trying to get something, and I went to LA and I was sitting there. I was like 100 pounds bigger than I am now, dude. And I was sitting, and my stomach is like fucking sitting out here, and I had two Whoppers with cheese because they were 99 cents, dude. And that's all I could afford to eat every day was a Whopper cheese. And it was just sitting on my stomach. And and if I had a gun, dude, I'm telling you, I'd have shot myself. I understand suicide.
Because you couldn't do the act the way you wanted to.
Because I was trying to get something from what I do. And I argue with a good friend of mine, Dante. He does a show with me. Because the whole show and the business thing, I'm in complete disagreement with that. It's just that, you know, I'm lucky enough to be able to get some money out of this shit, out of this, what I do. But it's big, man. Comedy is big. What it is being political and having, because I more want to be a cult figure. I want to make some money, but I felt the feeling of trying to make it, and that vague make it, that emptiness of, I made it. What's it? You know what I'm saying? So I just do it because when a guy says to me, dude, man, you changed my life, that feels good. If a dude says you changed my life, or a woman says you changed my life for some goofy shit you did, that means something. That's it. I want to change lives, but not be profound about it. That's why I think Richard Pryor was who he was. And I think George Carlin's who he is. And I put them 1 and 2 because I think they both have a righteousness. Because George Carlin's story is heavy, man. He was already a millionaire. And Richard Pryor was already a millionaire. And they just had this is wrong. This sucks. Even though they got the millions, but they went down. I mean, their lifestyle went down.
On this journey that you're on, okay, you're not getting the same response as a guy who's an actor. For some reason, they see a stand-up comedian, here's a guy jacking around or whatever, and you're going in a different direction than maybe even your own audience sees.
Right. It's tough, dude. It's tough because I get a lot of, one of my biggest fan base. It's weird. I've done every genre, a little bit. I think I got a little bit of fans everywhere. And like O&A is one of the biggest parts of my fan base, that core. And then the Web Junk was a big core. And then my HBO special was a big core. So when they collide in a show, it's interesting. Right. And I have to kind of mold them into exactly who I am, even though I get the outlet from here. I mean, I'm sure you're different from Ron on Ron and Fez a little bit.
Right.
Like if somebody met you and whatever the catchphrase of the week is, whatever the thing you're doing, and somebody goes, "Oh, Ron!" And you go, "Calm down for a second and let me talk to you."
Right.
And you go, "You're still the same Ron, but you're just not Ron."
Right.
You just have to calm down.
Right.
And that's what, I kind of try to, collect my. It's almost like drugs, dude. Look, it is.
You're talking to the right guy now.
I'm trying.
Now I'm with you. Now I got you 100%.
I don't mind boutique sales. Like, I don't mind that boutique shit. I can't go out and go, here, buy my CD. And I mean, if you want to find it, I want to make it available. I'm not an asshole, an idiot, but I don't want to go, here's some more. Give me. All I want you to do is just sit there and absorb what I'm trying to do. It's like, but the thing about drugs, what I mean is like, it's like if I got some really good coke, I don't need every scumbag everywhere to come try to buy my coke. I have a very boutique.
Right.
I don't mind.
It's all the good people.
I don't mind having a boutique audience. I don't mind 100,000 fans that would pay $100 out of their life to fuck with me in any way. That's 10 million, maybe. I don't know. I don't do math, but that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
If I just don't let those 100,000 down, I don't need a million strangers in my life.
Well, it's kind of interesting that you said that because it wasn't too long ago. I was reading an interview with Ricky Gervais, who I think genius. I think he's brilliant. He's the guy who started The Office in England. Then he did extras. And they were asking him about doing comedy in America, New York. And he only mentioned one name of comedians that he admires. And that's Patrice O'Neal. And this guy is probably the hottest European comedian.
He's big. I mean, The Office, he's big.
And, I mean, particularly in England, they're standing in line. So people that I would say are funny, and, I'll throw it in with the O&A, too, who I think brilliant minds.
Yeah.
But the people that I tend to think are funny,
are fans of yours, and so maybe you are chasing that.
Well, I think they feel that it's not, again, saying something's not pretentious is almost pretentious. Saying that I'm not trying to be this is being that. But I fight hard to not have an editing system. I try to fight hard. Like, Ricky Gervais probably got to know me from my time of going to England, because it was a time where I got essentially thrown out of America, wasn't making money. Club owners, like the dude that owns Arizona Improv, he tries. See, a lot of things in this game is weird. Is they try to give you golden handcuffs all the time, and golden handcuffs is when, if you're out of control, somebody just gives you something to control you. So you got nothing, they give you 5 G's, give you something, make you scared of losing 5 G's, and then that's how they beat you into being a slave. So I had a lot of that in terms of getting treated like that in clubs. Like, hey, man, we're going to give you this, but you're going to have to spin in a circle and do this on top of your head and spin it. Nah, nope, I ain't good. So I had to go to England. And England, man, those cocksuckers over there, they are, dude, because they don't understand that we meaning American comedy, and our thought process is 15 years ahead of them. And I'm serious, and I appreciate Gervais saying, because he's well loved.
Yeah.
But when I went over there, I would fight, because they would go, you people, you don't understand irony. And irony to them, irony to us is a shark. When Quint gets eaten by the shark, I guess that's irony. Shark hunter gets eaten by a shark, whatever. Probably a better example.
Sure, but I was working for. You're on your way to a point. I love it. Yeah.
So I know my mind is like, just getting eaten away. I got to get famous soon, just so I can cash in on what's left of my brain. But the irony, what they think is irony in England, is sarcasm. Like, oh really? So you did that, huh? Oh, that's irony to them. So I go, that's not irony to us. Irony is different. That's sarcasm, and we get sarcasm here. We just don't think it's the basis of your entire hour on stage, genius. So I went over there, and it was a lot of blah, 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 blah. And I go, look, man, first of all, have you ever been to New York doing comedy? No, I have not. Okay, then I've come over to your shitty country for free and show you, and I'm putting myself out there with an anti-American sentiment. That's racism over there, is America. And it's racist against Americans, dude. They like, poor Yank. And I'm like, whoa, I had to get used to that from the comics. But it took about 5 months of going back and forth and staying in shitty places to for them to go, oh, okay, all right, this guy is not playing around. And I think, I never met him, but I think Ricky might have saw me in those times where I fought through English audiences throwing, it was like, the scene in Blues Brothers?
Yeah.
That's how they act. And so you got to fight them, and then they love you beyond belief. And then after that, but then again, to me, comedically, you can't make it if you're not making it here. I got a call from Showtime to do a special, and I was like, bye, England, that was it.
Right, that's the end.
I don't care how much you can make,
Yeah. So you were making good money over there, but you prefer...
Ridiculous. I would have been making money. I wish my career was bottoming out now to go over there, because it's 2-to-1 with the money.
Wow.
Before it was like $1 to $1.30 to $1. Now it's straight up 2. I probably would have not came back like Rich Hall. Rich Hall's a zillionaire.
He's still over there, right?
He's famous and rich and everything else in England. Everything else. He's big. And if I'd have stayed there, this was 6 years ago when I stopped going. People still remember me from that. I'm very proud. I'll brag about how proud I am of certain things in my career, and about maybe 5 things. One of them is going over to England and getting respect as a comic. I love respect, man.
Well, give me some of the other things that you're proud of.
HBO special, but didn't get what that was one of those things I had to fight from being disappointed, just because it was the same kind of feeling I felt back in '98 when I was like, boy, I could really think about killing myself right now. This sucks. And And it's not like I was suicidal. It was just, man, do I feel like going through this?
Right.
And HBO, man, because I think I put out what I wanted to. So it almost like that, when that HBO special kind of fell dead or duddish, I got that same disappointment because I was like, man,
What didn't work for it? I mean, you didn't get the bounce off of it?
I didn't get, because what's funny in my career, and this is another thing about this business, there is no market value. You don't get value for who you are. And that's what kills comics. When you see bitter comics, it's because if Michael Jordan scores 30 and Kevin Garnett scores 31, right? And Michael Jordan gets $20 million a year, Kevin Garnett can ask for $20 million a year based on the fact that he scores 31. So I have value compared to my peers and everything else. But this, it's like I got to watch unnamed assholes making mega money, and there's no karma, there's no there's no one to complain to. I can't walk in the office and go, listen, this hack bought his mother a house, and I got to stand there and look at this dude. And a lot of dudes and people I never got along with are people that let this business qualify who they are. I'm at this level, Patrice, so I can now, like, when I was here, I didn't talk to you, but now Comedy Central has put me here. Now I'm here with you. No, you're not. I don't care if God gave you a deal where you get half the world. You ain't me. I told my girl that one time. I buy my girls diamonds and shit.
Straight in.
I buy my girls diamonds. I get my girl nice stuff, man. And she went, ooh, I'm blinging bigger than you. And I go, you couldn't bling bigger than me if I bought you a diamond hat.
Right. Not even that.
Blinging is here.
Right. Not even with a big shiny diamond hat.
Not would you be better than me? Right. And that's what I'm saying. It's just like the thing that gets you is that you have to fight not to be bitter.
So what is it though, Patrice? What's keeping you from getting the place in comedy you think you should be? And that's the thing I got to fight, Ron, is where I should be. Because I don't deserve or supposed to get anything. Mm-hmm. You know, it's the journey I'm on, and whatever happens, man, happens. I mean, I got a mortgage I want to pay, but still, that means to anything, and I'm going by what other people say to me. You know, people respect me as a comic. As a person, they respect me, but they might not like me. What I am is this, and this is what makes. I grew up in Boston, and people know that. White guys, and I learned this, dude. I had a probation officer. White guys are uncomfortable with black man's anger. Black anger, especially from 6'4", 300 pounds. Did you think that this was going to be breaking in, or we had no idea?
What do you mean, like
that we're afraid of 6'4", 300 pounds black guys?
Not now, though, Ron. Like, not now. Because there's a context to my existence.
Right.
But growing up, when you walk into an office, dude, and there's this little dude that you'd never talked to in your life. Mm-hmm. Like, here's what I hate. And a couple of people did it here. Why do I have to be nice to you at 6 in the morning if that's not what I do? If you go, hi, listen, and I just want to give you a little bit of, why don't you really, let's build up. Because if you start here and go, hello, it's going to go down from there.
Right.
So start off with how are you? And I'm good, how are you? Listen, I'm such and such. Do you want to talk about this now, or you want to talk about it later, because we're going to have to talk about it. But just find a way to deal with people in some honest. I'm not passive aggressive, but I understand what passive aggressive is. It makes me sick because I'm aggressive. Right. You know what I'm saying? So that's to say why I might not be where I think I should be in terms of my peers, because I'm peers with Dane Cook, I'm peers with Carlos. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I think less people know me, but the core
Right.
There's a core comedy base that goes. Patrice is in there with that.
But aren't those guys just one move? Wasn't one spark thing to tip them?
Yeah, I mean, like
HBO?
I respect Dane, but I'm not selling the drug he's selling. I respect Carlos. I ain't selling the drug he's selling. I cannot sell what I'm selling to 20-year-old college girls and 18-year-old high school kids. I can't. I just ain't selling that. I'm gonna offend people. You know what I mean? I don't want those people to come out and go, I see you on Web Junk. You're going to be great. And I'm like, look, calling my girl a bitch.
Right.
I'm racist. I'm racist against black people. I'm racist against white people. I do a lot of stuff that's like, this is not funny. This is not fun. This is not. This is just I don't know. What's he doing? And then I'm like, Mom, get the fuck out. I don't want you here anyway. So it ended up being this many people at the show by the end of the show.
Right.
But it'll be part of my 100,000 that I'm trying to.
Yeah, right.
So but, maybe it's a misunderstanding, but I take a lot of blame for a lot of stuff, Ron.
Right. In your heart, though, that you're not going to end up on lunchboxes. Even though some of your peers will.
Right now, people don't understand, dude. There is to any women in here, there is a quiet, underground, weird man movement going on where guys are getting fed up, dude. Talking to dudes, it's a weird anger. And what the anger is, it's almost like how, like being a white guy, it's tough because no one wants to hear your problems. You have to for a white guy to say you have problems and I listen to it, it has to be a passion, it has to be well thought out and well said. It can't be like, what about me? I'm a white guy. Be like, yeah, all right, whatever. That's how women see guys now, to me. And guys feel how they feel. You know what I mean? And we got to I'm figuring out a way to try to say what I feel. You know what I mean? And I think right now, dude, I'm really a fighter for everything that's anti-now. Anti. Like I think
the political correctness of what's happening today.
I don't even want to say that because it's almost bigger than that. It's almost like any dude that says the word inappropriate makes me sick. Any man who lives that mantra, that was inappropriate. That's just like you sell out. You just sold everything, dude, down the river. I'm trying to let the world understand that there's a place, there's a group, there's a mindset, and not just men. Everything, white guys, that learn how to say, look, I feel this way. Or gay people, where I'm going, my thing about gay people is like, look, why do I have to respect that you sleep with the same person, the same genre, the same gender? Don't make me respect you because of that. I'm not. What's your platform? Get out of my face, man. Do what you want to do.
Right.
I don't care. But don't say, I have these rights. Because what? Why?
So everybody should be able to say whatever they want.
Whatever they want, whenever they want. And that's what my big thing on Fox was with black folks is like, why people ain't the oppressor no more. It's almost like we need a new platform. We need a new thing. Like, I think we're getting lazy. We did the 60s. We got hoes. We came through that. And now and we just want to attack anybody that, nigger, get him. Like, I don't even know what that means, like, anymore. I think Malcolm X and anybody else who fought for those times is a million names, but it's like, we could do better. Like,
Pryor is a guy who turned his back on that word and said, I'll never use it again. Paul Mooney.
Because of his own personal, what it meant to him when he went down there and he saw. Now, when I listen to Pryor say that, now, I watch Africa. First of all, I don't look at Africans and go, they're us.
Right. Not feeling that.
I'm not feeling. He stopped saying the word nigger because he went to Africa and had a moment.
Right.
If I ever go to Africa and have a moment, that may happen.
Right.
But I haven't had a moment. I know Africans that don't like black Americans. Africans don't look at rap and go, look what we did. You know what I'm saying? Those people, the Americans, they don't like us. They see what I believe this to be, and I don't even have it all fully, so it could come out crazy. But I think black people are adaptations of Africans. Africans ain't even Africans no more. The Africans that we trying to get back to, that we're here, the kings and queens, they don't even have those in Africa no more. Bunch of dictators and thieves and little 10-year-olds with AK-47s. That's what I see. I'm sure there's a Garden of Eden somewhere that they don't show on Fox. Mm-hmm. But what I see is like, and the attitude here when they selling Oakleys outside and they don't like me, you know. So my thing is, I believe that we are a brand new species and we're learning how to be that. And while we're learning how to be that, we should shut the fuck up. We should shut up and learn how to be us. Then we could come challenge white people. White people are fine with them. Like, y'all are fine being white people, fine being white people. Black people, our entire existence is based on how we relate to white folks. I hate that shit. Because I don't look at white people like my oppressor, dude. You could be smarter. I listen to you. I'm like, God damn, that motherfucker's smart. And I go, I don't think I'm as learned as you, but I don't feel inferior. I'm like, tell me something. You don't see me on Fox trying to make sure I go, see, and the constriction of the situation, because I don't have access to that many words in the dictionary. So I'm doing me.
Right.
I have an opinion. I never respect people who read something and then repeat it back to me. Like, that's intelligence. I like somebody that takes what they read and then they come up with some abstract thought of their own. That's impressive. Being informed is not impressive to me. I can tell you, well, you didn't hear what happened in Uganda? Nope, not really, nigga, because I had trouble, paying my car note. I heard what happened to Chris Benoit because I'm a wrestling fan. I'm not a Ugandan fan, so I don't look out for Ugandans. Whatever. It is what it is.
I got to agree with you there. Everything you said. Now, you brought up Chris Benoit. You worked for the WWE for a while, right?
Yeah, very short, but it was fun because I love wrestling, man. I still love it. It's still like almost having if you're a Whitney Houston fan, and from time to time you'll just look and just to see if she's coming back because you remember how wonderful she was, and then you kind of, come on, Whitney, you got it today? No? That's me in wrestling now.
Right, you always look back.
Every Monday I go, come on, baby, come on. Is it this? No, he's shaving his head. All right.
Well, I mean, being backstage is an amazing place.
Dude,
there.
It was amazing, but, like you meet some people and you like, wow. Like, you meet, they're good guys, like The Rock. I met The Rock, and I'm like, this dude was nicer than he should have been. Like, it was weird. Rock should have been an ass, but he was just too nice. It always made me uncomfortable. Like, I was like, dude, don't be this nice, because it's almost strange. You should be over there. Like, Stone Cold was a little bit, don't come near me. And I'm like, that's more like it, dude. Yeah. Undertaker, nice guy, da-da-da. But my thing was just being at Vince McMahon's house and just his presence, dude. I've had a man crush on 3 dudes where I went, 3. Right. 1, Michael Jordan, because I used to work at Boston Garden selling peanuts and popcorn and stuff. Michael Jordan, just awe-inspiring dude. Just something about him was magic. Like, God damn, I want to be that dude. Larry Bird, something about him just was like, that's Larry Bird, man. That dude, what is he? And Vince McMahon. I was awestruck by this dude. The one thing I took away from him, just being in his presence, he never made you feel stupid for saying something. You would say, what about this? What about if Rikishi wore a big sombrero and then he juggled and then a midget came down with a stick? He would go, no, I don't think that would work. And he would tell you why it wouldn't work, and you'd be like, all right, cool, but your whole like creative juice is like, oh man, he didn't make me feel like an ass for that. And then you'll say something eventually after 10 that works, and you use it, and you're like, oh. And that dude, it was amazing, man. That dude, I love that dude. And I bet you I only loved him because of those 3-4 days I was there. I got in and out, and that's what I like to do for people that I respect. I don't like to meet them. Never met George Carlin. Don't want to meet him. Glad I never met Pryor because I don't want to be disappointed.
Right.
I don't want dude to not be who I think they are. Now, I've met some dudes where I go, ugh. And I don't even like them as comics because I met them as a person. You suck. I was going to let all that stuff you did that I knew was hypocritical pass because I didn't really know you. Now I know you. Stink.
Right.
But Vince lived up to what he was for those couple of days I was there, and I got out of there. You know, I got right out of there, man. And I was happy. That's one of those 5.
One of the 5.
England, just that little stint on the WWF.
Right.
HBO special. I think my Fox thing with that lady was one of my...
You enjoyed that?
I did. I think I came across... I was blessed that night in terms of, everything came together. My mind was sharp. I did the right thing not to make her look like a little white woman and like I was swooping in on her. And I think I was intelligent. I think I was funny. I think I proved my point. And I think I got I changed some minds, you know what I mean? Because my agenda was funny. Your agenda is not funny, sweetie. Your agenda is women. And your agenda is women that don't need your help. If you're being specific, you know what I mean? It's like Condoleezza and the president's wife, they got the men in black to go take care of business. They don't need you to go, women in this country? Nah, nope.
You don't know the 5th.
I don't know the 5th yet.
I'll give you the 5th for me is knocking that diamond hat off her goddamn head. That was my favorite thing that happened. By far. Hey, if you could, get that wish, where would you like to be if it's 5 years and I know, and honestly, sitting here talking to you, I honestly see you as a guy doing more than just making people laugh. I see that the truth matters to you a lot, and I know that you're on your own kind of path here. But what kind of payback would be fair?
Compensation for 15 years?
Yeah.
Just a straight compensation? Give me 20 mil.
So
20 mil would be good compensation, dude.
It isn't so much what happens, but as long as you end up with 20 million.
20 mil, dude. Just a payoff. Just 20 mil. And
could we get you to just walk away with that 20 mil?
I would. Let me tell you something, dude.
Yeah.
I would do a lot of. Now I'll be a emotional philanthropist. I wouldn't give away my 20 mil because I wouldn't have any more. I would go around and just champion people who just need somebody to talk shit to somebody. Special interest groups, advertisers. I would just be annoying. Because then I wouldn't have anything to lose. I'll have it hidden, and I'll keep it in the mattress, too, just in case,
So you'll walk the earth like a comedic kung fu. Just spreading good cheer wherever you have to go.
If I could get famous enough to sell out this place, Ron, everywhere I go, and just people know that they getting ready to go have a, good time. Somebody might walk out. But they just going to get some weird feeling out of it, like, oh, man, that was awful, but it was great. It was something. Like, that's why there's no great comics. There hasn't been a Pryor or a Carlin in terms of his relevance since them.
No, nobody else has impressed you since those two guys.
Not one relevant dude. And I'm not money-wise. There's some big-time dudes. Like I think Larry Sanders is the best show that ever existed, personally. Mm-hmm. But yeah, relevant in terms of entertainment factor. But no social conscience, no social commentary.
But you think if you look back when Carlin was at his peak doing his stuff, wasn't the majority of the country digging him? And the same with Pryor. When Pryor was doing some of his greatest stuff, the country was liking Bill Cosby.
Right.
So a lot of times we have to wait for years later to go, oh, now I get it.
That dude.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, that man.
And again, you can't try to be that dude, but it's like, I don't mind. This was a comedy club, and it was just everybody, more people were here and stuff, and this was my show. Mm-hmm. I don't mind this much silence at a comedy show.
Right.
I don't care. Once in a while, some good laughter, and then the rest is me pontificating about nothing.
See, that's exactly what we're trying to do here, because I'll tell you the truth, Patrice, and I'm not sure if your whole audience gets it, but I do think that you're onto something. I do think that you have things to say besides the jokes.
It's tough. It's like I think I'm not impressed with making it. Like, I don't. But at the same time, Ron, I don't want to be no martyr either. I hate when people. I'd rather some people come up to me and go, "You suck," other than going, "You're the best comic I ever seen." And then I dig my pockets. I go, "Really? Really? Who's some of the worst you ever seen? Famous, bitch, famous. They all suck. Really? Well, they all got money. That's the thing keeping me. That's my struggle.
Right.
Is all right. I'm just gonna do it for the money. Because my mother, everybody wants me to do it for the money. Don't. My mother gets all like slavey, man. She grew up in the 60s, 70s. So she's like, don't make them mad. Don't do that. Don't say that. Don't go on Fox TV and say those things. And you don't do that. And I'm like, Moms, who are you? Who are you? That's because she's a general. She done did it. Mm-hmm. She's done. She don't have it in her no more. And that's what I'm hoping is that I don't get to that point where I'm just done and I'm done. And I'm like, I don't have no more fight. You gotta fight. Like, again, my girl now, she's just relentless. We're gonna get married. But she's not relentless saying it to me because she knows me. So she just figures out another way how she's gonna do it. She puts her email as VonO'Neal.com. Because she uses what I say against. I go, look, if you love me enough to feel like you're married to me, then be married. I'm not married to you. So she says, okay, Von O'Neal. She tells people we're married. And after a while, it makes me feel stupid to go, we're not married. So I let her have it. But that's the beat down that you get. And that's the dichotomy in my life. I'm like, okay, so sometimes I go, oh, wait a minute. I open my trunk and I see the old pimp card, and I'm like, wait a minute, I gotta dust this off. It's still got a month for expiration. I gotta fix that. And that's the same thing with the business. As soon as it's like, all right, I'll go and do Celebrity Fit Club. I'll let the guy that looks like Louis Gossett tell me I ain't shit, scream at me. I'm almost 40. I'm gonna do that. Me and Cindy Brady and I'm looking at you like, ugh. I'm here at the same level as Screech. This guy's talking to me like I'm a piece of garbage. So I'm like, I'm trying to fight so I don't just go, okay. Because they offer you like something like $100,000 to do that show.
Right.
Something crazy. Just to go in there and beat. And then you got to start telling yourself stuff like when you smoke. Like, I'll quit. But that's what you start telling yourself in the business when they go, you want to do this thing for $100,000? Well, I am overweight, and I do have diabetes, so I have to do it anyway, so I might as well take $100,000 just to make an excuse in your own soul, and you go, oh, you know what? You're just a pussy. That's what you are. Just face it, dude. You need money, and you're disco dancing.
Well, you know what we need, Patrice? We need you to keep fighting. Patrice O'Neal, very funny. We'll take some questions for Patrice. Walk on over here and you can ask Patrice a couple of questions. Anything that's on your mind, feel free.
No questions? Good.
No. Come on over. Go ahead and line up over now behind him while we're waiting.
Look at this guy. Like, way too good looking to be how you are,
Hey, Patrice.
You need a suit on, and two girls with you. You just stop trying to.
Hey, I like the way you think.
Stop trying to be a fucking guy that.
Here's a hypothetical.
Look at him. Look at what I'm saying. Look at what I'm saying, Ron.
Yeah.
Look at this, how good looking he is, and he's trying to be this downtown. I fuck women with underdog T-shirts and. See what I'm saying? Phony baloney. Look how good looking dude is.
He's a piece of shit, is what he is.
Yeah.
Trying to go along.
Live up to your face.
Hey, if you were asked to mediate between Don Imus and Al Sharpton, how would you come at that? What do you think about it?
I just have a bunch of questions to ask and figure out how to not try to make Al look like a hypocrite, because that's the one thing everybody does is try to like go, well, what about when you said this about the Jews? He goes, nice talking to you. And then it's over. I would just ask him questions and hopefully and ask the Imus questions, and hopefully the picture will paint itself. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want to go, well, what about this? Well, Imus, you did say, like, that little run I had on Fox, one thing I learned is that's the game. The game is we're going to set you up nice, and then we're going to make you look like you're a hypocrite. And then we're going to throw hypocrite things at you so you can go, whoa, and knowing that you've been a hypocrite the whole time. I'm not going to, I could never for the rest of my life be a woman activist, ever. Because I've done too many misogynistic things. So if I go, you should do this, unless I start with, I used to be this, I did this, I did that, I said these things, and I said these things. But at some point I changed, and this is how I feel now. But I can't go, you, and then they go, well, what about this? And I go, well, whatever. So if them two had I just have some questions to try to make it build into something so that no one has to defend themselves, that you can actually talk and maybe dig your own grave or maybe shine your own light.
Do you think there's a middle ground there where you could actually bring them to?
Yeah, they would talk, but you would have to do it so it's not either one of them their comfort zone, because he went to, Imus went to like a black radio, Al's show, to say sorry. And the thing is about bullies, man, bullies don't say, oh, like, hey, listen, give me your money on Monday, and then Tuesday come and go, hey, Monday, thank you so much for what you did for me Monday. I'll never ask you for any more money again. Once you give your balls, they're gone. It's done, dude. And people's power corrupts. If I got your balls in my hand, what do you think I'm going to give them back to you and say that power of having your balls in my hand makes... I got to dribble them, man.
Have to.
Patrice, how important is it for a comedian right now to have the platform like Ron and Fez, Opie and Anthony right now?
What's that mean? As on radio?
Yeah.
It's important in terms of if you want exposure, but I'm ready for exposure. Well, if there's a young comedian, like I say, how much time does a young comedian have on stage? And you could tell the stupidity of each. One who goes, I got an hour, and the other one that goes, I got 10 minutes. Now, if you meet a guy that's been doing a comedy for a year, I know he doesn't have an hour. What he does is have an hour of jokes, but when I say I have an hour, like when you ask me how much time I have on stage or something, and this is referring to your question, I'm ready for anything. Like if I went on Ron's show, I'm ready for anything. If I went on Opie's show, I'm ready for anything. If you say how much time I have on stage, I can do comedy really well. My personality is good for an hour and 20 minutes. I can stay on stage for 2 hours if I want, but I start to imagine that you're getting sick of me after about an hour and 20 minutes. That's how much I have. So what I'm saying is a lot of young cats who just want to be on Ron's show makes no sense because they're not ready for the next level. Unless Ron or Opie and Anthony really love you and they can guide you through that. They can put you on a pedestal because they can make you or break you, but it would have to be at their mercy. If I went on Ron's show and he didn't like me and he wanted to make life difficult, I have enough fuel or enough stuff in my mind where I'm like, oh, you know what? This is what he's trying to do. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this to protect my interests. But a cat that's on for doing it a year, I'm on Ron, and Ron goes, so stupid. He'll get flustered. He'll be done because he don't have the thing to draw on, man. This game is long and lonely. And that's what you got to be ready to do. A long and lonely road, dude.
And you gone at it from a lot of different ways now. You do the radio show, you're doing podcasts, you're doing the stage. What's happening with the podcast? What exactly?
You know what? That shit that is the most fun I've ever had because it really is. If it falls flat, it's my fault. All the stuff I talk about show business, I run that show. And if that does nothing for you at all, you go, ugh, then that good. Now I take the responsibility. I don't have to go, what does a dumb old broad from Bravo know about funny anyway? Now it's me. That's what I love about that. It's a step down in terms of profile. But man, if it works out, dude, it would be that, like you said, that reparation, that 20 mil. even if it was figuratively 20 mil. That helped my career to get where I want, and now this is like, hey, everybody, this is the drug I'm selling. So people come to me, they know exactly. They're not going to come ask me for marijuana. They're going to come ask me for heroin because they know that's what I'm selling. Instead of a heroin deal, and they go, hi, you are great. We love the way you sell heroin. Can you sell marijuana for us? Do you see what I'm selling? So that podcast is selling what I'm selling. You know, that's what that is to me.
I really hope you do these drug references with everyone and not just me.
Nah.
Really?
I know you was... That wasn't planned. No gayness and no drug stuff. It just kind of...
Yeah, right. I don't know whether you're speaking down to me.
Yeah, no. Condescending, Mr. Drug Addict. I'm going to throw innuendo your way.
All right, here we go. What do we got?
Hey, Patrice, what's your number one piece of advice for young men out there coming up in the world, trying to fight the good fight? Also, how much did that watch cost? Let's be honest.
You know what would have helped? I think because women, when I say we resent them and we hate them, it's not a hatred of I want to kill you. Hate is love. You can't hate something you don't really love. We just don't like what we have to go through for that one appendage that we have to go through. So for an older dude, I'm going on 40. That's not old, but it's old. I feel old. And I think that we should stop making sex so important. Like we should start making money, making our ability to make a woman have an orgasm important. Like because to be quite honest, it's more important that I be good in bed than she be good in bed because it's harder to make them feel good. So basically, what I'm saying is. Stop selling off all your soul for some ass. But you can do that psychologically as a young man. I do it naturally. I'm just done. My girlfriend's gorgeous, and I'm like, it's been a good run. Listen, there's nothing I could do about it. I just money and my house, and I had a flood, and calling the insurance company, and some guy coming out there saying that I'm 2 feet past the flood zone. That means something to me now. Like, when I was younger, I'm like, what are you talking about, flood zone? Fuck you, I want some ass. Now, dude, I got other things I'm thinking about for real. And, but I had to learn that at 37. I'm gonna be 40 in a few years, man. But I don't know how old you are, but you in your young 20s, man? Yeah, 20. Dude, you know, focus on something else. I know it's hard. But that's what it'll do. It'll keep your head clear, man. It will.
This is the kind of advice we'll be getting once you get that $20 million. I can go from town to town.
Yeah, and just
helping people.
And
just being there.
I'm serious, man. It is an underlying frustration, man.
Why don't we write this up and try to sell it to one of the networks where it's just going to be Patrice walking from town to town,
giving advice against like saying that gay guys should get over themselves and women are goofy?
Yeah.
Who'll buy that besides channel no one watches?
I don't care if it's only on for 1 week. It's going to be great. It's going to be great TV. You'll be calling up friends. You got to turn this shit on right now. This is unbelievable. All right, you're the last one, big man.
Cool. All right, Patrice, you said you had to leave America because people weren't taken to you and you're offending people. And then you came back, and now you're doing fine for yourself. I mean, look at that watch, the necklace. You're doing well, and you're good. And you're good.
These are all mistakes on my YouTube, by the way. This was, you know what they call nigger rich. I went out and bought.
I was going to use that term, but
you know how that.
I wanted to wait till you broke the ice with it.
I left, dude. It wasn't the people, you know, because now I've actually created a personality niche that it's like, I've seen a commercial once when I was doing Web Jump. Someone would go, we want a guy to come in and do this, this, and this. We want a Patrice O'Neal type. And actually it was a commercial that my dumb managers at the time sent me a breakdown for me to go read a Patrice O'Neal type.
And it was you.
And I was like, wow. I was proud of that. Maybe that's the fifth. And what it was is What's the fucking question you said again? What's that?
It doesn't matter.
When I came back. When I came back, it wasn't the people that I left. It was clubs. It was the business. When I came back, I had 2 or 3. Remember those middle of the bus people? 2 or 3 of them that really go, oh man, I love this guy. Like VH1, who I still love. I love the people over there, man. Sherry and all them. Shelly Tatron. She's a nice lady. She said, because she used to see me do those, remember the, 1492 and all that. And I would go in there, and I would go, like one of those no things.
Yeah.
Come on in, Patrice. No! Give a shit about slinkies. And they would just come in, they keep asking me, I go, all right. So I go and do it. They would love, they go, we getting this show, man. Ask Patrice if he'll do it. Nothing's going on, da-da-da-da-da, blah, blah, blah. I go, can I do it the way I want to do it? Yeah. All right. Anything I ever got in my career, somebody said, all right, you can, I've never fought. My fight is just with myself and what I decide to do, and then someone goes, put him in there. So anything that I got put in there, and once you get put in there, whatever you are, if you're like some smarmy little dude, and people go, I hate him. When you get famous, they'll be like, we're looking for smarmy little dude. So we're looking for loudmouth, opinionated, big black guy. I've made that little niche, this big. You know what I'm saying? Before didn't exist. So I went to England where they respect anything artistic. You know what I'm saying? You come back here, and it was like, well, all right, we'll try him in that. So then I just developed whatever. So I'm still... Whatever.
Even when I saw you on Letterman, this was the guy. You didn't go on Letterman and dress different or try to talk different. You went on like you knew Dave for a long time, and
I did.
It seemed to work.
And again, going back to being ready.
Yeah.
I was ready for Letterman. Like in this game, you probably noticed in this business, you never get things that coincide. Like say if there was this is your readiness and this is the gig. You never get them at the same time. You're either over ready for something you should have did 5 years ago, or you're under ready for something you're not good enough to have, but they're giving it to you. But your humility and pride and happiness to be there sometimes never fits in with the thing you're getting. Like the HBO special, that's a comic's dream. That's dream. But I've been in the business 13, 14 years by the time I finally got my special, and I was way past due. Like, I was like, whatever. I got what? How much? All right, good. I'll do it. But it wasn't like, I didn't lose sleep the day of. It was, HBO special. It was like Letterman. I watched him for years. And I just knew how to be with Letterman. And that's why it was so much fun, dude. And I always respect him, dude, because he put me over. Dude, if I ever get a chance to say thank you, but they don't, it's basically what they call gatekeepers.
Right.
His gatekeepers are awful. Meaning by the time you get to him, they're like, Dave's going to do this. Dave's going to do that. Oh, David. And you get to Dave. He's like, what's happening, man? So your name's Lumumba? What's going on? And if I'm any less ready, I already had the planned out thing that the 10 producers had got to me. And I'm like, Dave, you were supposed to ask me about my shoe size, and you didn't. It didn't fluster me. I just go, oh, okay, you're going to ask this? But that dude... If I ever could get to meet him, I'd be like, thanks, man, because he said, he put me over. He went, I like this dude, and you know it. Yeah. When somebody puts you over, and like, what y'all do with Big A?
Right.
You put him over. Big A, I'm going to tell you something. The way he is with O&A and the way he is with, I'm telling you, Big A be like this now. Hey, Patrice, how are you? He don't even be like, woo. He be like... Good to see you, buddy. When y'all go, a Big A. He's like, that's right, a Big A. And you put him over.
Right.
And you feel good when somebody does that, dude. I'll always remember Dave for that. He put me over. He was like, I'm going to make you look good. You know when somebody's doing that. And you know when somebody can make you look good. They can do it. They have power, man. Opie and Anthony, they can make you look good. Or they can make you look really bad if they want. And he made me look good, dude. I loved him for that. I loved him for doing that for me.
Patrice O'Neal, let him hear it, folks. Hysterical.
Thank you.
Nice to see you here tonight. You're a guy, even as a little kid, you love comedy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The first comedy I was ever exposed to was Bill Cosby. And a friend of mine, Jeff Drew, who I grew up with, he had all of Cosby's records. And I think I was like in 2nd and 3rd grade, and we used to just sit and listen to Cosby just over and over again, just wearing out the vinyl.
He's so great that we've almost forgotten it, you know?
No, to me, the three titans, like timeless, are Carlin and Cosby and Pryor. Those are the three guys that I learned about really quickly and loved. And to this day, they're exactly as funny.
And for some reason, though, with Cosby, people are like, well, he's so mainstream that somehow, like, maybe that's easier.
But as a stand-up, he was just incredibly good. Just really, really great. The timing.
And still is. I mean,
still is, yeah.
I saw him not too long ago on Letterman, and he came out and was just murdering. And he's, I guess, well into his 70s now.
Yeah, and I think people, I mean, I used to study him when I was a kid, and I still do. Like, every time I've done a special that was important to me, I go back and look at him because he had great technique and he was like a jazz musician, you know? Right. He's a guy, he would keep the microphone at his knee. Like a lot of us, like I came up with young 80s guys, and Kinnison was the big one when I started. So I'd eat the mic and scream into it, you know, and not let up. You know, and but he keeps the mic at his knee and talks at a normal voice, and then when he wants to, he does this. And he knows the power of the different ranges and stuff, so.
See, I would think that would be a little scary to look at other stand-ups before you did your special, because you don't want to pick up inflections or...
Well, I don't think it happens to me, because I'm looking at really the mechanics, like really the underlying, like how are you using silence, and some of it is just inspiration, you know.
I think Chris Rock is another person who believes in watching public speakers, and you do that as well. And people forget that it is public speaking. So as a young person, as a kid, you're listening to this stuff, you're kind of studying it, and you said to yourself, this is what I want to do, or was that too far off of it?
No, I didn't know you could. I didn't know you could be something like that, a comedian. I didn't know that there was a road to it, but I really did want to. I mean, when I was in 4th grade, and we had the Gong Show was big on television then, so we had a Gong Show, and I did stand-up. I told jokes. I juggled 2 balls and an apple and ate the apple, and then told bad jokes. That was my first time performing.
Yeah, and how did it feel to you? Was it?
I loved it. I completely loved it. And so I thought, God, Carlin and those guys, they're just talking in great circles. I don't know if I could do that. But when I saw Steve Martin, I thought, I'm weird inside my head like he is.
Well, were you funny with your buddies? Did all your buddies act like you're hysterical?
Yeah, somewhat. I was kind of this little dumpy fat kid. And I wasn't succeeding in anything as a kid. I didn't see anything that I would be really good at. I guess I made people laugh when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I remember a huge laugh I got in, I think it was like 3rd grade or something, and the teacher was talking about the different parts of the skull. You know, the skull has like 2-3 bones in it. I don't remember what they are. And the teacher said, does anybody know the other one? And I said, the noggin. And they laughed a lot.
Yeah. It's like the greatest thing to get those laughs in school, too, when you're not supposed to.
No, the first time I really killed, I was in 5th grade, and we did Free to Be You and Me, the hippie fucking liberal play.
Right.
And, which I didn't know at the time I was being used for hippie purposes, but we had a really mean teacher who was really tough. And I grew to like her, but she would like the instant the kids were leaving, she'd light a cigarette. Like you always smelled cigarettes when you walked out of a room. She was so stressed out. So she made us do Free to Be You and Me, and she told me to do a poem called Don't Put Your Horse in a Nightgown. It's an absurd poem. And I had to stand in front of the curtain, like in vaudeville when somebody does a solo act, while they're setting something up, and do this poem. And I couldn't remember it. And every rehearsal, I'd start, don't put your, and she'd go, louder! And she'd scream at me and say, if you don't know this, you're going to look like an idiot, and you're going to ruin the play. And I was so scared, and I drilled it and tried to memorize it, and then I came out for the play, and I'm looking at everybody's parents and the whole school, and I took a breath to start talking, and I just started fucking laughing. And they laughed. And then I tried, and I started laughing again. And I was up there for like 10 minutes just laughing. And the place was going nuts. It was like a huge, when I walked off, just huge applause. And I went backstage, and all the other kids were, "You ruined the show. You ruined it. You're awful. You stink." And nobody would talk to me for about a week after that.
So, was it tough being up there? Where you like, hey, I'm getting laughs through
I
my
loved
own
it. I was
personality?
high off my head, and I
Yeah.
loved it. I felt bad when the kids hated me for it.
Sure.
There was part of me inside going, "Fuck you, little
Yeah.
faggots. Fucking, I just killed. What did you do?"
Yeah.
Pretending to be a baby and know everybody was yawning, asshole.
You know, nobody wants to see the other performer kill. It's always
No.
rough, even at a young age.
Yeah, nobody wants to fall that. Exactly.
So in school, were you the class clown? Were you the wise ass?
Not really. I had ADD a lot, I think, or I don't know. I don't think it's that simple. But I was just, I was a bad student, and I fell asleep a lot. I had low energy. I was kind of fat, sugar, low energy. And I remember being depressed a lot. So I wasn't that funny to other kids, I don't think.
Really?
Yeah.
But in the back of your mind, you said, I want to do this. How did you get up on stage first time?
I was in high school, and I was listening to the radio, to WBCN in Boston, and they used to have 5 o'clock funnies. And so they had a guy on named Chance Langton, who was a comedian in Boston, and just a local. I didn't know there was local comedy. I thought it was just those huge guys with albums. And all of a sudden I'm listening to this guy who's really funny. And then they came on and said, "That's Chance Langton. You can see him this weekend at whatever, at the Comedy Connection. And by the way, if you go to Stitches and on ComAb on Sunday nights, you can go on. Anybody can go on." It was open mic night. Just show up and sign up. And so I started to try to think of 5 minutes. And I thought I had an hour of amazing material. Like, I literally thought, like, I've got so much shit, and I'm going to go up and blow them away, and I'm going to be a star tomorrow, like next week. Like, I'm making my plans. I don't have to do any homework. I mean, I'm going to be a huge star. Because I also pictured I'd be the only one, and I pictured all these like a guy with a cigar. Who's the new kid? You know, I'd be like, "This is the kid," and all these grown-up comics would be like. But I get there's a line of really competent comedians who are just doing open mic night.
Right.
And there was a lot of competition. But I got on stage, and I did a minute and a half to total silence. Every single thing I did was a terrible idea. Just total. And also, I'm looking at a bunch of grown-ups drinking. These are like people in their 20s and 30s, like Boston fucking bar drunks. And I'm trying to make them laugh, and it was one of the worst things to date that's ever happened to me. Was the first time I ever went on stage, and I was so ashamed. And
do you remember any of the jokes or anything that you were doing?
Yeah, I can't. I remember all of it. I remember the whole set from front to back.
But it's kind of like I just asked you, hey, tell me about the time you were molested when you were
exactly. Oh, well, like you could just I was about 14, and my dad fucked me in the ass. I think it must have been fall, because it was, you know. The Red Sox were in the playoffs, I remember, and I jizzed on my face. And I said,
I think it's good to have some scars that don't heal.
No, absolutely.
The pain is still there.
To me, that's what started a pattern of my whole life, which is survival of failure. Mm-hmm. And I think if you can go to places and fail and come out intact, you've got a huge wealth of information.
Sure.
Bombing is much more instructive than when you kill. You just go, all right, look at me.
Yeah.
You don't learn anything. You don't even remember why you killed.
Yeah.
You just go, oh, it was great, because I'm great. That's why.
Yeah.
But when you bomb, it's like a murder happened to you, and there you've got data, you got evidence. It's like forensics.
CSI now.
Yeah, and you walk around poking things with a pencil and go, well, if you hadn't said this after that, it wouldn't have gone so bad. And you have a huge wealth of information.
Yeah, it is really funny at that stage where you go back and go, I came out with the wrong attitude immediately, and then you don't have the skills to pick it back up.
Exactly.
You know? And when the audience sees the lack of confidence.
Oh, they just pounce with hatred. They were so mean, too, and it was just awful. I mean, just with silence. I felt they were mean with silence. They didn't do it. They didn't make a noise. Nobody heckled, but I hated them. I felt really hateful towards the audience, and I tried it one more time, And I wasn't going to do it, but Kevin Meaney, who was the comic in Boston at the time, I worked at a video store, and he used to come in and rent videos. And so I got to know him, and I told him that I had tried stand-up. And he said, oh, you got to come do my show. And he had a show called the Sweeney Meaney Show, which was the biggest show in Boston. He said, you got to come on my show. And I said, oh, I've only done it once, and it was bad. Let me get good at it. And he goes, no, I want you now. Because it's comedy tragedy. I want to watch you bomb on my show. And I went and did his show, and it was packed, and people were so excited. And him and Sweeney did this "We Are the World" thing that it was just destroyed. And then they brought me on, and I worsely bombed. And I can't describe how horrible that felt. And I was 18, and I knew I wasn't going to go to college. And so I'm like, well, I can't be a comedian. That's not going to work.
Right.
It was really depressing.
It is.
I didn't do stand-up for almost a year after the second time.
I mean, now, looking back on it, you would expect it, because it's almost like you put on some shoulder pads and a helmet and walked out with the Patriots.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
I think I can play this.
Yeah, I can do this. And
Have you ever played? No, I watched a lot, though. And I think I'm ready.
Exactly. And I was a kid. I was this. Somehow I got skinny in those years of my life. So I was this weird skinny kid with a big head, looking nervous. I mean, the only thing worse than being me would have been watching me in the audience.
Yeah.
I think. There's probably still people in those two audiences that, like, once in a while go, "Oh God, that was that kid. That was awful." And they remember it as well as I do.
And then they'll see you on Letterman or something.
Yeah, they go,
now.
"No, that's not the same guy.
That's
not the same guy."
That odd kid. But you came up with a good point. Like, any thinking person, any person that could learn would go, I can't do this. I won't go back.
Yeah.
What is it about you that said, I got to go back there?
I guess I looked back at the pain of it, and I thought, well, I did it. It hurt, but I survived it. Well, what really happened was like almost a year after the second time, I went to this place in Boston, and in Cambridge, really, this place in Central Square, the Cambridge kind of Harvard weird hippie area. They had a place called the Off the Wall Cinema, which showed old movies and weird movies. And I used to go there. And they had comedy night every Saturday at midnight. So I went to that, and it was a totally different crop of comedians. They were just weird. It was hosted by a guy named Ron Lynch, who's just a really strange, esoteric comic. And they were really offbeat, like Steve Martin was. And I thought, oh, that I can do. So I begged him, I just went up to the host and said, please let me go on here. And he said, I only use, professionals. And I said, just please. I was, this kid just saying, I have to do this. And he said, you need to make a tape. I need to hear a tape. And I didn't want to go back to the stitches. So I got my friends to get in a room with me in a tape recorder. And they clinked glasses together so it sounded like a nightclub. And actually, I was so afraid to do it that my friend he did music, so he had a 2-track recorder. So I was in the room alone telling the jokes, and then afterwards they recorded. And I didn't let them listen to the jokes. I listened to my part and went laugh here. And I actually thought that and I gave it to Ron, and he listened, and then the next week I came back and he said, well, if you invite those idiots on the tape, just sit in the front row. But he put me on, and I started doing it, and I had a little success, little titters, little tiny laughs, and that was enough to me.
To keep feeding on that, yeah.
Yeah, because I liked it. To this day, I still go I'm not going to be good at that. Fuck it, let's try it.
You still, to this moment, like to stretch yourself. Because your career has taken you into some really strange places where I say most stand-ups wouldn't even think to make some of the moves that you've made as far as making films and, writing for shows and other people. You're doing a lot of stuff throughout, I guess in the early days that none of your peers were doing.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Because I also was interested in making movies. So all the time I was doing stand-up, I used to make short videos and stuff like that.
So at the same time you had the stand-up fixation as a kid, you were into film stuff?
I really wanted to make movies. Woody Allen was one of my big heroes, too, in both ways. He was a great stand-up, and he made me laugh so hard with his movies. I was like, if I could make people laugh that hard, where they're just, losing their composure, I want to make that happen. So.
And another person like Cosby that has been so great for so long that no one recognizes him. And then he'll die and everyone will go, oh my God, he's my favorite.
Yeah. Exactly.
Even though, the new movie will open and you can go down and lay down and watch it and no one else will be in there with you. And these things are brilliant. I mean, he had a run of films for like 18 years that were just as good as any film that came out every year.
Yeah, and some of them the funniest.
Yeah.
Bananas. I mean, that shit is bananas.
Yeah.
It's great. Take the money and run. It's just all so good.
So when you started making short films, did you feel like the same type of process? I can't exactly get to where I want to go?
Well, it was easier with that because there was... I'm good technically, like in I used to fix cars for a living, and so I started when I was in high school interning at a local access cable TV station, and I figured out how all the machines work and how to fix them. And really, the thing about access to video equipment is just they don't want you to break it, And I used to fix it. So I used to take it home on the weekends, the stuff that they used to use to cover like high school basketball games, and I would shoot films and edit them. But that's something I've really always been into, photography and video and all that stuff. So that's where
and being able to figure out how to get the stuff, because it is sitting all over the country. Public TV stations, public access. This stuff just sits most of the time, and they'll shoot for a half an hour a day, and then that'll be the end of it.
And at the time, it was not like a little video camera that you held in your hands. It was a huge package. It was a giant tape recorder, like up to your thighs, and then a massive camera with a big cable between them. That was the package. So I'd lug that around. And when it came to trying to do stuff like that, I had energy. I think that was what made me do this stuff, was that in school I would fall asleep all the time. I literally wanted to I used to think about killing myself when I was really little, because I was just always dry-mouthed and tired. I was just uncomfortable. I wasn't personally unhappy. I had, great parents and a good family and even friends, but I was just physically exhausted, bored, and I'm like, I just want to kill myself. I mean, I'm only fucking 9 and this already stinks. And then...
the suicide note, I can't take the physical discomfort.
Yeah, this just feels shitty. And I didn't even have a real physical ailment. I just didn't like being in a human body or something. Just fundamentally. But so when I started all of a sudden I'm dragging video equipment around in the hot sun and organizing, calling people and getting them to meet me somewhere, and then half of them don't show up and you have to rewrite it, and all of a sudden I found something I could get into. So I got into the video, and then at night later into the stand-up.
See, that's another interesting thing about you. I think that a lot of comics are like, I'm going to work on my act, and I'm going to wait for somebody to come along and say, this is what I've been looking for. And you're the type of guy, you will pick up the phone and sell yourself. Yeah,
well, and also I'll just do stuff. I'll do my own stuff. And when I was messing around with stand-up when I was 18 out of high school, and then during the day I was working like full-time, and I'd gotten a job at a local access cable TV station covering hockey games and stuff like that. And I realized this was going to be a long slog going through television to get to movies. And then I decided I'd rather do stand-up and let that take me to make a movie someday. I saw stand-up as a way to get to make films like Woody Allen did. That's what he did. He was just so funny that they gave him a camera. So I decided to try that way instead. I ended up going back and forth a lot.
So what took you to this point? Did you show up in New York with some of these tapes and your stand-up? Or?
Yeah, I had a bunch of short videos that I'd done, and I was doing stand-up and starting around the time I started comedy in 1985. And the comedy was huge then. And so by the time I did stand up in Boston until like about 89. And so I was proficient and able to nail down a decent amount of minutes on stage at a time where anybody that could do that could get on television. It was just, there was this need for stand-ups, and they're just being thrown up on these awful brick wall shows.
Yeah, right.
Just, you can know how to tell a joke without peeing your pants, just get up there, just do a set. And so I was like, and all of a sudden I was on 20 TV shows, and they were all horrible, and I wasn't that funny, but I knew how to do it. So they let me, so anyway, that kind of got me to New York with the cable shows, and I had these videos of short films that I'd made. And there was a show on A&E called Caroline's Comedy Hour.
Yeah.
Colin Quinn was the host. and they wanted to do sketches one year. They wanted to actually have comedy sketches, so they kind of threw out, the word that they wanted writers, and I applied for it. And I had videos, basically funny videos that I'd made, so they hired me. And for the writing staff, Jon Stewart was the head writer, and me and David Tell and Susie Essman were the writing staff for Colin. Yeah, so we all did these weird sketches that nobody ever really saw, but I got to, so that was my first writing credit. That was my first time being paid.
And did you guys at the time feel like we're all going to be big, or this is just a lucky deal?
Yeah, it was just something to try. I was really into it because I loved, again, sort of like being able to fix the equipment. I knew that I knew how to organize and shoot stuff. So I would pitch things, and even if people weren't crazy about the idea, I'd go, well, I know a place we can shoot this, and I know a guy, and I'll just give me a camera and I'll go and do it. So they let me. And none of those things were funny, but I tried.
And then, the beauty of what you're doing is, 99% of the other comics would rather sleep in and
most comics don't try. Yeah, most comedians do their 20 minutes to an hour a night, if that, and then they call their manager and go, why didn't you do something? What happened? What are you doing? And it's bizarre to me because stand-up, the odds of making it as a comedian are insanely low. It's the dumbest thing to do. I think I think actor is worse. But anyway, most comedians, the odds are so slim that why wouldn't you treat it like you're an Olympic athlete? Kids that want to be Olympic skaters, they get up at 4 a.m. so they can skate for 3 hours before school, and then they skate after school. It's crazy what they go through, and most of them don't get to skate in the Olympics. But most comedians literally smoke pot and don't do anything.
A lot of TV watching takes place by stand-up comics.
Most definitely.
And then they, come back later and try to tell people about it,
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what happens.
It's their entire day. Then that night I saw this commercial, and they feel like they've created something.
And it's barely a conversation you'd want to just hear in a room, let alone pay money to fucking watch.
If you were watching that commercial, you'd be like, shut up, who cares?
There was a guy in Boston when I started who used to talk about the Jetsons, and he used to do a bit about how, isn't it funny how all George does is push a button and he's exhausted. But that's the Jetsons writers wrote that joke. It's not like he's making an observation, but that's the point of the whole fucking show. Is that in the future we'll have these conveniences and we'll still bitch about them. It was a huge joke that went on the Jetsons. And he's going hey, did you ever notice? As if the Jetsons writers would go, shit, we are making him kind of tired for pushing a button. That guy's he's really got a...
That's great. So where did you go from the Carolines show?
Then I just did stand-up all over the country. I didn't get another job after that. And although one of the guys who shot Carolines, one of the cameramen, excuse me, he was a camera. He had a 16mm camera, and I met him. And so the idea of making a film, like a movie film, was really exciting to me. And I talked to him, and I asked, is that impossible to make a movie? And he goes, no, I have a camera, and you buy film, and you run it through. And that's it. And I was like, really? And he said, yeah, and I know a guy who has a tape recorder, so he'll make sure you can hear it. And it's that simple. So I wrote a short film, and I made it. And that was a big step for me. I'd never made... that was my first time directing, a film that I wrote. And he did it for me for almost free, and we hired a crew of people, and I used all comedians in it. And it was the first time I met Rick Shapiro, who's on my show. Lucky Louie, he was in that. And Ray Romano's in that too, and a bunch of guys. But anyway, so that was and I started making it, I had only a few $100s, and I ran out of money, and I called my mom, and because I never went to college, my mom said, I'll help you finance this movie. This will be like your college tuition. I mean, it was only $10,000, so she got off pretty cheap. Yeah. But I made it and sent it to festivals, got a couple of little awards and stuff. That's when I really started making films.
And showing up, even with a short film at a film festival, is a much different thing than I'm a stand-up coming into, let's say Houston to do a week there. Suddenly people look at you differently, right?
Yeah, and so I had all that. I mean, I was doing really awful gigs around the country. Also, comedy was starting to die. It was the late 80s, and clubs were closing everywhere. So I was working clubs for no money. for no audience. Literally, you'd go to a comedy club, there'd be 12 people on stage. Like the Comedy Cellar here in New York, there would be no audience, and they'd make you go on stage to literally an empty room, and you had to stand on there and tell jokes. Because the owner's feeling was if somebody sticks their head in and there's no show, then you got to prime the pump. So I've actually did a bunch of shows at the Comedy Cellar, not even a waitress, but I had to tell the jokes.
In case somebody looks in the window.
Yeah.
Keep the room
show
dark
going on.
The,
yeah. So I did that, and then I was doing this film stuff, and then I made a film called Ice Cream, which was really simple and black and white. And that one went to Sundance, and it won a grand prize at Aspen and a bunch of... That one just really blew up and did great. And then the Conan show started in '93, and they, same as Caroline's, just threw the net out who's funny and who can write. And I had these short films that were like bona fide, good, well-made comedy shorts.
Now, how many people were on that writing staff?
I think there were 6 of us on the first staff. And this was before the show was on the air. This was like, the show came out in September, and I got hired like in May.
That's almost shocking to me because to follow Letterman, and there was all the controversy about Letterman has jumped, you would have thought that the network would have thought, we need huge writing staff to take care of this kid and make sure this thing works out. It's your first real national gig, and there's only 5 other guys on the staff. It
was a small staff.
Yeah.
It was a great staff. But for me, it was the biggest thing that ever happened because I was dying. The films, I'd done them, and then and that was over. And stand-up was I really wasn't making the rent. And my mom had no more money, so she never had any money. But I was going to give up. And I as Saturday Night Live auditioned people for a new cast first, and they hired every one of my friends. Dave Attell, Laura Keitlinger, Janine Garofalo, who we started together in Boston. Jesus, everybody. Jay Moore was this young kid. He got hired. Like everybody I knew got hired except for me.
On that same stand-up show?
On that same, either as a writer or as a performer on SNL. And I got nothing. And so I called my friend who was living in San Francisco, and I said, maybe I'll move there because it's nice there and just do something else. Like I was literally had decided to quit show business. It's the only time I actually made that hard decision, like, I'm quitting. This stinks.
Oh, because 5 out of 6 people go on to have a great job.
Yeah, and I wasn't making a living. So I wasn't making a living doing stand-up, and I didn't get a TV job, and I was really down. And I had decided, like, at 3 in the morning one night to quit. And the next morning I got this call from this guy who said, hi, my name's Robert Smigel, and I'm running Conan. I don't know if you heard. I hadn't heard about Conan. I'm like, who's Conan? And he said, we're replacing Letterman. I'm like, what's Letterman? What happened to Letterman? I didn't even know. I didn't even know that he was going off the air. And he looked at my short films and hired me and completely saved my life.
Wow, that's a crazy story.
Yeah.
You're about how old now?
I was 24, I think, 25.
Wow. So again, even though you're like, oh, things aren't working out, you've already done short films, have been in festivals, you're doing stand-up, you've been on TV, and yet you still feel like a failure.
Yes.
At this point.
And also, again, the default for me, once there's nothing going on and nothing to do, I'm back to being this guy in this body that I hate.
Right, that you despise.
Just feeling bad. Walking in the hot sun, there's a stitch in my side, and I can't drink anything that really makes me feel better.
You really need to stay busy at all times.
Exactly.
So here you're 24 years old, and you're at 30 Rock. This is real show business now.
Shit, yeah, it was huge. And I never got used to going in that building, 30 Rock. Every time I went in, I'm like, I can't believe how cool this is. I worked there for 2 years, and every day that I went in the building, I was just like, this is, I felt like Mary Tyler Moore is spinning around.
Right. And the show, and people forget this now because Conan's such a huge star. He took a lot of heat when that show started.
Yeah, people hated him, and and that was another thing that I learned from Surviving Failure was watching him take just shots to the head and having no retort because he didn't earn the show.
Right. They hated him because they didn't know him.
Yeah, and he never performed. Like, literally, his first professional performing job was the fucking Conan O'Brien show. And so he couldn't even go, yeah, well, fuck you. He had to go, I know, well, I'm trying, though, please. But he just stuck to it. And there was so many days, so many Fridays, where everybody was calling their agents, where we were told definitively, this is the end of the line. And Conan would take off his jacket and take a deep breath, and he'd get on the phone with the network. And he just somehow would go, guys, I just know we can get some traction. He defended.
He never had a contract, right? It was a week-to-week deal?
Yeah, no, he could have been fired any minute. And they kept saying, I remember one day Rick Ludwin, who was the big late-night chief, said to us, one day he came in and said, guys, these Sandinistas are climbing over the walls. And I'm going to just drop my gun and run. I can't do it. And so we were all like, well, it's over. And that went on for like 2 years, it felt like that. To the point where sometimes we were like, can you fucking cancel the show? Like, I wanted it to get canceled because it was so tense. But Conan stuck to it. And also, we were writing for him really hard to sell, weird, fucked up bits that a lot of them bombed, and this poor dude would just sit there with sweat trickling down his neck, and he'd do them, and he would never bail on a bit. He just I really learned to respect him from that.
So he's a real tough guy in terms of being able to just wait this thing out.
Yeah, he's nothing can hurt Conan. He's a very strong guy.
And you're talking to Smigels on the writing staff, and is that where you really learned about comedy?
Yeah, that's how I learned about comedy writing.
Yeah,
and putting together comedy for television and how to put it, how to make it work for an audience and stuff like that.
Yeah, because I think that's something most comics don't try too, is to write for other people. And how do you come across as how to write for someone with a totally different personality than my own?
Well, we were doing comedy sketches on that show, so I didn't write his monologue. I didn't have anything to do with that, but we would write. It was like making little movies or stage plays. Because the great thing about Conan or any talk show is that some of the stuff takes place in front of an audience. So we got to try these two things. Some of them were film bits that you'd go out and shoot and produce with characters and stuff, and other ones were bringing characters into the audience and learning how to work a script and cue cards with an audience there and stuff. I mean, an amazing experience.
Especially for someone with no experience doing this.
Nothing. And the other guys, one of them was Dino Stamatopoulos, who's now doing a show called Moral Oral. That's a great show. And just a bunch of guys. Everybody's gone on to do different things. But
do you think that show is what gave you the credibility to move in some of the other places you went?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Robert and Conan were really generous. And if it was funny, you got to run your bit. If you wrote something funny, they'd go, okay, go do it. And you'd literally get to cast it and direct it. And when I was 24, and if it was my bit, I would direct Conan. I'd sit on the couch next to him going, here's what you do, and I'd just boss him around. And he let me do that because if you were funny, they wanted you to run it. They trusted you. So I got a huge amount of experience and then credibility because people started to know I was doing these bits. I was also the first one to do stand-up on the show because they just said, come downstairs and do a set. Like, it was just come down, eat your lunch, come down and do a set. So I got to perform on the show and do stand-up on the show.
So you never abandoned the stand-up thing as you're writing?
No, I used to actually run out of it because the writing sessions would go to like 3 a.m. And sometimes I would say, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I'd go to a comedy club and come back. I did that a lot because I've never stopped doing stand-up because it's saved my life every time that I've bottomed out.
So why ever leave that show? Why not? Why aren't you still there? It seems like a great gig.
Yes, it is, but it's 5 nights a week. It's really hard. And actually, when Robert left, they asked me to take over and be the head writer. And at that point, I was 26, and that was pretty amazing. But I didn't want to do it because it felt like a job. It felt like a real job, and I was really burnt. 5 nights a week is really hard to do.
At a certain point in your career, because I know you brought up the Pryor thing, and I think he's the first comic for me that started working from a place of truth, whether or not it happened to be funny. At a certain point in your career, you accepted that as well, or decided to go in that direction. Do you know exactly when that happened, or was it gradual?
Yeah, no, it kind of happened all at once for me because I did a half hour for HBO. The first one I did was like in 95, and it was fine. Like, I was weird and silly, and I got laughs, but nobody cared, and neither did I. And then I did one for Comedy Central, which was the next half hour, which I had written of just more dejevers and, making weird noises and stomping around and stuff. And I did it, and I was like, I started to feel like I was going in circles. I didn't like my act at all. and I didn't feel like I was getting better anymore. I was just spiraling into the ground, and oh no, this is supposed to be about how it got good. But after the last Comedy Central half hour that I did, I was out of material. I had no more jokes. It had all been on specials, and so I kind of had a clean slate. And all of a sudden, I'd kind of grown up all at once. I had kids and all these high stakes in my life, and I was really scared of life, not just show business, actual life. So all of a sudden I'm this real person. So I started writing from that point. You know what happened? I started saying stuff on stage because I expected not to get laughs. I would just be on stage somewhere really frustrated and having a hard time with my kids and my wife at home, and I would just say stuff that I expected to get boos, and then that'll be the end of it. I mean, the first time I said on stage was like kind of the one joke that changed it all. That I said, my wife and I had sex, which is amazing because we never have sex because we have a baby and our baby's a fucking asshole. And I said that the first time, and I thought people would. I just said something I said because I'm like, fuck you, I'm on stage, I'll say what I want, and I'll do a funny joke and they'll forget it. And I did that, and I got this huge laugh, and I was like, weird. And then the next night, I think I said the second joke of that I was just building from that one was, now I understand the babies in the garbage thing. I didn't used to. I used to go, well, how could you do that? And I'm like, yeah, I get it. So, and that got a huge laugh. But what I found that was really made me pay the most attention to this was that it wasn't just kind of young people or nihilist fuck-ups laughing. It was like this crowd. But it was like I was in Columbus, Ohio, and like a soccer mom came up to me and said, I love the babies in the garbage thing. That's my favorite thing ever. And I realized that normal people, regular folks who I never connected with on stage, totally want to hear this. And so this shit started coming out of me that was just, and I decided I'm not going to come up with jokes anymore. I'm not going to try to think of funny things to say. I'm going to say the things that are gnawing in my head. Any thought that I've been having a lot, I'm just going to say it.
And you're not going to edit yourself.
Not at all.
It's out there.
And all of a sudden, a huge amount of lifelong fear was just gone. And I just didn't care. Even if sometimes I'd get like, whoa, from the crowd, it just didn't matter. It didn't mean anything to me. I just, and I get away with it for some reason. Some of it is just because I'm very convicted about it. And when I say my baby's an asshole, and people go, oh, and I go, fuck you, you don't know my baby, you don't know this guy. And I just felt impervious to criticism. Because I wasn't making jokes, I was just talking. I was just saying how I felt for once, and so that was huge for me.
And so that changed things for you. I guess the fear of that, the other side of that, is that you're saying stuff to the audience as if it was your shrink or whatever.
Yeah.
But we all know that there is a possibility that one day someone will say to their shrink, when I was a baby, my dad thought I was an asshole. And that he understands throwing babies in the garbage.
Right.
So you really are now. I think the thing about your act that's so exciting is that we know it's a risky proposition what you're doing socially.
Yeah, and I do have 2 little girls, and I love them very much. And I think there will come a day when one of them says, why did you say that shit about me? And I'm ready for that question. Right. Because I had a good reason to say it. Because, I'm not trying to be, like, if I said to her, like, come on, honey, I'm making jokes because they paid me. That would be hard to, so then it would mean I said shit about her for no good reason, just to be selfish. But I'm going to tell her I was fucking really tired. And you wouldn't let me fuck my wife. And I was a young man trying to get my head around raising you. It was really, really hard. And that doesn't mean you're a bad person. Any 2-year-old would be a fucking asshole in a situation like that. But no, I'm ready for that.
Yeah, and I'm sure by the time you get to this conversation, there's going to be 25 years of material.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
And
No,
then you
it's
said
still
my
like,
boyfriend.
no, I'm on my new hour now, and it's still about the kids.
Yeah.
Now it's about the 3-year-old, because the 6-year-old, who I really wrote the first stuff about, is just awesome. She's a great friend of mine, so I no longer have jokes about her, because she's actually like a support. She's like a big sister to me, that kid. So I gotta depend on her. And I'm a good dad. I'm with them. If I was like, you know, a lot of showbiz legends, comedy legends who are like funny clowns, and then at home they're like fucking literally hitting their kids with a glass of whiskey, you know.
Yeah, and we don't necessarily mean Jerry Lewis when you say that.
Or what's the Cowardly Lion I heard was pretty awful. Burt Lahr. Yeah, he was a lot of people like that. But I'm with my kids every day, and I'm you know, I take them to school. I don't have a nanny or anything, so
that was a great generation too, because they would do family specials, and then they would get home and yell, "Stay away from Daddy."
Yeah.
You know, they would just have their own room in those days with their pills and everything.
Yep. So, and you know, what I believe too is that if you are a relaxed father, if you're like, oh, my kids are great, we have a great time, you don't spend any time with them. You're a bullshitter.
Right.
If you really are raising your kids, you want to fucking kill them every day. And you want to kill everybody else just for standing near them and being people.
Well, it's another impossible situation, just like you talked about stand-up. When you're a father, you never get it right, as hard as you try.
No,
the guy
it's
who
impossible.
Says, the guy who says, I'm a great dad, is not paying attention. Just like the guy who says, I'm a great comic. You know,
and it's a very frustrating job, and what I found that the reason it was succeeding is because parents, everything about families is supposed to be polite and Christian and sweet. Every family show about a family is harmony, because that's what people think that you're supposed to do on television, what you aspire life to be like. So all the kids are funny, and the parents kind of get a little, oh, this is tough.
Yeah.
But it's great. Everything's great. And it's just not the fucking truth. And when I had kids and realized I probably have like a good family as families go, and it stinks. And I realized it stinks for everybody. And, you know, I'd hang out with other parents, and I'd find out none of us are fucking. Nobody's fucking anybody. Because I thought it was just me and my wife that weren't fucking, and I'd meet other parents like, oh, yes, we still very romantic. And they'd say that, and I'd go, oh, really? And then but then you pull them apart, and you go to the guy, seriously? No, I haven't fucked her in years. Nobody's fucking. There's nothing harder than being a parent. There's no guidelines. The stakes are enormous. You might be making Hitler. Like, there's no higher stakes than that. And there's no support. Everyone's just like, it's the parents. If they would just raise, even fucking Barack Obama's like, well, fuck you. You know, the fathers, they're the ones. Fuck you. You don't know all those stories.
And that always
until you find out why every single deadbeat dad walked away.
Right. And that gets applause, though. Like, if somebody will go, it starts in the home on Oprah, everybody claps along, like, and it's a mass lie.
Yeah, and then they go home and don't talk to each other. And no, it's miserable. So what I found out is that, but then parents have to be polite about it. You can't even say it's hard. You have to just say, oh, I love, my kids are great. I used to do a joke where I'd say, people will say, I can't imagine my life without my children. That's all I do is imagine my life without my children. But so I found that parents who love their kids and who are really invested in their families would come to my show and just be so relieved to be allowed to have these thoughts. Because, you know, and cursing while talking about kids was an important thing to do. Because when some young alternative comedy punk or whatever, or some kind of, you know, chain smoking tough guy, fuck the world comic, when they say fuck, I just don't give a shit, because the dude's got an apartment and a motorcycle. I don't care. But when a father with a fucking stroller and a wife and, you know, a couple of kids running around, and when he goes, fuck, that's coming from somewhere. Yeah. You know what I mean? That dude has earned the right to curse all that he wants.
Well, you know,
and the mother, too.
Yeah,
the mother.
We brought up this stuff about people not thinking they're doing good. And a big part of that is from TV. When you grow up, you go, my family's not as happy as the Brady Bunch or the Waltons or something. And then a show come on HBO called Lucky Louie that really showed a family who, you know, talked the way you did. And people got a little bit upset about it. And I was watching The View when you were a guest on The View, and Barbara Walters, before she brung you out, basically called you the Antichrist. Then brought you out with the ladies.
That was an amazing day.
And all those women raised kids, right? At some point, I
guess.
think.
I don't know. I don't know that they did.
Yeah,
those girls.
some. Well, I think about half of them did. But why do you think? Was she being like, okay, I'm above it, or do you really think that she was appalled by the way you were showing family life?
Well, it was weird because when Lucky Louie was coming out and I was promoting it, I asked to do The View because I'd been on before on Joy Behar's Joy's Comedy Corner. And they had asked me to do it the first time, and I said, no, that's not my audience. They're not going to like me. That's not my audience. They're the old ladies. And the dude, the producer, I remember he just said, well, you live in New York City. What are you doing tomorrow at 1? Like, are you that busy? You can't just take a town car here and be on television? And I was like, oh, that's true. I could do that. So I just showed up. And Joy Behar is an old friend of mine. I know her. So I'm sitting with her. And I was killing. It was one of the best TV sets I'd ever had. Because the audience at The View is just, they're just there to have fun. They're just positive. So when I started promoting Lucky Louie, I said, get me on The View. I want to be on that show. And also because, to me, that's part of the audience for Lucky Louie. And everywhere I go, by the way, old ladies come up to me and say how much they love the show. That's like one of the biggest demographics who likes the show. Because they're just, oh, you bad boy. Like, they just like, you know. So I said, get me on. And they got me on. And I got a call from the producer who said, oh, the ladies love you. And they're excited to have you here. And they have all watched the show. Like, it's going to be great. And they gave me funny stories. They asked me to give them funny stories to tell on panel, and they were going to prompt me for funny stories. So I gave them all my funny stories, and then I showed up, and the other guest was Fonzie, Henry Winkler. And I mean, for me, it was just being there. I was like Barbara Walters. I grew up, and she was like Barbara Wawa, and she was, you know, the center of so much going on, and Arafat and all this stuff, you know. And then Fonzie. I mean, Jesus Christ. I was in, you know, like 4th grade, 3rd grade when Fonzie was just the fucking king of the world to me. So here he is, you know, weird, not at all Fonzie. You know, hi. Like, you know, it's not Fonzie. Oh, hi. Oh, that's nice. Like, it's not how Fonzie talks. And, but he's a great guy, and he knows Pamela Adlon, who played my wife on Lucky Louie, so he actually came over to my dressing room to say, oh, I love Pamela, and I love the show. It's dear. Your show is dear. That's what he said. It's so dear. And I was, so that was great. And then I'm all of a sudden the producer comes in my room and says, I have to talk to you. They're about to go on the air. You need to see this. And her hand was shaking on this remote. She turned on the TV on my. This is it's on live. And there's Barbara Walters saying, our first topic is about one of our guests who has a show called Lucky Louie. And this is the most offensive, racist, sexist, terrible show I've ever seen in my life. I can't believe this is on the air. I hate it. And they all started going to town on that. There's pictures of me and stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I got to go out there. And so she said, so we still want to try to do your funny stories. I'm like, no, I can't do the funny stories. You're fucking killing me out there. And I was shaking. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to handle it. I think I called Chris Rock. Who's like an advisor to me, and I told him
backstage.
I was backstage, and I called Chris Rock and said,
"This was the best show ever, by the way."
Yeah, it was great. And I said, "I don't know what to do. These women just shit all over me, and I'm about to go out there." And he said, "Don't forget the women. You've got people who are watching at home. Just rise above it and talk to the audience." Fuck Barbara Walters. She doesn't matter. You're going to be on television right now. Nobody's even going to notice what show it is. It's just going to see you. And that was a wake me up. I went out there and I thought, I'm not talking to Barbara Walters. Her audience is more important than she is to me, and I love those ladies, and I know they'll like me. And also they showed a clip right before they brought me out. They showed a clip from the show of me and my wife arguing about money in bed, which is to me what marriage is: arguing about money instead of fucking. And the clip really worked. And the audience laughed, and I thought, fuck her, I don't need her. And I went out there, and she made a big deal out of, Barbara Walters came over and hugged me when I first walked out. Like, oh, we're friends now. Like, oh, the rift is over. And when she did that, I realized, this is pure bullshit. She doesn't dislike the show. She wasn't offended. She's trying to get on the map. She's trying to make it into something. And also the Republican, I forget her name, on the other side, said something about this show has touched off a firestorm of controversy. We were on the air for like a week. It hadn't touched off anything. There was nothing. They were trying to, let's touch off this firestorm of controversy right now. So then I realized that it's all false. Nobody was really mad at me. And then I just explained the show to the audience. I knew they wanted me to come out and go, fuck you. That's what they wanted. That's why they sandbagged me, because they hoped I would misbehave. They thought I would come on and say, fuck you, you old bag. And she'd go, oh, my goodness. And it would be all over the place. But instead I came out and said, listen, I thank you for bringing up these concerns, because I don't want people to think the show's here to offend anyone. It's just honest. And I went through the points of the show and why it was important to me.
The funniest people on the planet to me think that you're funny. You're doing the new Gervais movie, Chris Rock, your brother Robert Strimmel, you're one of the comics on ONA that they'll have back in. Really the funniest people will say to you, you know, come on and do this. I want you part of this project. Are you getting that? Does that...
it's really nice. I mean, to me, for me, the experience I'm getting... I mean, I'm amazed that anybody gives a shit.
Right.
Because it never to me reflects on me. I never feel, I never get evidence that makes me go, oh, I'm a different guy now.
Yeah.
I'm a better person now. Because everybody's saying, you know, people like me more and people come to my shows. I'm still the guy in the bad skin. I'm still the fucking uncomfortable dude. So it's just weird to me that people give a shit about what I do. It makes me really happy. But it doesn't make me think higher of myself.
Right.
Because I know me. And I've still got a little glazed cum from 10 minutes before this show. So I know what a piece of shit I really am. I know what I was jerking off to, and I'm not going to tell you. There are some truths I won't say on stage. But for me, the experience from that is getting to work with really great guys. I mean, Jesus. I mean, Chris I kind of knew coming up. We were kind of coming up at the same time, so he was more of a contemporary, but I'm in awe of him, and the fact that he keeps giving me break after break has been great. And Ricky, I mean, I watched his show, The Office, the English one, and I just loved it so much, and I always thought I'll never get to be part of something like that. And then when I got this call that he watches me on YouTube from England and loves my stand-up, and he made me his best friend in the movie that he wrote and directed. And it was just the greatest thing I ever got to do. And we shot it, and it was exactly as great as I thought it would be. I pray that I didn't ruin that movie, that it's good, because I don't think I'm a good actor. But everybody, I've gotten to work with people that I've loved.
Well, I mean, what I guess I'm trying to say is that anybody could hopefully luck out and get some $150 million movie.
Yeah.
But for funny people to actually say, I love that guy, you know, that feels up and above it all.
Yeah, that feels good.
I want to take the opportunity to take some questions over here. Would you answer some questions from the audience and give them a shot?
What do you think the chances would be of Showtime picking up Lucky Louie?
Well, they can't, because HBO owns it.
Rename it.
And HBO would never... It would be one thing if we made it with a studio who then sold it to HBO, but it was made by HBO Studios. So they would never sell it to the most direct possible competitor they've ever had. So that'll never happen. The Lucky Louie's dead.
We had a question from the devil.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to, you had mentioned titans of stand-up comedians, and I wanted to know if, are we getting exposed to more really good quality stand-up comedians because of YouTube, because of Comedy Central and satellite radio? Are we entering another golden age with guys like you and Norton and Patrice, or is it just that we're getting exposed to it more often and some of the crap's getting filtered out as opposed to the brick wall TV shows you spoke about in the 80s and 90s?
And you know what really changed it for me was seeing Chris Rock. do his first big hour. Chris, you know, I knew him as a stand-up here in New York, and then he was a kind of a cocky kid, and he had, you know, Jerry curls, and he threw the mic down at the end of every show. Right. It was something kind of like silly about him, but he was smart, and I liked him. He was a nice kid. And then he went and did SNL and flailed and failed, and it was just bad. And I mean, even his friends thought so. Ugh. And then he disappeared. Nobody knew what happened to Chris for a few years. Like, I kind of thought he quit. And then me and some friends found out he was at Caroline's headlining. And none of us had ever seen Chris do an hour. And all this time he was out on the road just working fucking awful clubs and pounding together material, like working on comedy material as if it mattered, like as if it was like a novel. And nobody was doing that. Yeah. Everyone was just fucking off with their shitty jokes and then waiting for their managers to do everything. So Chris, we all sat in the back, me and like 4 of the 5 other comics, and he just annihilated and set a bar so much higher than any of us even considered was possible. And we were all really depressed afterwards. Sure. Like, the audience was standing and applauding, and we were in the back just going, oh, fuck. Yeah. I could never do that. Yeah. I could never do that. So whenever that happens, whenever there's a new pace car that goes faster, everybody kind of comes up.
You have to at that point.
Yeah.
So what the real goal is to just keep taking the stand-up higher and higher.
Yeah.
Well,
and movies someday, but Pootie Tang kind of put the kibosh on that. So mostly it's the stand-up now.
Everyone, put your hands together, Mr. Louis C.K. Louis C.K. Thanks so much. It's Colin Quinn. A man with his coat. He's here. He's ready to do the
A
show
man
for
in
us.
his coat.
Yeah. I'm actually so glad that you did this. When we started this, you were one of the first names that everybody talked about getting, because...
And how long have you been on? 6 years, but you were one of the first names we talked about getting.
Well, I'll say this. We've called your people.
I know. My people are very shabby.
Yeah, they are. And they act like, like you owe us money or something. They just...
Yeah.
They're dodging us.
Well, I know. They do. But that's on my orders, probably.
Sure.
I'm a public recluse.
It comes off that way.
Yeah, I am. I'm always out doing comedy every night, yet I'm a recluse in a certain way.
At the same time,
it's
you're
too
like...
early to get into that. That should be like 3/4 of the way.
We're going to do that. We're going to get there.
Too early.
Yeah, you don't want to open with, and that's how my father died. Because then we have nowhere to go. But the reason why we wanted you right away, too, is you are known as Comedian's Comedian. Comics like you.
Mm-hmm.
And
say that like it means nothing to you. Comedian's comedian. Comics like you.
I should have been happier when I said it.
You should have been like, comics like you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really saying something. But now you just let it sit there and get all the...
well,
everyone think about that like, and at the end everyone's saying, so what?
Well,
Which is the only...
You interrupted
there's
me.
silence in the air, so what? Has to be in there somewhere.
I was going to say, and that has no worth. That's where I was.
It doesn't have a lot of financial worth, that's for sure.
But it does. It's got to mean something to you. The fact that people out there on the road and people who have done everything you've done for years will have like a story about you or talk about your integrity. That's got to be a good feeling.
Sure, it is a good feeling. Actually, I mean, it kept me in the business. When I first started comedy, I got 0 laughs. I used to get no laughs. I mean, I would once in a while I would do okay, but I just could not. I just bombed more than any other comedian. I bombed every night. And then one night, I was doing a set at the Comedy Cellar. I got in because, once again, the comics got me in. Mm-hmm. And I went on stage, and I just was bombing so badly. It was a great crowd. It was a great night. And just silence for like 20 minutes, like a Wednesday. I had the best spot. There was no excuse. And I was like, that's it. As I was leaving the stage, I was like, that's it for me. That's it. Obviously, this is not what I'm supposed to do. And then the MC was this guy, Billiam Cornell. Mm-hmm. That's not a misprint. Billiam. That was one of his jokes. His name was Billiam instead of William. It was 1986. It was funny at the time. There weren't that many comedians around, but he was a funny guy. But he was the MC, and he goes on stage right after I'm getting off, and I'm just thinking, that's it for me. I'll never do this again. I got to go into something else. And he goes, folks, that was the funniest comedy set you'll ever see, and you don't even know it. And that's like that kind of little support really helped keep me in the business. So that's another reason I love comedians. Well,
I think
we're talking about how comedians love me.
Yeah,
different story.
But I do think there's a certain part of that is like you don't normally tell jokes or have that comedian rhythm. You're not doing a kind of standard, oh, I get it, that's where the punchline is.
Yeah, maybe that's part of it. And in those days, it was really a part. I mean, it was really, I would just ramble the whole time. And, so, that's probably part of it. I'm not sure what it is, but comedians have always been my biggest fans.
Right.
If only there were more of them. And, and they weren't notoriously cheap.
If there was 2,000 in every town, it would be
exactly.
great.
I get like the 3 local guys when I do like the improv in Cleveland, the 3 local guys that aren't paying, and they come in the back and you're like, hey man, you're really funny. This guy doesn't use me, it's all about them. They're like, yeah, this club owner's an asshole. I want to get out of Cleveland. Columbus is where like
But was there any point, like when you were younger and starting, that you thought to yourself, all right, what is like Dennis Miller or Jerry Seinfeld, guys that seem like they have a little more craft, or you just thought, I'm going to go my own path here?
No, I never actually. Dennis Miller, to this day, this haunts me. It's funny you brought up Dennis Miller, because when I first started, I was probably in it for about 2 years, and Dennis Miller was like on Saturday Night Live, and it's like, he was the hero. He came to New York. He was like funny, but he was like still like on comedians' terms. He was like cursing, and it's like he was breaking all the rules the clubs held for us, and still like they had to be so funny. And then he watched me a couple of times, and he literally came to a show with his date at the time, which was like a big giant deal, like 1987. And he came, or 88, and he watched me do a whole like hour. So it was my first like headlining stuff. And he sat there and watched me at the end, and it was like the biggest compliment in the world. And at the end of the show, he came up to me and he goes, Quinn, you're amazing, man. There's just something missing, and I can't put my finger on it. And to this day, I know that's true, and it drives me crazy. To this day, I would like to see him and ask him that sometime. But he probably wouldn't even. I asked him once, like one time. I go, "What did you mean by?" He goes, "I don't remember that," but it's like it still bugs me to this day.
Well, it's the perfect line to torture any young comic with.
Yes, it is. But and he was coming. He was a fan. He was coming to see me, so I really believe he meant it in a good way. But it's like.
But maybe if he didn't have his chick with him, he could have just focused on whatever that one thing was.
I think you're right, exactly. He had one foot. He's like, one thing's missing with you. And listen, man, what do you want? And it's like, he doesn't realize it's been tormenting me for like 22 years.
Yeah. Well, you were a Brooklyn guy, grew up a Brooklyn guy, and that still seems to be like a big part of everything of your act and who you are.
I mean, it's definitely a part of like, I like neighborhoods. I still love the fact that, everybody, I love like any stuff to do with like blocks or interaction. I mean, obviously now, like I even say, it's like Long Island is more like Brooklyn than Brooklyn in certain ways. But it's like, I love any people interaction, any ethnic stuff. Like when I grew up, there was like every school we went to was like multiracial. So I hate when people like try to tell you don't do racial stuff, if you're white, or stuff like that. Like it's very. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like being out of a time where you're like,
sure,
you're really not supposed to say that. And it's like, yeah, but, when we used to talk like that, everybody did. I'm not saying we would sit in the corner and whisper like that. I'm saying everybody, like, you say it to people's
like they do down
faces.
south.
We used to talk like that. That's suddenly what happened.
Right. So,
suddenly BET pops up. And, no, but I mean, people would say things to each other's face, and it was all about, like, disrespecting and insulting people, but being quick about it, and it was like ethnic mixed stuff.
Well, here's the thing about you too. I think that there's a lot of comedians who will tell you how they were the funny guy in their neighborhood or whatever, but I think really funny people see humor in all the people in their neighborhood, and they see that some of these people are really hysterical, real physical characters.
Yeah, I think definitely people on my block. But this first play I used to do called Irish Wig, but that was all based on my neighbors, because like exactly, you see them every day and they're so funny, But it's like when you were little, like some things that we thought were funny. Like I had a neighbor, Ray Pacello, and he'd come out, Ray Pacello, and he always tried to act like a badass, like we had. Of course, he was like the straight guy, and across the street we had like the mob guy who would come out and just like just like ask my mother out every day. It was like traumatizing. It's like, hey, Ray. My mother had red hair, Red, let's go get a steak dinner. I was like, oh. My mother's gonna be like a gourmand for this, like mob guy, like 7 years old. Because my mother was hot, I mean, relative. I say that objectively,
right?
And But Ray Pacello, we used to laugh because we're like, this guy tries to be a tough guy. We didn't realize, like one time he goes to us, fellas, I used to walk into it because he worked for the IRS, and he goes, I walk into a place and I go, Ray Pacello, and he flashed his thing, IRS, and we all laugh because we're like little kids, like ha ha, like he's the FBI. Meanwhile, people were probably more scared of him.
Well, let me take a couple moments. I want to make sure we edit out Pacello out of the last 4 times.
Why? He's probably passed away. Oh, you mean because of the IRS? I'm a little slow, sorry.
But so that's one of the things about you, that you were able to see that stuff at a very early age. And I don't think suburban kids get that as easy. You know what I mean? I don't think everybody mixes as much.
I think they do now.
Yeah.
In fact, I know they do now. You read yesterday's paper. The suburbs are more
right.
They're more multicultural than the city is in some ways now.
But at the same time, I don't think they're on top of each other. They're kind of in their own yards or whatever. You know?
Yeah, to a degree.
Yeah.
To a degree. But I think, I don't know. I mean, now I feel like it's different. But yeah, when I was a kid, it was definitely more that way. It seemed like, when we visited any cousins in the suburbs, we're like, wow, this is weird. Nobody's on the street,
Yeah.
Like L.A. is kind of like that,
Yeah, it's a different way that you grew up.
Yeah, people
in.
weren't just right next to each other. Everyone's on the public transportation. Like you didn't have school buses. You took the train to school or the bus to school, right?
Take the train to school. Imagine how kids would feel about that. Mom, I'm getting on the train. I'm on my way to school.
Yeah.
But for you, when did the comedy thing start to kind of call out to you a little bit?
When I was a little kid, I was just I was like the loudmouth kid, and people started laughing. Like when I was like 12, I started doing impressions.
Mm-hmm.
It really is so nerdy when you're a comedian because it's like I would do like impressions, but like the impressionists from those days were doing impressions from like the 1950s. So I'd be out there like 12 years old with like long hair, trying to do like Humphrey Bogart and Peter Lorre. I didn't even know who these people were. And then my friends, they watched TV too. There was only like 3 channels on TV. Like, hey, that's a pretty good Peter Lorre, But then
that's not exactly going to carry you throughout a career, is it? Oh, he's the guy who does Peter Lorre. It's amazing.
It's so funny, your sense of reality. But there were a lot of funny people. That's what's so weird. Like, there's a lot of funny people.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd run into people that were just as funny in different ways than I was funny, but never became comedians for whatever reason,
Well, and you kind of stayed with that, like even some of the shows you did with Tough Crowd and all. It did feel like the guys on the corner. It felt like guys standing around the corner, wasting time and just having fun with each other. You know what I mean? Enjoying themselves.
You could argue that's what stand-up comedy is. Hi, folks. Ready to waste some time?
Yeah, really. Well, there is a certain, I think, truth to that. That people can show up and be at a place that used to be about community, and now you kind of have to go out and pay for it a little bit.
Wow. That's good and sad. Stand up there, go, folks, it used to be our community, now you got to pay for it. You want that full sense of bonding and connecting with your fellow human beings? This ain't the ancient Greeks. You fucking pay. That's good. That's good. Well, that's exactly right.
Yeah, and actually,
but it is a community.
Yeah.
When you go on the road, as you'll be in there in a club, and you'll be like this one drunk, and the whole crowd's like, Joe. And well, how about those people that run the rip-off business?
Yeah.
That's Bill. He's like,
But really, when you would hang on the corner, there were only some guys that could only do like 10 minutes. They would be like an opening act.
That's right.
Shut up.
That's
you
right.
know? Or somebody would be telling a story, and somebody else would come along, and you get bumped. Like,
wow.
This guy's better.
That's exactly right. That's so funny.
Yeah.
You're right. And somebody would come along and just, exactly. Yeah. It was definitely everyone was sitting on the stoop.
Right.
And then some guys would come and hold court for a little while, but they had to,
But to take that from Brooklyn, where you're hanging out with your friends, to come over in Manhattan with doing the comedy clubs, Woody Allen has kind of made a career of how that's a totally different world. It's a totally different thing to do for,
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely. I was just thinking about a guy from Long Island that disproves all these theories. This kid I knew named Al Cantor. I went to Stony Brook University. Mm-hmm. I went to Stony Brook for a year. This guy Al Cantor used to come in. He was from Massapequa, Long Island, the epitome of Long Island, and he would come in and tell stories to us. He worked in the ambulance corps, and every story he told was so funny, and he could have been like a genius comedian. It was like every story was like a 20-minute story with little digressions, and that guy was like, but I wonder why he never became a comedian. But it was just so interesting that, like, he was a guy that had, but also he worked in the ambulance course. He always had a good story from that night.
Sure.
My advice to anyone getting into comedy would be get an interesting job for 5 years.
Right.
Because the big problem with comedians is we're all, like, trying to be, everybody says the same thing. I just want to quit my day job so I can write full time.
Yeah.
And then they're sitting there with no day job writing, and there's nothing to write about. Hey, did you ever get up at 11:30 in the morning? It's like we waste all these years, you know. If I had known that, you know.
Well, it is true because all the novelists would always, you know,
Right.
the more of a background that you had, like it took Kerouac like 15 years to get published, and it was the best thing that happened to him.
Right.
But then you go see stand-ups, and they're all like, when the maid wakes you up in the hotel room,
right?
And a normal person is out of the hotel room at 8 o'clock in the morning. You know, no one's ever been woken up by a maid that works a regular job.
By the way, I like the fact that Ron goes, Kerouac got published 15 years later. Best thing that ever happened to him. Of course, he died of alcoholism 3 years. 3 years after getting published, he died of alcoholism. But I guess we have different ideas of the best thing that ever happened to a guy.
But at least he had those books.
Yeah.
Because if he would have been published at 21,
right,
you know, he might have been dead at 24.
That's right.
A lot of people, that's the worst thing that can happen. Like, oh, you got everything you want.
Sure.
Yeah, you got everything.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And like you said, comedy is a perfect example of, you know, and but you were asking about when we first started the clubs and going to transition.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was so... I was so naive. Everybody was, but I mean, I just remember being online. And of course, I was online almost every week. Chris Rock, Adam Sandler. I mean, we were online all the time. We all knew each other from the lines of trying to get auditions. Because they'd actually, on Monday nights at the Strip and Catch a Rising Star, they would actually, if you waited online and you got there early enough, you know, you'd have to wait on like 6-7 hours. So we all knew each other. And you'd get a spot. You know, you get like a number, and then you'd get on late at night. And, but it was like, yeah, and then going on there and then walking off like, how could I not have passed? I remember the first time I auditioned at Comic Strip, I went on and I did pretty well, you know, despite my bombing throughout my comedy. It was like my first set, I was excited, the crowd, and the MC came up to me. Once again, comedians being my biggest fans, the MC came up to me afterwards, he goes, "You're a natural, come back in a year." And I was like, in a year, I'll be on like TV. You better get me.
Right.
But of course, you should have said come back in 5 years.
Right.
Or 10 years. Because it takes that long before you even understand your own voice or whatever, you know.
Well, did you ever think it might have been better if you weren't in New York at that time, that you were out somewhere that you could have, you know, had a shorter line? Or
yeah, in some ways it would have been better. I mean, for me it was better because... but I mean, then I would go on the road, like the few road gigs I got. Like I remember going to North Carolina, I had like 3 minutes, 5 minutes on the subway. So they're looking at me like, "Hey man, we don't live at there. We don't have a subway." So it taught you a lot of lessons from going on the road too. But yeah, probably would have had more time if I'd been on the road. But the good thing about New York is you really learn like the rules of like what's hack. Like a lot of problems with the road is a lot of guys will work out, but they'll be doing stuff that's quote unquote hack. Depending on the era, what's hack then is not, you know, necessarily hack now. But so in a way, New York, at least it cut through. I didn't have to worry about that part. Then coming to New York and having everybody think I'm a hack, you know.
Right,
sure. A lot of really funny guys, but just because they weren't exposed to everybody night after night the way we were, so that they had to relearn certain things, you know.
They didn't know that some of these topics were already beat to death because
they're going on the road by themselves every night. Everyone's laughing, so how would you know, you know?
So when you started to get on at the clubs, how long before you thought to yourself, yeah, I'm going to stick with this. This is
like I said, it was that night that really changed how I felt. Before that, I would go through ups and downs. So I'm like, hey, this is good, you know. But I was never a good comic for years. You know, for years, even when I was on MTV, and even then, I'd go on the road, and I was not a good comic. You know, I was okay. I had some funny things, and I was a funny person. Like if I worked a crowd, I'd be funny. But I was never a good comic for years. It took me years to really learn. It took me 10 years to become a comedian.
How did you get on the MTV? How did you get from you doing?
Just because of my voice. You know, they heard my voice. I was at a club. I was like well known in the city. Like I said, among the comedians in the city, I was like an up and comer. So you know, I got good spot. I got all the things that people would want in comedy in New York at that time, which was I'd get on at the clubs a lot. But I was very hit or miss in the clubs. But they were looking for people for MTV, and they just heard my voice. They're like, wouldn't he be funny to be like the announcer because his voice is, you know, so grating. And
so you got on there, and even though you didn't feel like you were polished, you weren't ready, there was something really likable about you on that show that people that watched the show kind of went, oh, I get this guy. I think this guy would be fun to hang out with.
Yeah, that's what everybody said. They said, he's the kind of guy you want to have a beer with.
Right.
Meanwhile, but I used to smoke on the show, too, like the first year. I used to, like, you could smoke on TV.
Yeah.
And they cut that out after the first season. But I was just chain smoked. I chain smoked. I used to smoke 3 packs a day. So I was always smoking anyway. So it wasn't like I was trying to smoke. I was just always smoked. So it was like, yeah, I'm going to smoke on the show. And it was funny, But it was, yeah.
Eventually they caught up with it and said, wait.
Yeah, after the first season, they're like, hey, stop that.
Yeah, the show's too popular.
Yeah.
Kids are watching.
With kids, like little kids were watching it. And I remember a kid coming up to me once a couple of years later going, hey, man, you're the reason I started smoking.
So that had to be, I mean, that is crazy because once you're in clubs, right?
Right.
And you're working to nothing but adults that are drinking. Like you said, now little kids are watching the show. It's a totally different world for you.
Yeah, totally.
And the show was really like young people running it, young people doing it. We'd never seen anything like that before.
Right, exactly. It was like the first of those types of ironic kind of show that was making fun of game shows but being a game show.
Yeah, and Ken Ober was, I thought, just one of those people that was just perfect. I mean, just talking about a guy doing exactly what he should have been doing at that age.
To do that kind of a job, like a game show host, and make it hip.
Right.
Nobody could have done that but him, or at least nobody I knew.
Yeah, at the same time, people that don't get like the broadcasting aspect is like he's making fun of broadcasting as he's broadcasting.
Right.
He wasn't breaking the rules of broadcasting. Everything got done.
No, exactly. He ran the trains on time. Like, it was amazing. I just went to another memorial for him. He died. And I went to one they had in Hartford, Connecticut last week, and it was all just the friends that grew up with him this time. It wasn't. Well, the Hollywood first I went to the one in L.A. and all these comedians were like talking about how brilliant he was. In fact, Dennis Miller again. One time, him and Ken Ober were no, but this is where Dennis was
nice.
Being good, and him and Ken were having like a. They had never met. Like this is like 1991, and it was like these two gunslingers because Dennis Miller was considered like the reference. He just like throw a reference on top of. And Ken Ober, if you know, he was like that too. And then after a minute, they just met, and Dennis Miller just turns to me and goes, "Quinn, this guy's pretty fucking good," because he was like so genius. But all his friends were talking about growing up with him and what it was like to grow up with a guy like that.
So did you guys at that point? You're all young, and all of a sudden this thing is popping, and MTV had a lot of power in those days. I mean, it really did. So it had to be like being in a band there for a couple of years.
It was like that. Actually, it had a lot of power. This guy, this reporter named Bob Green, who was like some famous guy.
Oh, sure, in Chicago? Yeah.
And he came up to me one day, and we were in spring break, and he goes, I can't believe, he goes, all these cameras from NBC and stuff, these kids don't give a damn, but when MTV comes, they like have total reverence, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
And so it was like that. It was like MTV. We were like, it was ridiculous. I remember one time we were at a strip club one time, and and all the strippers, it was like our first, like we just were starting to get the idea, like we're well known. Like Kenny had been out in some college thing, because nobody over 22 knew who we were. Everybody that knew us was 21 or under. So it was so weird. Like we'd walk around the streets of New York, and all these kids would be like, and all these adults were like, who are these assholes? And then we went to a strip club, and all the strippers ran away from their customers. Now you might say, weren't the strippers over 21? Apparently not. And they ran away from their customers and just started hanging out with us. And then Kenny just turns to me and goes, it's never going to be okay again. He goes, it's never going to be okay again. And I go, what do you mean? He goes, it's never going to be okay to be just a person again. Look at this. And I was like, but of course, what he's saying is like, this is like weird now, It's
right. But when something like that happens, do you think, all right, I've hit it, this is it? Or did you realize this is just about MTV?
No, I mean, to both. Like, on the one hand, I was like, I started writing, like, compulsively, because, like I said, my act stunk. I still wanted to be a comedian, mostly, So I was like, I was famous, but I was going to gigs, and people were, like, laughing politely, like they were excited to see me. And I remember going to these gigs, and all these kids would be there, like, laughing, like, he's doing comedy. They weren't laughing at my jokes. They were just like, good for him. This is it's his thing. He likes to do this. Just indulge him till we get autographs after.
Right.
Instead of just line up for autographs, saying, hey, want to go drink it with us? And they didn't give a shit. I'm like, what about my heart, man? And then, so it was like sort of that weird vibe where you're like, oh my God, I'm not good at what I think I do for a fucking living.
Yeah, at that point, you're a personality instead of a comic.
I'm a personality, exactly.
Yeah. And TV is really, really a powerful thing. I mean, it's incredible.
Well, I remember even like Tim Allen when he was on Home Improvement. I remember him saying he was doing comedy and people yelling out, "Where's Al? Where's Al?" and shit like that. You know, because people are more into the show. They want to know where's everybody. You know?
Yeah.
You know, and so I started getting compulsive. Like I would literally stay in a lot and just write and try to learn how to write because I was like because I felt like the MTV thing wasn't going to last anyway. I sort of knew, even though I was, you know, we were well known. I mean, we were really well known. It was, but I just felt like I better start writing compulsively. So I started really trying to learn how to write scripts. I became a very boring guy for a guy that was, you know, should have been enjoying his fucking life.
Yeah, I mean, normally people hit that and they start partying, and
That's
you know.
what I should have been doing.
Right.
But I did that for a few months. And then I was like, all right, I got to get serious now. This is going to end, and I'm going to be fucked, you know. And I would just try to write, you know, and like learn how to take these screenwriting courses. I was just a real, although in my screenwriting course was Rick Derringer. Not Rick Derringer, Rick Springfield.
Oh, it would have been so much better with Rick Derringer. I was almost impressed.
So I was like doing all this kind of stuff, like trying to be like, you know, trying to learn how to write. Because I was panicking because I was like, you know, here I am doing I'm a comedian. You make it, but you're not that good.
Yeah.
So.
And then, of course, the thing does kind of have a lifespan.
Yeah, like 89, let's say 88 to 91, it was like, you know, MTV, and then suddenly it was all over, you know.
Did you guys feel it on the show, or did you just start to...
Well, I left the show. What happened was I was lying on the couch. They even have a picture, and I think it's from that day, of me lying on the couch the last season, and the executive producer like, hey, man, we want to do another year. And I just looked at him, I go, I can't. I can't do this. I said, we're out of fucking Brady Bunch questions, man. And they go, and they all looked at me, to their credit, they go, oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Even though it was successful, like you would have squeezed another year.
Right.
We all knew. It was like, come on, man. It's too much.
So when that thing kind of comes down a little bit, was it a relief at that time, or
it was
were you
relief.
Scrambling for the next thing?
It was relief for me.
Yeah.
I was relieved because I felt like, you know, like we really had squeezed the life out of it, and I had these aspirations to like write movies. You know, my screenwriting class was very important, as I told you, and so I had written these scripts and I was trying to get them going.
But you know, it's
they went.
Yeah, right. But at least there, you know, you're chasing the art. There's so many people that just have this thing. When you talk about compulsion, it's just to be on TV. No matter what they're fucking doing, it doesn't matter. I got to be on TV.
But there's an argument for that too. Because I mean, that shit. I wasted a lot of years sitting in my stupid house.
So you thought maybe if you could have done it over, you would have looked at the next project.
I remember one time, another stripper story. My friend comes over to my house with a stripper, and he goes, "Hey, man," and the girl's like saying, "Like, let's hang out." And I go, "Guys, I have to write." And she goes to me to show how she was an authentic person. I was the phone. She goes, "I'll give you something to write about." Like, cut the autistic bullshit. I'll give you something to write about.
Maybe,
but I was just obsessed with it. I was always trying to write.
Knowing how much strippers were hanging around you, I understand why you want to now keep your coat so close to you at all times, checking the pockets.
Nice.
So next for you after MTV, the next thing for you was when you hooked up with, I guess, Saturday Night Live?
Yeah, it was like, say, 91. So 91 to like to 95 before I was on Saturday Night Live. And then those 4 years I was doing stand-up, but, you know, we just kept getting, you know, it was like going downhill and like, you know, I mean, we still could have done a lot of college gigs, I have to say. Kenny didn't want to do stand-up at all.
Mm-hmm.
He was just done with stand-up before. The minute we started at MTV, he was like, I'm done with stand-up. And I was like, what? like heresy, you know? I was like, Kenny, well, how could you say it? He goes, I don't give a shit. All I want to do... He was like very, you know, he was like, I want to travel. I want to, you know, he goes, I want to get gigs where I can travel, where I can go to good restaurants, really live life. So, like, it was just, we had two different ways of viewing it, you know? And so he didn't want to do stand-up, so I would go out on the road by myself. But again, it was just like me doing clubs, and like the clubs my audience was younger. They were in high school and, you know, maybe the first year of college. So clubs I was selling okay, but... You know, the only fans that were there to see me would be going, remote control. And the rest of the crowd's like, what's he talking about? And I'd be like, yeah, so, I mean, I was doing okay. I was making money doing stand-up, but some money. But, you know, then I was writing my little movies. But I was not doing well. I was not doing, you know, we were just like guys, you know, footnote from MTV.
Right.
And, like, whatever happened to. And then Saturday Night Live, my friend Fred Wolf, who's a comedian, who... always loves to tell this story, how he got me in the Improv in L.A. in 1987. He goes, hey, man, Do you remember that story? He just told me this last summer because he writes with Adam Sandler in the movie, this movie Grown Ups I did. And he goes, "Do you remember what happened?" And I forgot. He goes, "Yeah, I got you in the. I recommend you to the L.A. Improv." This is like 1987, and I was totally sober. He goes, "Yeah," and the next day. I go, "How did your audition go?" Like he wanted to put his name on the line. He wasn't that big of a comic, but he really liked what I did, like comedian. Mm-hmm. And I go, "Yeah, well, I had a fist fight with the manager. I had a fight." And he's like, "Yeah, man, you weren't even like guilty about it. I recommended you and you had a fight." But so he, despite that, years later, he goes and recommends me to Lorne Michaels. So they're in L.A. to see comedy. I go on. The audience is, this is like 1995. The audience is a summer camp because comedy was like dying at that time, It's probably doing it again. It goes through those periods where, people just stop camp. And it was a summer camp that was in the audience. So my act was like, whatever, trying to be. They just looked at me. I bombed so badly. And, but they hired me as a writer. And I could see Fred. I looked in the corner of my eye. Fred's like leaning to Lorne like he's a good writer. So, and then Lorne Michaels busted my balls about this. So they hired me as a writer for Saturday Night Live. And then when I was writing, they started getting me on the air, because it was the first year of a whole new cast. They're like, "Oh, do you want to try something for update features with Norm?" So I'd go and do these characters. And then, that was it.
How did you like, here all this time you're writing scripts and stuff, trying to move them. How did you like when you started writing at Saturday Night Live, the writing part of it? Was...
Well, I liked it. I liked writing sketches, Like the first week I got 2 sketches on, which was like amazing. But then, of course, I was so arrogant about it. Then every time after that, if I didn't get 2 on, I'd be like, "What's the matter with these people? This is gold I'm handing." And that's how everybody was over there. It's like, you have to be like that,
right.
You have to believe that you're really writing the best stuff. So, but the first week I scored big, so I was like, "Hey, man,
So at that point, you started to enjoy getting on the air a little more, though?
Of course, at that point.
Yeah, right. So that was always the goal, though? It wasn't writing?
No, I never thought that could happen. But then when it started to happen, I was like, "Yeah, I'll grab it,"
Yeah. And in the middle of that is when Norm had his whatever happened between him and NBC. The legend there. And I guess it was just the fact that you were there at the time. They didn't want to look outside?
No, they wanted to look outside.
They did.
I remember going to Lorne and going, "Look, I don't want Norm to leave, but if he's left, I'm telling you, I'll take it. I don't want," because I was afraid they were going to get somebody else, and then I would have been even more pissed. So,
That had to be a strange position, right, for you? I mean, you're writing for
weird.
Norm, and then...
Norm, I used to be on the air. We were like good friends there,
Yeah.
And then suddenly he's, and we lived in the same building, so we see each other in the elevator. We worked on the movie last year on Grown Ups, and me and him were together all day, every day. And we're just like, we're like old friends, but we haven't seen each other much since then. And then one night we're just sitting there, and he's having coffee. He goes, "Yeah. Hey, how about the," when we talk about old days, he goes, "How about the time you ruined my life?"
Well, he was out no matter what, right? No matter who.
Out, of course.
I mean, but it is kind of that thing of like,
it is that thing.
Yeah, when your good buddy breaks up with a beautiful girl, you're like, well, she's going to date somebody,
I gotta go.
But how quick were you thrown into that chair? But
it was over the break.
Yeah.
That the whole thing happened. So then I was just like I said, I went to Lorne. I said, because he's like, I forget. They were going to start to look outside. I knew it,
But knowing what like you've already told us about, some of the stand-up stuff that you're doing, I guess you're writing, at least head writer of your own material, I guess, when you're running that desk, right?
Yeah.
To know when that light goes on, you've got this gigantic audience who's comparing you to everybody who's ever been in that position before.
Yeah, I mean, I was sort of thinking about that. In retrospect, my happiest years on there on Saturday Night Live were before that. Mm-hmm. When I was doing those characters and little stuff, like I did this New York Times thing, I break down the New York Times.
Right.
Like that was more my style. Doing jokes, one punchline, wait, pause, newscast.
Yeah.
Not my style, you know what I mean?
And it's also one of those things that it kind of looks easy to the people who don't know. People that are watching, like, well, he's got jokes in front of him, doesn't even have to memorize. So people, I think, that normally watch that, and if one joke bombs on Weekend Update, people at home are like,
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, it's a style for certain people.
Yeah.
It is easy. In a certain way, it is easy in that it's a self-contained world, but not for my style of my style of comedy. But it is, if you have the right style, it can be really good, you know?
Yeah, well, your stuff is to comment on things.
Exactly,
not to
and
sit
that wasn't
there and
right for
zap on
that.
it.
You know? I didn't realize it at the time, luckily.
Yeah, luckily. So you're around.
Only in retrospect, I go,
Yeah.
oh. And it was just when the internet came out.
Right.
Like when people, not when it came out, but when people started commenting.
Yeah, we're
So
message
I was
boards.
one of the first people to get hammered on that fucking internet. And I mean, and Lord and them used to read it. Because they figured like, hey, this is like the mind of the public.
Right, yeah.
And they're reading all the shit, and I'm like, I would just read it every week, and then, since then nothing can hurt me, really.
You go into Lauren's office and he's on his first message board.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was brutal. But, it is brutal now. Everyone's used to it now.
Oh, yeah, everybody's used to it.
Right.
And we've, had the opportunity to meet the people who write those things. And they're like, these fucking people right here. They're just the worst.
Yeah, it got pretty. It was interesting.
Yeah, but at first, everybody did treat it like it was New York Times.
Like it was the Oracle. I mean, they would just sit there and go, hey, this is the public speaking.
Yeah. And people are going, Punchy 368 thinks you're terrible. And you're like, who is he? What's the background?
Yes. Yeah. He must be somebody if he can actually get on.
You're right.
It's like an exclusive club. It's
sure.
got to get on fucking on there. He's got his name up there. It was more president of TV credit, right?
So fairly quick into this, you're like, it's not for me, but...
No, I didn't know that until
you
it was
didn't know
over.
it. Yeah.
Like I said, I wasn't aware, thank God.
Yeah.
But when it was over, I was like, that was kind of strange. But I mean... But when it ended, it was like, I started to look at it and go, it's not necessarily my format,
So was it a thing where Lauren decided it wasn't your format? Or?
I think it was, I think we both decided.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's hard to say really what, it was sort of like a parting of the ways, like, yes, sir, like a bow. And, but I mean, he wasn't like, when I was like, hey, man, maybe I should leave, he wasn't like grabbing my leg. No.
You can't do this. The show. This is what happened when Chevy left. This is terrible.
All right, Ron, ouch. Yeah.
But he kind of stayed in your corner after you left.
He was always great. I mean, look, he hired me as a writer when I bombed at the audition, and then he got me on the air, and then he got me on Update. I mean,
right,
treated me pretty good.
And then when you did the short thing with NBC after that,
right?
Was he involved in that in any way, or
he was the guy that put it together,
the guy who put it together? So that had to be strange. I know, to sell what you were doing with the Colin Quinn show to NBC, even for the amount of time they got it on, was a very strange thing to happen.
Yeah, I think in retrospect, I can't believe it was on for three episodes. It was truly. I could just imagine what I know of networks, they must have been fucking horrified.
Right. Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing even if you got that at 11:30 or 12:30.
Yeah.
But what time were you on?
9 o'clock.
Yeah, it felt incredibly early.
Yeah.
For that show to be on television.
Yeah, we're on at 9 or 9:30, I think, right after Fear Factor.
Yeah, and you pretty much came out swinging, right? It just felt like you were swinging hard.
I mean, I was very proud of that show.
Yeah, it was really a different thing to see on.
Yeah.
What was the whole concept behind that? How were you able to pitch that?
The concept was what became Tough Crowd, but I mean, the concept was to get all the... Because I would be watching these comedians. I feel like the world, and I feel like it's even worse. I thought it was going to get better. I feel like it's fucking worse.
Right.
But I felt like the whole world is being politically correct, especially the media. So everything they said was either sensitive or it was just... Everything they said was so, like... Just like the right thing to say. But that's fine for certain things. It's not good for fucking comedy.
Right.
You know what I mean? And... So I felt like everybody was always on the right. And then I'd go to the Comedy Cellar and people would be on stage... Just everybody would be saying what people were really feeling.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the secret little things that everybody, you know what I mean? Like true feelings about humanity and everybody's, just real feelings about everything. And then upstairs at the table, it was worse. It was just, we'd sit there and insult each other, and it was just godless is the only way to describe the table. And then I was like, it's such a breath of fresh air, and you don't see this except in the comedy set, except at the club. Every time you walk through, and you had to use the bathroom at the comedy set, so you're always walking through. Like
right.
The bathrooms through the club. So I was like, man, I wish I could get this on TV. And then we got it on. I was so proud. But after 3 episodes, they were like, oh, we didn't sign up for this.
It really is interesting, though, because, again, you're brutal. But even in the stuff like I saw Comedian, the thing Jerry Seinfeld does. And I hope that you guys all get to see this, because everything that Colin's talking about now about comedy, you see Seinfeld doing, and Colin's working with him on it. But it's really like one of the most human sides of Jerry. It's like the not stage Jerry, not the TV Jerry.
Right.
When he's sitting there, he is one of the guys.
Yeah.
When he's hanging out with you, it's a really interesting thing to see.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And that's what it was supposed to. That's what I loved about the NBC show. But more even in Tough Crowd, there were certain people that would just be themselves, and it was like they weren't trying. Like I always bring up the examples of Nick DiPaolo and Patrice O'Neal, who of course at first the network's like, well, those guys are not that likable. I'm like, I know. That's because they're not advertising themselves as likable guys. They're advertising themselves as funny.
Right.
So that they were being themselves, not trying to phony it up and be like, hey, guys like me, you know, and just being funny on their own terms. Like there's something to be said for that too, you know?
Oh,
even though if they heard this, both of them probably think, I'm very likable. What's he talking about? You know, they're deluded.
Right. They need to know.
They'd be like, what? What's he talking about?
Well,
that can be a little harsh sometimes.
But that's the great thing about that it's one thing to put together 6 minutes for the Tonight Show, and that's a really great thing. But for a person just to sit here the way you're being today, being funny off the top of their head, is whatever the magic comes from, I think. You know what I mean? Like that's the gift part of it.
Sure, and
know?
the years of doing it, of course, too. I mean, you know, anybody's comfortable. I mean, you know, at this point, after this many years, if you can't be somewhat funny,
right? But get out. Just
but
leave.
yeah, it's a combination.
Right.
Like I said, like the guy I was telling you about, Al from Long Island. It was so funny. I don't know if he could ever do it, but I bet if he had trained for 20, I mean, this guy was like a genius. He'd come in with a 25-minute story. But, you know, from this thing, and it was always genius. So,
well,
I mean,
Brian Regan was telling me the same thing sitting here one day, where he was saying that
I'm not a fan of Brian.
Well, no one is.
No,
and you'll be glad to know his Unmasked was just awful. Never got a laugh. But he came up with the thing that some of the funniest people have just never tried to actually do comedy.
That's
that
right.
Funny and comedian is not always the same exact thing.
No,
one is the
right.
craft, and you know the other is whatever you get.
Yeah, and there's plenty of guys that are not that funny that became comedians because they knew that craft and they went up there and worked it.
They worked their craft, and then also some of them, and we've had them on the show, just happen to be really good business people. You know what I mean?
That's great. But you see why that's funny? I hate to break down comedy. It's funny because he goes, and some we've had him on the show. They just like he went back to his sentence, just threw it in.
I almost dropped his name. I almost slipped his name.
Yeah, well, there's always a few. But I mean, but yeah, you're right. I mean, I think there's so many funny people that just, you know, like you said, they didn't bother with it or for whatever reason.
Well, when you did the Colin Quinn show, did you think this thing could take off, or you're like, we're just slipping it in?
Everything I've ever, you don't understand, and it's probably what's kept me alive. Right. To this day, when I write projects, I'm like, this is going to get made.
Yeah.
And then they don't make them. I mean, and yeah, that show, I was like, of course they're going to pick it up. It's new. Nobody does anything like it. You know, but it's like there's no way they're not going to do it. There's no way they're not. Now, only in the past year or two have I gotten kind of like negative about like what the networks and like I'm starting to really take them seriously. That they really are scared or whatever they are. They really are, you know, they refuse to do things based on ideology or based on fear of like repercussion. Like I used to think if it's funny, they know they don't have that much funny shit. They're gonna do it.
Right.
They can't afford to be that picky when it comes to funny. But they'd rather do stuff that's mildly humorous and not get themselves in some kind of, you know, I feel like it's almost like a psychological debate with themselves where they have to reassess what they think fucking life is.
Sure.
You know?
Well, I also think...
Can you tell I spend a lot of time alone thinking about these?
It does almost sound like a Unabomber.
That's what they are slowly driving me towards. If they don't step up soon, that seems like the inevitable fucking end.
But do you know how valuable this interview will then become? This will be great. I'll be on Good Morning America.
Yeah.
I felt something. I should have called. I should have called someone.
And all you guys are going to look bad because you'll be laughing at the guy that killed thousands of people in fucking Hollywood. You'll be like, ah! It's like an NBC Burbank is detonated.
They'll be like everybody throwing their arms up with Hitler, like that whole crowd. That their relatives are still alive today.
Right.
That's my grandfather right there. But the thing about it is there is, when we go back to the integrity factor, you do have it with that. Whether that's always a good thing or a bad thing. But I was bringing up that people in these corporations, and I think government is the same way, people just get there and just try to keep that job as long as they can. They know it's not permanent.
I understand, but at the same time, they have pretensions of artistic. I wouldn't mind if they spoke and just said, "Look, man, I'm covering my ass." But these people have fucking aspirations, and they talk shit their whole lives about trying to do artistic stuff. That's the part that drives me crazy.
So they'll actually sit there and say to you, "We want the kind of stuff you're talking about."
Oh, they fucking. That's the sad thing. You can never act your way out. When there's some subject that's constantly on your mind, you start spewing like it's so relaxed. My fucking venom is so relaxed and organic now. But that's since the 80s. Push the envelope.
Right.
Fucking edgy. They use these words, and it just, I mean...
Does it sometimes hurt that your anger brings laughter? That your pain?
It's nice. Usually, it's one person has to be suffering, listening to me ramble. So I just got to have
someone is having coffee with you.
Yeah,
I know, Colin. It's awful. Yeah, you should be huge. Should have Oscars by now.
Yeah, something like that. That's pretty basically it, Rod. Yeah.
So when you spun that into Tough Crowd, you did find a home there for this show.
Yes, at first.
Yeah.
It was definitely a home as far as they were like, look, this show belongs with us. It's like, and I was like, yeah. But then I did it there, and then, it went great as far as for a while. But then trouble ensued. And I blame the dumb comedians, too, because all the comedians... because I love comedians so much, and the regulars there, I really did love them more than they deserved in many ways. But they would actually, be always like, he always gets canceled. And I was like, But really, I was like, what the fuck, man? Then when it got canceled, I felt like they put it out there.
Right. So they had zero pressure on them. This is just like a fun gig. They get to come in, plug where they're going,
but they acted like all the pressure was on them.
Yeah,
each one would come in. You know how comedians are. They come in every day like, thank God I'm here. Don't worry about it, Kyle. Take a break.
Yeah. How did you get along with all the other shows there at Comedy Central? Did it feel like you were part of it, or? It just even on that network, you guys still stuck out like a sore thumb. You just even on Comedy Central and cable, you're watching this and you're like, is this really television? It was a really different
the
show.
Shit we said there every day, what we said on that show would have gotten you fired from any. You'd be on the front page of every magazine. We said every day in public,
Yeah.
But it was. We knew all the other comedians sort of from, I know Jon Stewart for years. I know all these guys, but it's not like anybody hung out with each other. It was more like just our little world of our show.
But if you watch John's show and the Colbert Show, these are really polished, sharp, well-written comedy shows where you guys were just swinging. it just...
it takes a lot of work to make something look like it's not rehearsed.
It did occasionally look like someone was going to get hit with a chair on your show.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. It was ridiculous. These guys are out of their mind. But, it got very volatile because we were bringing up real subjects that people just have big opinions on, So every time it was funny, but then it would turn into a screaming match.
Did the networks think they could tweak it at all, or did they just feel like...
they tried to talk to me a couple of times, but there's no talking to him. They tried to talk to me, like, at one point they were like, you guys talk about race almost every day. And I was like, tell Patrice, tell Keith, tell the black comedian. And what to me, the height of hypocrisy was that they would say, you guys, they would bleep all black comedians saying the N-word. But Chappelle, which was on later than us, earlier than us. So actually, that's usually
Right.
they would say it 50 times.
Right.
So even all when the black comedians would say N-word, they'd bleep us.
Well,
because it was a white show, I guess, or whatever their rationale.
Or maybe it's because Chappelle actually wrote that bit, where you guys were just using it,
Describing each other.
Your show, it really felt like it was meant to hurt.
Oh sure it was. But I remember one time they actually said, okay, because I was complaining about this, it was like symbolic to me of everything.
Right.
And I go, you guys, so they go, okay, the subject was the N-word. So they go, okay, you guys can use it, even the white guys, we're not going to bleep anybody. And the censor came up to me and said, but try to be do it within reason. So I said, yes, you're right. So of course, every asshole on the show that day abused all the white guys. Where at the end I was just looking at the censor like, I swear to God, I did not mean any of this. It was like ridiculous what happened that day. So that was like, then in that case the censor was right. I was like, all right, just do whatever you have to do. But yeah, they wanted to change the whole racial component of the show. I mean, it was every day. It was I wouldn't necessarily bring it up, but it would get brought up, and everybody would just be talking about it, start yelling, And I mean, I was, I can't act like I wasn't involved. I'm like, hey, everybody's talking. I was just the host.
Yeah.
but then they were like, why can't you guys talk about, like celebrity stuff, more celebrity-driven stuff? And I was like, can you imagine me going to like Nick DiPaolo, Patrice O'Neal, going, hey, fellas, you heard about the Paris Hilton thing? They would destroy me. I mean, I love doing it, but whatever. I mean,
You did wrangle. I will give you that. No one. I don't think people who watch that understand what it's like to try to tug that back every once in a while.
Oh my God! Yeah, I tried. Right?
Yeah, right. You did try. But I watched some of it on YouTube just the other, knowing that you were coming on to do this, and I actually thought at one point, how did this get on YouTube?
That's the ultimate compliment. Now that's a compliment.
I thought.
Well, they always gay lip service at comedy supposed to be provoking and all
right,
that stuff.
absolutely,
So what the fuck? It's supposed to be people's thoughts out loud that nobody would say.
And truly, in the middle of all these cable networks, so you tell me that we can't have a half hour here and there of this kind of stuff. I mean, it's insane.
Apparently not.
Yeah,
I've been trying to push them for 5.5 years.
Do you have any plans? Is there a big thing that you're thinking about next, or?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm doing a lot of different stuff. Trying to get a bunch of stuff going on. But I mean, I've been doing that for years. Like I say, since I left, I write scripts, I write stand-up, I do shows, I do everything.
How about a book? You seem like you got
everyone always says to do a book. I don't know why I don't want to write a book. What, a novel? I would write a novel.
Yeah.
I wouldn't write a book, though,
Yeah, not your
like,
show business bio.
Right,
I don't want you to waste your
I don't
time.
like those, yeah.
I'm looking for Angela's Ashes Part 2. Seriously, I have it in my mind that you are the Irish storyteller. That's the thing that you're meant to do. I really do think you can pull that off.
Yeah, maybe I should. Obviously, nothing else is working.
I promised some of these people they could ask questions as well, if you don't mind. But it's been so much fun sitting around here with you. Who do we got here?
Hi, Colin. I was just wondering, when you were scouting for Last Comic Standing, what was it that you were looking for?
First of all, that's a statement that I could sue you for slander. I was a judge on Last Comic Standing as a favor to Jay Moore. He asked me if I'd be a judge. It's my sex tape. But I mean, so I didn't...
This kid makes it feel like you're out hitting the bushes, looking for that next big ball player.
He's like, hey, Mr. Autistic, while you out scouting for Last Comic Standing. Can I just say one more funny thing about autistic pretensions?
Yeah.
Which I said at Ken Ober's other memorial. When one time we were hanging out, and I was talking about stand-up. We were in the middle of an MTV remote control, so we were autographing all the stuff after the show. And it's like all these, just like, everybody's like wild drinking point, and I'm talking to Kenny. I'm going, I just, stand up. I started going into this like autistic explanation for stand up. I'm like, because really, I mean, what our essence of what we're trying to do, stand up wise, if you look back, and then some girl comes up and hands me a pen and pulls her shirt down for me to sign her tit, and he goes, hey, what do you have to say now, fucking Spalding Gray? But yeah, I was a judge on Last Comic Standing. What was I looking for then? I mean, I've never scouted for them, but I don't know. Well, you got such a scurrilous rumor, young man.
He was looking for a paycheck. What's the big
you're
deal?
Trying to say what are the things I think stand up? I mean, stand up to me, it's like if I could do it all over again, the way I would do it if I was anybody going into stand up, is just I would write every story that happened. I would write each thing in a story that happened to me. So you always have a beginning and end, and then just put in whatever jokes you could do. But I'd make it things that happened to me. You know what I mean? Like that's the only way to be original. This way, nobody can really steal off you, and you always have an end to your story. So if you're going upstage, if you're doing stand up, you always have a story of your life. So you'll never fight, you'll never forget it, and you know just sprinkle the jokes in. But I mean, that's not what I would look for stand-up wise. But like I said, I only judged that one time.
So everything would be
haunt me.
Yeah, everything would be totally personally based for you.
I would base everything on a real story, so you always had an end. Because remember, I'm very qualified to talk about this because I bombed for years in stand-up, so I know what I did wrong. And one of the things I did wrong was I didn't let the audience know where the ending could be.
Yeah.
And plus, if you're talking about your own life, you can never go wrong. Nobody can really steal your style, and it will help you strongly build your style.
You know who exactly that sounds like? Spalding Gray, I think.
But also Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
Bill Cosby does that when you think about it. He'll take one story and it'll be a 30-minute. It could be the dentist, but it goes into his daughters. He digresses into his bits about his, and then back to the story.
And they follow him the whole time.
And they follow him the whole time.
Yeah. Let's go over here.
On your days at Saturday Night Live, do you remember a host being particularly bad when you were there?
Well, you know, I was like kind of out of the loop as far as hosts. I mean, everybody always said Chevy Chase, like they were problem, but I thought Chevy Chase was funny as hell when he came on. He was just a real bullbuster, but it was like it was funny, you know. Like he wasn't doing it. He wasn't being malicious. He was just like he's just crazy. You know what I mean?
But they all killed him in that book, though.
They killed him in that book.
Yeah,
but I was there that time. I thought he was funny.
Yeah, you're just reading this book, and it's everyone's memories of Saturday Night Live. And anytime Chevy came back to host the show, everyone just acted like he's ruined everything.
Yeah, but he was such a funny bullbuster in a certain way that it's hard to, it wasn't like he was just bullying people. He'd bust lawns. He's just a hyper guy. He's like a kid.
Right.
He's like a little kid.
Right.
He just goes and just fucks things up and throws shit. But it's funny the way he does it.
But why do you think it is? What is it about his personality that people were just? Was it the fact that he was already successful, had money? What bothered him?
Well, I guess it was just a style of personality that comedians, of course, love. Because like one time he came on the show and I was warming up the crowd before the show. So it's like a kind of important thing, and you're up there warming up and trying to get little laughs, and show's about to start. And he walks through the crowd and they all start applauding like crazy. And he comes up to me. He leans in and hugs me and just goes, "I just wanted to fuck you up," and walked away.
Is there a particular bit that you wrote for In Living Color that you're the most proud of?
My In Living Color. Well, they barely used any of my bits, but I wrote one bit. It's sad that I remember this bit, but it was for Snow. Do you remember Snow? He was a Canadian rapper.
Oh, sure.
And it was Informer, that song Informer. And my bit was, in 4 months, you're going to be back in Toronto with a day job. Which turned out to be very prescient. I'm not proud that I remember that bit to this day, but like I said, I didn't get a lot of things on. And Jim Carrey, which shows once again my great acumen, was leaving to go do Ace Ventura 1. And I remember thinking to myself, this poor idiot is walking out of his last big shot here in Living Color. Because I had read that script. That script was shit until Jim Carrey made it Jim Carrey's.
Right.
That script was floating around Hollywood for years. They're trying to get people. I even read it. That's how low they got.
And I'm sure it still reads like shit.
I'm
mean,
sure it does.
Really,
he just took it and made it.
He just,
yeah.
So you were like, "Don't do this, Jim." Whatever.
No, I didn't have that kind of power at the time.
Now, did you move out to LA?
While he's getting his makeup. Hey, what do you think of this show?
Did you move out to LA during that time, or?
Yes, that's when I was out in LA. That was she's talking about right. It was right before SNL.
Mm-hmm.
I had my writer's experience there.
Is that did that change the way you looked at the world to live in LA for a while? Because you're such a New York guy.
Yeah, I mean, it was good. LA's good in a certain way because it gives you a real picture of like showbiz. You just drive around by yourself in a car for hours at a time every day, and you got to really confront yourself, you know. So it's good. It's reality. But I mean, I would. It's not really a place I would want to spend my life, but I like LA, all right. But yeah, when I was writing there, it was interesting because also as a writer, instead of being a performer, I had to look at it from that point of view too, not being,
sure.
So that was a good experience. It was good for when I got hired by SNL. I was already a writer, so I had experience.
Let's go over here.
Hey, what do you think of the current SNL squad?
Hilarious. I swear to God, I think they're fucking hilarious. I can't believe it. They're really funny. I mean, Chris and Wig, of course, but like Bill Hay and all of them. Just everybody does one thing that I'm like. I mean, I don't even watch it that much, but every time I watch it on fucking Hulu all the time and shit. And like Fred Armisen doing that comedian, you know, he does that comedian in the newspaper in the army jacket. Just everybody does so much shit, but she's like a damn. And even Justin Timberlake, I don't want to like this fucking guy, but he did that. I keep watching that sketch, you know, Classic Peg. Where it's like, you know, him with her, she's like the target lady, and he starts going into this.
Yeah.
It's fucking hilarious. I think they're as good as any. I mean, the cast, I was lucky. The people I was with, Will and Sherry and all that, they were fucking amazing. They brought the show back. That show was about to get canceled. Remember?
Well, it was
like
just
Saturday
about
night?
that time, too, that they started to focus on women and haven't taken their focus off it. It's a really strong woman show now.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Totally. And look at Chris and Wig and look at all these other new girls.
Yeah.
Jenny Elliott and all that.
Is it tough for you to write for women because you have this kind of masculine point of view? Is that easy for you when you're writing your screenplays and stuff?
I mean, no. I mean, I don't know. It's we'll know if one of them will ever get fucking made.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'd love to be criticized, but as it is, it's just me in my room and my coffee friends. The script. You're right, Kyle.
It's great, Colin. You know, it's
that's
a sin.
a women character, right?
It's a sin. It's a sin. This isn't bigger.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, sir.
Colin, any favorite moments from remote control, either on air or backstage?
Well, I mean, on air, the most favorite moment was what happened was if you hit all the videos, they'd be lying in this Craftmatic adjustable bed at the end, and if you won all the videos, you'd win a Mitsubishi Montero. That was the big prize, Mitsubishi Montero. So one kid, you'd have to guess the 7 videos, and it was hard, you know. You guess the video, so they're like sitting there, and they're lying in the bed, and they have to go, okay, that's Whitesnake. That's fucking, was not was. Sort of bad. You know. That's the fucking Stone Roses. And then this one kid, I can't remember, but I remember the kid actually came up to me years later and go, you know, some girl was like halfway through, she had 6 out of 7, and she said, me and Kari, the girl that was on the show with me, we leaned in and whispered the last one to her. I'm sure Mitsubishi's pissed at that one.
Colin, I always know that this is a good Unmasked when the hour goes by so fast. I feel like we just got to scratch the surface with you, man. So it's just a pleasure. The legend, Colin Quinn. Let him hear it.
Thank you, guys.
That was great.